Halloween is here, and so are Reddit's most spookiest stories. For this Halloween, we have gathered some of Reddit's most spookiest and mysterious stories. So sit back, relax, grab something to eat, dim the lights, listen closely, and be aware of your surroundings. Something might just be lurking in the shadows. I shouldn't have robbed the house. I was inside the master bedroom when I heard the garage open and a car go in. I looked at my friend Victor as we realized the couple came home early. We hadn't expected that. Put everything back, Victor whispered to me. We took all the watches, tablets, money, and anything we took back, exactly as we found them. I heard the couple speaking downstairs, but couldn't make out anything. After we put everything back, Victor told me to follow him. He pulled down the scuttle attic, trying to do as little noise as he could. When we got up, he closed it, and we were inside the attic. It had a few small windows that brought in sunlight, and the attic was empty, except for a few boxes. We stood there for a minute, waiting to see if we would hear them. We didn't really hear anything, but we didn't hear them leave either. The attic was hot, and it didn't help we were wearing warm clothes, gloves, and baseball caps. Let's try to leave, Victor whispered. We got down the attic and tiptoed away. Victor opened the door quietly and quickly shut it quietly. The man is here, Victor said. I asked, what is he doing? And Victor said, he's going into the child's room. When I first entered the kids' room a few minutes before the couple arrived, I was shocked. Through spying on them for the past week to know their routine, I never saw their daughter. At least, I assume the child is a daughter based off the decoration of the room. Did you see their kid at all? I asked. Victor shook his head. Maybe she's in a boarding school or camp or something. Victor made a guess. We heard the man walk downstairs and we heard a female, his wife, I assumed. Everything is ready. We heard 2 pairs of footsteps walk into the basement. Me and Victor assumed everything was fine and tiptoed downstairs. Victor tried to open the door, but it was locked. When we tried to find another exit, we heard a saw down the basement and a violent scream. It sounded like a man was getting cut. Me and Victor froze. The screaming didn't stop. The muffled screaming kept going. Me and Victor walked to a window to open it. When I tried to open it, I couldn't. Victor whispered, leave it to me. When he tried, he couldn't either. We noticed a small iron mechanism on the window, a window latch. We went from one window to another as the screaming continued. Suddenly, Victor accidentally hit a small table. It lifted a little before crashing down, making a large thud. The saw stopped. We froze in place, but then we heard 2 pairs of footsteps coming upstairs. Victor told me to follow him, and I did. We got to the kitchen and hid inside the pantry. We heard the basement door open. The man said, is someone here? I'll call the police. I didn't know whether or not he'll do it, considering what we heard in the basement. Suddenly, the woman's voice said, did more of them follow us? A worry in her voice. The man said, no one's coming. Let's check around. There me and Victor were, hiding again. We didn't plan on hurting anyone, just a few items stolen, but now violence might be unavoidable. After a few minutes, Victor opened the pantry door. Me and him peeked outside and saw the wife, her hands covered in blood, and she was washing them. Me and Victor got worried. We were in a house with serial killers. Suddenly, a guy with a tank top and underwear only came into the room. He was covered in blood and missing his hands. When the woman noticed him, she screamed. The man, completely oblivious, asked her for help. She took out a big kitchen knife and started stabbing him repeatedly until died. The husband ran into the room. He comforted her, and she asked, how'd he escape? The man said, I don't know. I'll check if the other escaped. As he left, me and Victor knew we had to escape. Who knows what they'd do if they caught us? Victor took a large can of beans and told me to follow his lead. We went outside the pantry and went next to the woman. When she noticed us, she was about to scream when Victor hit her in the head. Her skin split open. A few seconds later, she was about to scream again when Victor hit her again and again and again until she died, blood covering half her face. Me and Victor ran to escape, not caring about being quiet anymore. When we got to the garage door, it was locked. Damn it, said Victor. We ran to the dining room. Victor told me, break the window. I took a chair and started hitting the window. It broke, and I thought it was all over until I heard the man's footsteps running up the basement. Victor whispered, "I'll get him, just stay there." As he hid behind the door, the man came with a machete. He lunged at me, but Victor reacted quickly and hit him in the back of his head. He fell on the broken pieces of glass in the window. When he pulled himself up, he collapsed almost instantly. He was dead. Victor said, "Let's go and get the guy downstairs." And I nodded. We ran down in the basement and saw sheeted hospital curtains and hospital beds. On one of them had lots of blood and Belilton restraints. I guess the man earlier managed to squeeze through. We saw 2 large dog cages. One was empty while the other had the other man. He had long, strained hair and an average body build. He had his mouth covered in silver duct tape, and his hands were also taped together. He looked at us with fearful, pleading eyes. "We're here to rescue you," I said. I noticed the lock on the cage. The man pointed at his pocket and upstairs. Victor ran upstairs and came down with the keys. Apparently they were in the husband's pocket. When we freed him and cut all the duct tape with scissors, Victor said, "If you call the police, we were never here all right." The man thought for a moment. He would have to take the blame for 2 kills, but it was self-defense, right? The man said, "I think it's best if I just leave." Me and Victor nodded. We went back to the upstairs, and the keys could also open the front door. When we left, the man thanked us and ran while me and Victor took our car that was a couple blocks away and drove home. We turned on the news, but we knew it would be a while before anyone found them. Suddenly, the newsman said, "Today marks the 1-year anniversary of Luna's kidnapping." They show a picture of a young girl. Then the newsman said, "This is a video from her parents, Jason and Mariah." They show the 2 people, the same people that owned the house we were just in and killed them. In the video, the 2 said, "Whoever took her, if you're seeing this, please give us our daughter. She's all we want. We'll give you anything." Then the newsman said, "Here's pictures of the 2 suspects. They show the guy we saw the woman kill in the kitchen and the man we just freed," the newsman said. "They're both registered sex offenders. If you see them, report to the police immediately." Victor nearly threw up. "What have we done?" I shouted. "What the hell have we done?" My grandma used to tell me scary stories when I was little. There's one I'll never forget. I was 10 years old when Grandma came to live with us. It was about 6 months after Granddad passed away, and I guess, looking back, she must have been lonely in that big house of theirs, rattling around with only the grief and memories for company. So, despite a few protests from Mum, my parents took her in. There were no protests from me, none at all. Grandma was loud and fun, and I loved her. She had an almost limitless supply of boiled sweets, and she'd always slip me a couple whenever she saw me. She was always the first to stick up for me when I got in trouble too. But it was her stories I loved best. Grandma had all kinds of stories. Stories about growing up during what happened too, and stories about the things she'd get up to with her friends on the South Coast after her family had been evacuated. Sad stories, funny stories, adventure stories. But it was her scary stories that were my favorite. Grandma had lots of scary stories. She told me she dabbled in the occult when she was a teenager, trying out Ouija boards with her friends, tarot cards, fortune-telling, all that stuff. Most of the stories I'd laugh off or forget about not long after she was done telling them. But there were a couple that really did spook me a bit. I was only 10 at the time, you have to understand, and Grandma certainly knew how to bring the stories to life. She'd shut off the lights in my room so only the glow of the night sky shone through the curtains, and she'd shuffle in real close. Close enough so I could see the wrinkles on her face and smell the boiled sweets on her breath. Close enough so her deep blue eyes could stare straight into mine. She must have given me nightmares with a few of those tales, but now, years later, there's only one that I can still remember. Only one that stuck with me. The story about the shower and Mr. Longfingers. Grandma told me about Mr. Longfingers one night after I asked about her baths. Grandma used to love her baths. She'd spend ages in them, light candles and incense, and lie in the tub humming to herself until the water turned cold. It drove my mom crazy. But when I asked her why she loved them so much, She said it was the only place she could relax. It was the only place that was safe for her to relax. You know, people like me who are, well, more sensitive to certain things, we have to have baths, she told me seriously one night, shuffling closer on the bed. I couldn't possibly spend that long in the shower. It'd be far too risky. Grandma stared at me with those blue eyes of hers, unsmiling, and I knew it was time for one of her stories, one of the scary ones. I shivered with pleasure and pulled the covers up to my chin. Why is it risky, Grandma? She half turned to look out the window, watching me from the corner of her eye, pausing for effect. I waited, feeling my heart rate pick up ever so slightly in my chest. Well, she said after a moment, it's only risky if you close your eyes, of course. If you close your eyes for longer than 10 seconds. What do you mean? Why? Well, do you ever play that game in the playground with your friends? The one where someone turns their back and the others sneak up on them when they're not looking? I nodded and Grandma nodded back. Exactly. So that's what it's like in the shower, when you have your eyes closed. That's what it's like with Mr. Longfingers. A cold itch tickled back. Who's Mr. Longfingers, Grandma? She let out a deep breath, as if she wished she hadn't said anything. Turned her head back to face mine. When she next spoke, she'd lowered her voice. No one knows exactly, Grandma whispered. Some think it's a creature that's attracted to the heat and smell we give off in there. Others think it's a demon that finds a way into our realm through the dense steam clouds. No one can say for sure, because the only ones who have actually seen Mr. Longfingers aren't ever going to be able to tell you. I pulled in a breath. Why not? Grandma shuffled closer along the bed and leaned towards me, leaving my question hanging in the air. Don't you worry about it, sweetheart. Don't worry your pretty head. As long as you remember the rules, you'll be fine. What rules? Well, when you're in the shower, you try not to close your eyes for too long. 5 seconds is fine, and 10 is just about okay too, but any longer than that. Yeah? Then what? Well, any longer than that, and you may just start to feel something in the room with you, something watching. And if you ever go longer than 15 seconds, that's when you might start to hear a noise too. Hear what? The soft tap, tap, tap of fingers on glass. Fingers drumming against the glass door of the shower. If you do ever hear that noise, God forbid, will you make me a promise? What, Grandma? Promise me you'll never open your eyes. I barely slept that night, hardly at all. I'd close my eyes and try to relax, but every time I did, I'd imagine a face pressed against my bedroom window, staring in at me. And when I did finally get to sleep, I had nightmares, bad ones. I had them all week, in fact. Dreams about disembodied eyes watching me in the dark and long fingers reaching out to touch my exposed skin. It wasn't any better when I was awake either, not really. The shower was the worst. That's when Grandma's story really got to me. I'd never thought about it before, but suddenly I had trouble shutting my eyes in there. I'd be standing beneath the beating water, shampoo running down my face, and as soon as I squinted my eyelids closed, I'd hear Grandma's words running through my head. 5 seconds is fine, and 10 is just about okay too, but any longer than that? I'd rub my hair fast, feeling the shampoo dripping off my chin, and as soon as I'd counted past 5 seconds, I'd feel it. A sort of pressure. Not a feeling of being watched exactly, but something close to that. I'd run my fingers faster and faster through my hair, frantically trying to get the suds out, and the ruddy blackness behind my closed eyes, coupled with the rush of water in my ears, would feel like a held breath, like the silence before a scream. The seconds would race through my mind, and I'd be so desperate to open my eyes again that I'd sometimes do it before my hair was rinsed fully clean, and my eyes would sting with shampoo. But before I shut them again, I'd always be sure to peer out through the steamed glass door of the shower cubicle, just to make sure I was still alone. It wasn't long before Mum realized something was up. She heard me crying out in my sleep one night and came in to comfort me, asked me what the matter was, and it all came out. I told her about Grandma's stories and about Mr. Longfingers. She got this look on her face when I was telling her like she used to get with me, when I'd made her really mad, this wide-eyed, angry look. Only this time, she wasn't angry with me. She was angry with Grandma. My parents' room was next to mine, and sometimes, if I pressed my ear against the wall, I could hear them talking in there, soft whispers. That night, though, after Mum was satisfied I wasn't scared anymore, and she'd gone back to her room, the whispers weren't soft at all. Oh no. I heard Mum hissing to Dad about Grandma, about the story she'd told me. Mum's voice floated through the wall, sharp and crisp. "You know what your fucking mother said to him now, don't you, Simon?" Dad's response was an unintelligible mutter. "She's told him there's a monster that'll get him if he shuts his eyes in the shower." A monster. The poor kid's been having nightmares about it all week. Seriously, Simon, you'd better say something to her tomorrow morning, first thing, or I will. Grandma came to visit me in my room the following night. That time, as she perched on the end of my bed, there were no stories. Nothing like that. Grandma just sat there and stared down at me, her blue eyes wide and sad. The light from the moon outside my window lit up her wrinkled face. "You know I'd never let anything bad happen to you, don't you?" she said after a moment. I nodded my head. "I know, Grandma." "You know I wouldn't let you come to any harm?" I nodded again. "Okay, good, that's good." She looked away from me for a moment, out the window. "You know, the things I tell you in the evening are meant to help you, sweetheart. They're meant to toughen you up a bit, protect you." She paused and shook her head. "But maybe your mum's right. Maybe I went too far this time." She looked down at me and smiled. But even then, even though I was only 10 years old, I could tell it didn't quite reach her eyes. "I'll tell you what," Grandma said. "You know what I told you about Mr. Longfingers in the shower? Well, I'm going to make sure you're safe. I'll scare the bastard off. How about that? It won't come back in a hurry if it has to face me." I stared up at Grandma, watching her face glow in the moonlight, watching her smile down at me. I nodded my head once. I was the one who found her. I don't know when exactly it happened, but I'd guess it was about a week after we had that talk in my room. A week after, she told me she wouldn't let me come to any harm. I woke early that morning from a bad dream to a heavy thumping sound. I sat bolt upright in bed. My room was quiet around me, and I couldn't hear anything from the wall that joined my parents' room either. But the house wasn't entirely silent. Floating down the hall, muffled by my closed door, I could hear the sound of rushing water. The noise of the shower. I leapt out of bed and ran down the upstairs hallway, heart already pounding in my chest. As soon as I reached the closed bathroom door, I started banging on it. A deep terror was welling up inside me like cold water from a well, something I couldn't place, and I kept banging and shouting, "Grandma!" over and over again, even though she didn't respond. Off to my right, I was dimly aware of voices from my parents' room, the sleepy shuffle of footsteps, but before they had a chance to make it out onto the landing, I'd lifted my hand to test out the door handle, more out of instinct than because I thought it might actually open. But the door wasn't locked. I kept banging with my free hand, and it swung suddenly inwards, bringing me face to face with a wall of steam. Heat struck my skin. I squinted my eyes against the damp fog and peered into the bathroom. And before Dad pushed me to one side, before everything around me descended into shouting and tears and chaos, I saw her. I saw Grandma. She was lying naked on the floor in the shower cubicle, the water beating down around her, blue eyes bulging from her face. One hand was curled against her chest, like a dead bird, while the other trailed against the glass of the shower cubicle, the flailing finger marks she'd carved through the steam still clear and fresh. It was a heart attack that killed her. That's what my dad told me. He said Grandma was old and the thing had struck her quickly and suddenly. She would have died fast and without pain, Dad said. She wouldn't have suffered. I knew better, though. Even as a 10-year-old kid, I knew better. And years later, writing this as an adult, I still know better. I also know my wife and kids resent me for refusing to have a shower in the house, for insisting everyone take baths. They pretend it's okay and they humor me, but I can tell they don't really understand it. Not at all. My wife thinks she does. She thinks I still carry the trauma of seeing my grandmother dying in front of me when I was little. I guess she's right, in a way. But she doesn't know the full truth. Nobody does. And no one would believe me even if I told them. No one would believe me if I said the reason I don't take showers, the reason I haven't had one since I was 10 years old, isn't because I'm scarred from the sight of a dead body. It's because all those years ago, when I crept back into the still hot bathroom after the paramedics had taken Grandma's body downstairs, I made sure to check the marks her fingers had carved through the steamed glass of the shower cubicle. The neighbors next door are weird. Saturday morning came too fast. The kids were coming over for the weekend, something I'd been looking forward to for weeks, but mentally not prepared for. Seeing my ex-wife, Sarah, again always stirred something complicated inside me. I had barely finished setting up the house to look like I had my act together when her car pulled up to the curb. I stepped out, plastering a smile on my face. The kids, Evan and Lily, were already bouncing out of the car, running toward me with the kind of enthusiasm I'd missed. I knelt, scooping them both into a hug, feeling the familiar warmth of their small arms wrapped around me. For a moment, everything felt right. Sarah, on the other hand, barely looked at me as she stepped out of the car, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. She looked good, better than she had during the final months of the marriage, and that stung more than I wanted to admit. "You'll pick them up Sunday night?" I asked, still smiling, though the tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. "Yeah, me and Todd," she replied, not meeting my eyes. 7 o'clock. There was a pause, one of those awkward silences that had become so common between us. "Todd, huh? We haven't been divorced more than 4 months, and she's already bringing that homewrecker around our kids." Before I could say something I would regret, Evan tugged on my hand, excitedly telling me about some project he'd done at school. Sarah barely acknowledged his excitement. She was already back at the car, checking her phone. It was like I wasn't even there. "Say goodbye to your mom," I urged the kids. They ran back to give her quick hugs before returning to me. "Bye," Sarah said quietly, a hint of frustration creeping into her voice. She got back in the car, and before I could respond, she was already driving away. The smile dropped from my face. "Well, that went great," I muttered under my breath. It didn't take long before the kids were running through the house, exploring their new rooms, and I was starting to feel like maybe this weekend would be a good distraction. I had just set out snacks in the kitchen when there was a knock at the door. Greg stood on the porch, his 2 sons in tow. "Hey man, thought I'd come by and introduce these guys to your kids. We would love to have you over at our place. Football, burgers, pool. You should bring them over." His kids, both boys around Evan's age, grinned and waved. Evan peeked around the corner, his eyes lighting up at the mention of the pool. "Dad, can we?" I glanced down at Lily, who was practically running out the door at the mention of swimming. "Sure, why not?" As we all headed over to Greg's place, I couldn't help but wonder if this was what normalcy felt like. The warmth of the sun on my back, the sound of kids laughing, the smell of burgers on the grill. It all felt so easy, so simple. For a while, I could almost forget about the strange nights and the unsettling feeling that clung to my new house like a shadow. Of course, I couldn't forget for long. We sat by the pool while the kids splashed around laughing and playing. Greg handed me a beer, settling into the lounge chair beside me. The football game played in the background, though neither of us was really paying attention. "So, how's it going?" Greg asked, cracking open his own drink. "Settling in all right?" "Yeah," I said, nodding. "The neighborhood's great. Quiet, friendly, mostly." Greg raised an eyebrow. "Mostly?" I hesitated. I don't know. Probably nothing. It's just the house next door." Greg chuckled. "Oh, the weirdos? Yeah, everyone asks about them at some point. They've always been like that. Like I said at the barbecue, they barely come outside, never talk to anyone. Honestly, I forget they're even there half the time. You should too." I frowned. Have you ever heard anything strange from over there at night? Greg gave me a sideways glance. Strange how? Like talking, but not like normal talking. More like, I don't know. It's hard to describe. Weird voices, almost like they're chanting or something. Greg took a swig of his beer, looking nonplussed. Chanting, huh? Nah, can't say I've ever heard that. Before I could brush it off, a voice came from behind us. You heard them talking? It was Marina, Greg's wife. She stepped out from the kitchen, a curious look on her face as she dried her hands with a towel. What did it sound like? Greg groaned softly. Marina, please. I froze. At the barbecue, she'd brushed off the whole conversation about the neighbors, hadn't she? I remember her laughing it off, making some joke about how they were probably just eccentric recluses. And so why was she suddenly so interested? No, I want to hear this, she said, ignoring Greg and sitting down beside me. Her eyes were wide, and there was an intensity there that I hadn't noticed before. Tell me exactly what you heard. I shifted uncomfortably. I don't know. It was just voices late at night. But they didn't sound like any language I've ever heard. It was rhythmic, kind of unsettling. Greg sighed, shaking his head. Here we go. Greg, don't brush it off, Marina said, swatting him on the arm. She turned back to me. The people next door aren't normal. I've always said there's something wrong with them, but no one listens to me. Greg rolled his eyes. She thinks they're part of some underground cult or something. Marina narrowed her eyes at him. You joke, but there are things that happen in this world that people like you don't pay attention to. The government hides things, covers up things, and sometimes they use neighborhoods like ours to do it. I chuckled nervously. Like what? Greg snorted. Trust me, man. You don't want to go down this rabbit hole. Next thing you know, she'll be telling you how the government's run by reptilians and they're using mind controls on us. Marina ignored him, leaning in closer. Don't let him scare you off. What you heard, it's real. I've done my research. People like them. They don't just live next door for no reason. There are forces out there, things we don't understand, and those people... She nodded toward the house. They're connected to something. Greg stood up, shaking his head. All right, let's not freak the new guy out on his first weekend here. He's here to relax, not listen to conspiracy theories. As Greg walked away, Marina caught my gaze again, her expression serious. Just be careful. You keep hearing those voices. You come talk to me. There's more going on than you think. I nodded, trying to laugh it off, but as the kids laughed and played in the pool, and the sun dipped lower in the sky, I couldn't shake the weight of her words. Something was going on next door, and maybe Marina wasn't as crazy as Greg made her seem. The evening stretched longer than expected, the sun dipping low, casting a golden hue over the yard. The kids' laughter echoed through Greg's backyard as they splashed around in the pool, not a care in the world. Eventually, the time came to head home, and it was well past 8 p.m. by the time we started saying our goodbyes. Evan and Lily dragged their feet as I gathered their things. "Oh, do we have to go already?" Evan whined, his lower lip sticking out in the way that always made me cave in the past. "Yeah, Dad, can't we stay a little longer?" Lily chimed in, her eyes wide with that same innocent look. Greg's boys mirrored their disappointment, shoulders slumped. Greg clapped me on the back, laughing. "You know, you're welcome over any time. These kids seem to be getting along like gangbusters." Yeah, we'll plan something soon," I said, smiling despite the strange tension that had been tugging at me all evening. Marina gave me a pointed look, her earlier words about the neighbors still echoing in my head. "Really, any time," she added, though her gaze was more serious, almost like a warning. I nodded. "Definitely. We'll do this again." As we headed back down the street, the warm glow of Greg's house faded behind us, and an eerie stillness settled over the neighborhood. The familiar, unsettling feeling crept back in, tightening around my chest as we approached our house. The street was quiet, the sound of our footsteps the only thing breaking the silence. I held onto Evan and Lily's hands a little tighter. "Dad, why are you squeezing my hand?" Evan asked, his voice curious but light. "Just keeping you close," I said, forcing a smile. Ahead, our house loomed, darker than I remembered, and there, next door, the same house that had been nagging at the back of my mind stood in its usual eerie silence. As we neared the driveway, something stopped me cold. The voices. That same low murmuring sound. Not loud, but enough to set every hair on my neck standing on end. It was coming from next door again, that strange rhythmic pattern I couldn't place. Except this time, it wasn't muffled. It was clearer, like it was just on the other side of their door. My heart started pounding, and a cold sweat broke out on my forehead. "Kids, go inside, right now." "Why?" Lily asked, looking up at me with confusion. I fumbled, glancing toward the house next door as I tightened my grip on their hands. "Whoever gets inside first gets ice cream," I blurted out. That got them moving. Evan and Lily giggled, breaking into a run toward the front door, the promise of ice cream spurring them on. I barely registered their laughter as they raced up the porch steps. My eyes were glued to the neighbor's house. The curtain in one of the windows, just a sliver of it, was pulled back. I don't know why it drew me in. Maybe it was the fact that for once, there was some sign of life, some proof that someone lived there. The sight of that tiny gap in the curtain felt like an invitation I didn't want. I stood frozen in the driveway, my eyes fixed on that window. The light inside was dim, casting odd shadows that flickered as if something was moving inside. My breath hitched, my heart pounding in my chest. It was just a crack, a small opening, but through it, I could make out something or someone watching me. A figure? No, not quite. The shadows behind the curtain shifted. It was hard to make sense of it, but there was a shape, a silhouette, maybe? It didn't move like a person. It swayed, fluid, unnaturally, like it wasn't constrained by joints or bones. I blinked, my pulse hammering in my ears, trying to convince myself I was just seeing things. Then it moved closer to the window. I felt rooted in place, unable to tear my eyes away. The curtain twitched just slightly, like someone was peeking out. But what I saw next wasn't right. The silhouette leaned forward, pushing against the fabric. And for a moment, I thought I'd see a face. Instead, what pressed up against the curtain wasn't a face at all. It was flesh, soft, malleable, too smooth. It stretched unnaturally, as if something was trying to force its way out but didn't know how. I could make out the faint outline of a mouth. No, not a mouth. Something more grotesque. A mass of something that shouldn't be, pushing and pulling as though the body behind the curtain was trying to reshape itself. The murmur of voices grew louder, not from outside, but from within the house next door. The cadence was wrong, inhuman, overlapping in a way that made my skin crawl. My chest tightened, a wave of nausea washing over me. I wanted to move. I needed to move. I stood there, transfixed, watching as the shape behind the curtain shifted again. Then it stopped. The curtain snapped shut, cutting off the view, and with it, the voices went silent. I stumbled back, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. My hand fumbled for the door handle behind me, but my fingers were shaking too hard to get a grip. I half expected the window to swing open, for whatever was inside to come crawling out after me. Finally, I yanked the door open, rushing inside and slamming it behind me. The kids were already in the kitchen, giggling about the ice cream they were expecting, oblivious to the knot of dread that had formed in the pit of my stomach. I leaned against the door, trying to catch my breath. The image of that fleshy, shifting mass still burned into my mind. Whatever was in that house, it wasn't human, not entirely. And it was watching us. The old water house. Over the health, there was an ancient, crumbling water house where the entire estate's water system was managed. Believe me, we thought it was a miracle how anything that old and manky could keep and pump out any water, but it did. It was made with bricks, with a black slate roof and iron doors, although at the time of this incident, it was just a shadow of its former self and didn't have any doors. The windows were all smashed in by generations of kids throwing rocks and stones at them. It was there where my mama and her siblings were kids played over the heath, and they all told us it. Spooked them and their mates as it did us. It was a really hot day one summer in the school holidays. The older boys were at home for some reason, and all the younger cousins, me included, were being little brats, so the boys said they would take us all blackberry picking to keep us quiet. Mama agreed gratefully. The boys were really responsible and mature at 16, 17, and 18. They babysat for us younger kids all the time, so we all knew the rules of staying close to the boys and doing what they told us. And so, a half hour later, everyone had their fruit buckets, and we were off. There were 5 of us younger kids. We were all really excited as blackberry picking was a great family favorite activity, and our Grand's blackberry pies were the best. Grand's house led directly onto the back of the heath. There was a fence with a gap at the end. One of my older cousins passed me through to the other, then lifted my tiny wheelchair over the fence. The other kids were through in seconds, and we were away again. On our way to our destination, the older boys told us spooky stories, as they always did, half because they liked scaring us, and a half because we all used to beg them to. There was nothing more terrifying than a story from my cousins H or B. They were masters and so believable. We loved it. We all stopped talking when we came to the waterhouse. Nobody ever dared to speak around or near the waterhouse, not even the older boys. For something so mundane, it always looked, and still does, so eerie. There was a second fence to get through before we reached our beloved blackberry field, but this time as we squeezed through the gap of the fence, we were all more somber as we remembered the old wife's tale, urban legend that we all knew about the waterhouse. The story goes, once in the early 1960s, there was a gang of bank robbers. They were local to the area and were really nasty pieces of work. Their expertise was terrorizing bank customers and staff alike before grabbing and shooting anything that moved. They did several jobs without getting caught, but they really messed up a particular job, and a sweet 19-year-old trainee bank clerk was shot dead and 5 more people were seriously injured. One of the gang was also shot dead, along with the nastiest member of the gang being seriously wounded in the crossfire. It is said that the remaining gang members escaped with just a few hundred and made their way over to the heath and hid out in the waterhouse. It was newish at that time and was a perfect hideaway for the murderers. There was a lot of contention and stress between the remaining gang, months, although it was never proven how. The bodies of all 3 of the remaining gang members were discovered rotting away in the waterhouse 6 months later. A few years after the weird stuff and creepy noises started occurring near and around the waterhouse. Mysterious, hairy figures were glimpsed moving stealthily amongst the pipes and wires. A dank, moldy, rotten smell like aging river weeds was always smelt around the area of the waterhouse, and eerie wails and menacing murmurs could be heard day and night. In the late 70s, there was a spate of mysterious deaths of homeless people who would shelter over the heath not too far from the waterhouse. There was nothing to ever link the deaths to the waterhouse, but the locals soon started giving the waterhouse and surrounding area a wide berth because of the creepy history and dark reputation, and that left the waterhouse abandoned and in disrepair. That's what we knew of the waterhouse's dark history. That is why we were so wary and anxious to get away from it as quickly as possible. When we were all through the gap in the fence further away from the waterhouse, U.S. younger cousins built up enough courage to glance over at the building of ill repute before being rounded up by the older boys. They put me in my wheelchair again, and we set off to the blackberry field. We soon arrived at the field, where some other local kids we knew were already there, and we spent a nice afternoon picking and eating the juicy sweet blackberries and splashing in the river, and soon the sun was getting low, and it was time for home. Our journey home was much like the one there. We were still bantering, laughing, and the older boys were still winding us up slightly, but being as it was getting later, we were feeling wearier and slightly subdued. When we reached the fence before the waterhouse, the air felt slightly too close, like before a thunderstorm. The youngest of the three older boys got me out of my wheelchair so that B could lift it over the fence. The other kids were already on the other side of the fence with H and B. A suddenly said to his brother in a low, guarded voice. Something moved at the back of their bruv. B just looked at him sideways. Out of the boys, A was the most likely one to pull a stunt or wind anyone up for a laugh, but A was straight-faced. I said, "I'm going to have a look," passing me through to B and squeezing past us all. "Wait up, we've got..." Having put me in my wheelchair, B had moved forward towards his brother when we all heard A shriek out in horror and disgust, and the two boys moved back quickly. H, having already taken me out of my wheelchair again, had told everyone to run. And we did, B picking up my tiny wheelchair, folding it up while running, A grabbing the other two kids' hands and following B and H, running with me on his shoulders, holding my other cousin's hands. We ran and ran. A kept saying, "Don't look back, don't look back." I did, but saw nothing. We didn't stop till we got to the fence which leads back to the road on the estate, and we could actually see civilization again. We were all completely exhausted, especially the older boys. Before we slipped through the fence to the road, B, holding himself up by the railings, asked, "What did you see, A?" "Yellow eyes, hairy face." All of us younger kids began to panic and scream, and H had to calm us all down. He said that we were safe and it would be all right, but we all wanted to get as far away from the waterhouse as possible. When we got home, we all looked bedraggled and slightly nervy. Mama and my auntie noticed this and asked the boys what was wrong. H just said that we just got spooked by an old drunk man in the bushes looking for golf balls to sell, and as that was quite commonplace over the heath, Mama and my auntie just gave us kids a pep talk and hugged us. We never did tell my mama or my auntie the truth about the yellow eyes and hairy face, or find out what it actually was, but us kids didn't go near the waterhouse for a long time after. Cockroaches. What will they think of me, I asked myself, thinking of my sister and my friends as I navigated the foggy roads of Polo Moloch. The air was thick, and I could barely see the surroundings. All I had was the dim glow of my car's weak fog lights, a sketchy map, and the remnants of a risky deal. A leap of faith, I thought. But isn't that what life had always been? My lower eyelid had been twitching for weeks. According to an article I'd read online, it was either stress or caffeine. Since I wasn't big on caffeine, it was probably the former. I couldn't even blame myself for my situation. The past few months had been a blur of sleepless nights, kitchen fights, screaming, and endless blaming. All of it had snowballed into lawyers, paperwork, and, eventually, the inevitable divorce. "We're going to be okay. You can do this, Elisa." I took a deep breath, exhaling shakily. This is the fresh start we need. A blank slate, away from the tragedy of my failed marriage, away from the shadow of my sister's success. No, I corrected myself. I'll make a name for myself. With my small business, my human hair wig venture, I vowed to succeed. "Where are we going, Mother?" Melissa's voice broke my thoughts, her tone heavy with boredom from the long drive. "Our new home, sweetheart," I replied, trying to sound cheerful, even though I wasn't entirely convinced myself. As the house came into view, it loomed gray and lifeless against the backdrop of smaller, shabbier homes. Even through the fog, the building's size was imposing. Its dingy gray picket fence added to its unsettling presence. Asterisk, asterisk. It needs some work, sure, but it's big enough for us, and impressive enough for my friends, I thought as I pulled up to the curb. I parked the car and turned to Melissa, who had dozed off during the drive. "Mel, we're here," I said softly. She groaned in protest, clearly exhausted. "Fine," I sighed, rolling my eyes. "I'll handle everything for now." The ground squelched beneath my feet as I approached a small, disheveled old woman standing in a mud puddle. "Are you Miss Malik?" I asked, fighting the unease building in my chest. "Why, yes, I am. she replied, revealing a grin that showed rotting teeth. You're the new owner then? Hey, that's right, I confirmed, offering a strained smile. Well, not anymore, she cackled, slapping her thigh. Her body odor hit me like a wave. I forced a laugh. I believe we're here because of our agreement, I said, reminding her. Oh yes, since the paperwork is done, I'll be moving out shortly. She gestured to two large, worn boxes near the front door. There's a store nearby if you need to grab something. Don't want to let your daughter go hungry, do you? Then her tone shifted. Can I have some of your hair? My stomach flipped. What? I guess I'll just wait for your daughter, she said cryptically, her thin lips curving into an unsettling smile before she shuffled off toward her boxes. A chill ran down my spine. What an odd woman, I thought, watching her leave at a speed that seemed too fast for her frail appearance. Doubts about her ownership of the house swirled in my mind, but the paperwork had been verified. Everything's legal. There's no reason to worry. After barely 5 minutes, she messaged me to say she had already left. No chance to grab anything from the store. The house felt strange. As we stepped into the yard, the sparse, dying vegetation and mud puddles made it look more like a wasteland. The front door creaked open, revealing a vast, cold, and dimly lit corridor. I flicked on the light switch, only to see two grotesque skeletons hanging from the ceiling, locked in an eternal embrace. Their hands had been fitted with light bulbs, casting an eerie glow. Mom, are those mud prints? Melissa crouched, pointing to the floor. I followed the trail of muddy footprints leading to the bathroom. That woman must have used the bathroom before leaving, I thought irritably as I grabbed a rag to wipe the floor. Mel, go unpack our things from the car and get your room ready, I called out. She groaned, but obliged. That exhaustion hit me like a freight train when I finally lay down on the bed. I barely had time to close my eyes before I slipped into a deep, dreamless sleep. I woke suddenly to the sound of metal crashing on the floor. My heart raced as I strained to listen. Footsteps, whispers. Melissa, I whispered, my body rigid with fear. My phone was useless, no signal. Then I heard it again, muffled footsteps, this time faster, heading toward Melissa's room. Panic surged through me as I grabbed the nearest object, a lamp, and bolted for her door. Melissa! I threw open the door, and in the darkness, I saw a figure standing beside her bed. But as I moved closer, it vanished into thin air. The air grew thick and putrid. Asterisk, asterisk, rotting flesh. My stomach lurched, bile rising in my throat. Melissa, are you okay? I flipped the light switch. She pointed at her belly. I rushed over and lifted her shirt, revealing a massive, throbbing, pimple-like swelling. My heart stopped as it wriggled beneath her skin. What is that? I thought, horrified, when suddenly a cockroach erupted from the swollen lump, followed by hundreds more. They poured out of her belly, leaving a gaping, bleeding hole. Her organs pulsed inside the wound as blood pooled around her. Help me, she whimpered, before collapsing in a heap. A scream tore from my throat. Then I woke, cold, sweaty, and shaking. Just a nightmare, I told myself, trying to calm my racing heart. Just a nightmare. For a moment I lay in bed, heart hammering in my chest, the memory of the nightmare still fresh. But there was no time to linger. I had orders to fulfill, 2 wigs to complete this week. My new wig-making business, my fresh start, couldn't wait. After watching a video online about a man who made millions selling human hair wigs, I'd thrown myself into the industry, using part of my alimony to get started. This one would work. I could feel it. I'd already received 2 orders this week. The future was promising. I sat down at my workstation, but just as I started weaving the strands together, I realized something. I'm out of human hair. Melissa, I called out, hoping she was nearby. Can you help Mommy, please? Check the boxes for any spare hair. There's nothing in here, she replied after rummaging through the supplies. Hours passed as I searched through the house, desperate for any solution. Finally, I slumped in defeat. I can't fill these orders without hair. What am I going to do? My gaze drifted toward the dresser mirror. I stood, staring at my reflection, my long hair cascading down my shoulders. It's not enough, but it's something, I thought, a strange energy surging within me. Without hesitating, I grabbed a pair of scissors and began cutting away my own hair, the sharp sound of the blades snipping through the strands, filling the quiet house. It wasn't much, but it was something. This will have to do. Hours passed as I worked on the wigs, pushing through the exhaustion that tugged at my body. Just as I finished one of the wigs, a sharp, stabbing pain ripped through my stomach. The agony was so intense that I fell to the floor, gasping for air, clutching my belly. The pain subsided as quickly as it had come, but I remained on the cold floor, trembling, disoriented. I forced myself into a chair, still clutching my stomach. What was that? A faint, manic laugh echoed through the house. My breath hitched. Who's there? I scanned the room, my mind racing. I must be sick. My thoughts were muddled, but I had no time to dwell. I picked up the phone and scheduled a doctor's appointment for later that day. After explaining the situation to Melissa, I drove to the clinic, the pain still nagging at me. The doctor ran several tests, blood work, ultrasounds, stool samples, but when it was over, she shook her head. "Your tests are normal," she said, as she wiped the ultrasound gel from my stomach. "There's nothing abnormal in your results." "Are you sure?" I asked, my voice trembling with frustration. Earlier, I felt like I was dying. "I can't give you a diagnosis unless something comes back in the tests," she said, a frown pulling at her lips. "I'll prescribe mild painkillers for now." I left the clinic feeling defeated, the sense of unease gnawing at the edges of my mind. Something's wrong. I know it. That night, over a quiet dinner, Melissa brought up the subject again. "My friend says our house is cursed." I rolled my eyes. "Not this again." "The last person who owned this house went insane," she continued, her voice low. "They say the old owner is a Mamba Barang." "Nonsense," I snapped. "People around here believe in all kinds of superstitions. This house was a bargain because it's old. That's all." Melissa stared at her plate, clearly unconvinced. The air between us felt thick with tension, but I didn't press the issue. I had enough to worry about without indulging these ridiculous local myths. The next afternoon, our visitors arrived, my friends. As they stepped into the living room, I could feel the weight of their judgment in the air, their eyes darting over the house, the mismatched furniture, the faint smell of mildew. Brittany, with her perfect hair and designer clothes, was the first to speak. "What about you, Elisa? Any exciting news?" I straightened my back, plastering on a confident smile. "Well, I've started a new business. I'm making human hair wigs." "Oh." Brittany's voice trailed off, and the polite smile on her lips barely concealed her disinterest. "It's a lucrative small business," I added, forcing enthusiasm into my voice. "I already have a few orders." There was an awkward pause. Taylor, always the blunt one, leaned forward and tapped her manicured nails on the table. "Elisa, darling, is it just me, or is there noise coming from your walls?" The room went still. My heart sank as I saw Taylor glance around with barely disguised amusement, knocking on the walls, producing a hollow sound. Cheap construction, I'm sure. Varmints probably live between these walls. My nerves prickled beneath my skin. I could feel their judgment like 1,000 tiny cuts, sharp and insidious. "The house is vintage," I said, trying to hold on to my composure. "A little wear and tear is expected." Suddenly, the front door flew open with a loud bang, and everyone jumped. Melissa stood in the doorway, pale and frantic, with a tall, lanky man behind her, a stranger. "Mom, you need to listen," she cried. "We need help." "Who is this?" I demanded, my voice trembling. "This is Mr. Aguila. He's an albulario. He can help us." Melissa's voice was high-pitched, pleading. The man stepped forward, spreading his arms wide. "The old woman who owned this house is a Mamba Barang. You must leave immediately. or she will complete her ritual and take your lives." He threw a handful of something, salt, in our direction. My friends recoiled, disgusted. "What's that smell?" Taylor gasped, covering her nose. Brittany scratched her arms, her face twisted in discomfort. "We're leaving," she announced, her voice icy. "I can't stand this place anymore." Taylor shot me a cold look. "We've been honest with you, Elisa. We don't want to associate with someone, well, someone like you. Not anymore." Her words hit like a slap. "Now that you're not with Derek, you don't fit in our circle." They grabbed their bags and left without another word, their heels clicking against the floor as they walked out the door and into their expensive cars. I stood there, shaking, tears stinging my eyes. What just happened? I stood frozen at the door, watching my so-called friends drive away, their expensive cars disappearing into the night. The reality of my situation hit me hard. I'm alone. The tears welled up, but my body was too numb to let them fall. Then I felt a gentle hand on my shoulder. "Mom, I'm so sorry," Melissa whispered, her voice shaking with regret. She tried to comfort me, but something inside me snapped. Rage surged through me like a tidal wave, drowning any sense of reason. This is all her fault. My vision tunneled as I spun around, gripping Melissa by the wrist. "Get out!" I screamed at her and the albulario, my voice cracking. "You humiliated me in front of everyone. You've crossed the line." The old man raised his hands, trying to speak, but I wouldn't let him. "I don't want to hear any more of this nonsense about curses and witches. Get out of my house," I roared. Melissa's eyes brimmed with tears as she flinched from my words, her small frame trembling. "Go to your room," I shouted, dragging her toward her door. "I don't want to see you until you're ready to apologize for everything." I slammed the door behind her and collapsed onto the couch, the weight of my emotions pressing down on me. My heart pounded in my chest, my breaths coming in ragged gasps. I buried my face in my hands, too exhausted to cry, too angry to think clearly. Slowly, the house fell silent around me, the events of the day swirling in my mind like a storm I couldn't escape. At some point, I drifted into a dreamless sleep, the exhaustion finally overtaking me. I woke to a freezing breeze. The door was wide open, and the cold wind howled through the house. I bolted upright, confused and disoriented. How long had I been asleep? Moonlight streamed through the windows, casting long, eerie shadows across the dimly lit hallway. The house felt colder, more oppressive, as I wandered through it, my footsteps echoing in the emptiness. Suddenly, a bone-chilling cackle filled the air, followed by the sound of anguished screams. Melissa. Adrenaline surged through me as I sprinted down the hall toward her room. My mind raced, but nothing could have prepared me for the sight that awaited me on the other side of her door. Melissa lay in bed, her body contorted in a grotesque position, her eyes wild with terror. Her hands clawed at her stomach, where her skin rippled and moved unnaturally. Blood oozed from deep scratches, pooling beneath her. "Mom!" she shrieked, her voice barely human, more animal than girl. "It's inside me! Help!" I rushed to her side, but as I reached for her, she convulsed violently. Her nails tore at her own flesh, ripping through her skin until her belly split open with a sickening squelch. My stomach lurched as hundreds of cockroaches spilled out, pouring from her insides, their tiny bodies writhing over the bed, the floor, and finally, my hands. I screamed, backing away in horror as Melissa's body went limp, her face frozen in a twisted mask of pain and anguish. Her skin turned pale, her body stiffening in death, but the cockroaches kept coming, an endless wave of filth and decay. This isn't real. It can't be real. My mind refused to accept the nightmare unfolding before me. I stumbled backward, nearly slipping on the slick floor. My body shook with uncontrollable sobs as I collapsed against the wall. Then I heard it, the sound of movement from beneath the floorboards. Slow, deliberate footsteps. Something was coming. The vent cover in the bathroom clattered to the floor, the metallic sound echoing through the house. The footsteps quickened, growing louder, heading straight for me. Run! Run! I scrambled to my feet, but before I could take a step, an invisible force slammed into me. I was flung across the room, my body crashing against the wall with a sickening thud. My vision blurred as blood dripped from my head and I struggled to stay conscious. Through the haze, I saw her. Mrs. Malak, the old woman who had sold me the house, stood at the foot of the stairs, her small, hunched frame illuminated by the moonlight. Her disheveled appearance was even more grotesque now, her skin sagging in loose folds, her eyes glowing with malice. She cackled, her rotten teeth clattering in her mouth as she approached me. "Did you think you could escape?" she hissed, her voice like nails on a chalkboard. "This house is mine. You belong to me now." I tried to move, but my body was too weak, my muscles limp from shock and blood loss. Mrs. Malak leaned down, her face inches from mine, her breath hot and foul against my skin. With one gnarled hand, she gripped my jaw, forcing my mouth open. Then, from the pocket of her ragged dress, she pulled out a handful of squirming cockroaches, her crooked fingers pushing them toward my face. "Open wide," she crooned, her voice dripping with malice. "They're hungry." I screamed, but no sound escaped as she forced the cockroaches into my mouth. Their legs scratched against the inside of my cheeks, their bodies writhing down my throat as I gagged, choking on the taste of rot and decay. My vision dimmed, the world fading to black as Mrs. Malak's laughter echoed in my ears. My husband sprints in straight lines. What happens when he can't? What is it about spirits that we fear so much? That they'll harm us? Make us jump? That nobody will believe us? For my husband, it's what they can show us. I don't want to see. It was the first time I'd ever heard him truly terrified. We were new to the area at the time, walking through a local park for the first time. After living at our previous apartment for so long, where the landlord had a strict no pets policy, we were seriously considering getting a dog. I asked about when we would go to a local dog shelter. That's when he said it. I don't want to see. He froze still, too, looking far ahead, past the horizon beyond, even any of the buildings past the park's edge. I tried to meet his eyes, but they stared right through me. I turned to find where his gaze lay, but saw nothing. Turning back, concerned and confused, I tried to get clarification. "You don't want to see the dogs?" "Please," his voice now shaky, begging, "don't make me see." He turned and sprinted in the other direction, in a straight line. As the pathway curved, he did not adjust his route, running straight onto the grass and climbing the fence, despite an open gate standing just 20 feet to the left. I ran after him, of course, even climbing the fence. When your partner makes a break for it like that, as if their life is in danger, you trust them. You assume they saw something that you hadn't spotted. I was too afraid to turn around to see whoever was chasing us. Yet, as I landed the other side of the fencing, he was already down the street. He hadn't helped me up or down, or even waited on the other side. Did he care that little for my safety? Then he collapsed. The hospital staff were not helpful. A brain scan showed no signs of anything abnormal. They seemed to take my word that he didn't do any type of drugs, although I'm sure in their many tests, quite a few of them were for hallucinogenics. "Your husband is perfectly healthy," the nurse told me. "Just make sure he rests well and drinks enough water." Healthy? I looked at her with a scowl. Healthy? You think collapsing to the ground after a manic episode is healthy? "Ma'am, I can only tell you what our tests show. We can prescribe certain medications, but we can't imagine it helping. The odds are that this was a strange, one-off situation. Lack of sleep, lack of water, lack of any basic need can cause this type of behavior." "What do you think, honey?" I asked my husband. "I think we should go home." He didn't seem normal over the next week. He was never quite himself. He would still talk and help me with dinner, but between all those moments, he felt hollow, never smiling or laughing. One moment in particular, we were watching a movie. I don't even remember the name, just some random crap on TV, but I caught myself watching him more than the screen, analyzing every little movement of his face, willing him to do anything that makes him, through all the jokes, watching the corners of his mouth. Unmoving, not even a little bit. What was on his mind? Believe me, I asked him about the day at the park more times than I can count, and that was just on the drive home from the hospital, but he had very little answers for me. He just insisted that he saw something that he didn't want to be shown again. He turned to me. "Sorry," I spoke. "I was just looking at you." I smiled, hoping for him to return the gesture. He was silent. "Why don't you smile anymore?" My own smile faded. "I miss it." His mouth opened, then closed slightly, like he had lost his train of thought. "I don't want to see." No, don't do that to me." Please, I don't want to see." "No, don't you dare, don't." He started to get up. I tried to hold him, but he just backed away. He was staring at the living room door. "Please, don't make me see." He turned and ran. He didn't let the window stop him. He just smashed the glass and climbed outside. As he ran down the street, I heard a tire skidding on the road, as a car had to brake suddenly to avoid hitting him. I saw him run right through the garden across from us and down their side alley, out of my sight. It was like he had to run in a perfectly straight line, escaping by the way the crow flies, like a slight deviation from this path wasn't even conceivable to him. This only got more frequent, with his mental well-being declining. Every time this happened, he came out of the experience more paranoid. I saw it again. He'd tell me, "Please, don't let me see it again." I wanted to help him, but he would never explain to me what he saw. What was he running from? The weeks turned into months. He stopped talking much at all. I knew when he was about to have an episode from the sudden staring at an empty location. His escape was always preceded by a simple "I don't want to see." 2 days ago, we were in the bathroom. It's important to note that our bathroom has no windows. It's in the center of the house, structurally speaking, so they wouldn't be able to lead anywhere. I had just got my husband to brush his teeth after days of him hardly leaving the bedroom, but this was also the longest he had gone without running away for a while. As he finished washing his face, he looked in the mirror, then turned around, staring at the bathroom door. "There's nothing there." I hugged him as I spoke, knowing that it wouldn't stop him. "I don't want to see." He started to cry. Please don't make me see again. I can't see it again." He started backing away into a wall. It was only then that I noticed he had no way out. He would never leave through the door, not if that's where he was staring. Without fail, every time he would run in the exact opposite direction of whatever he was staring at. I tried to take his hand. "Come with me. Let's get out of here." "I can't see it." "I know. You don't have to." My voice was trembling now. I wanted to help him find a place to run. I was afraid of what he might do if he felt trapped. He was silent. He had usually ran by now. "Come on, let's go to the bedroom and you can run." "No." He sounded so determined through his tears. "I can't see." He turned around, punching the wall. He didn't scream or flinch. The shriek echoing through the room was my own. He punched again, harder. I heard his bones crack. "I will not see." Blood marks were left on the wall where he threw his fists. Thump, thump, thump. "Please stop," I cried, wanting my husband back. "Please let me help you." Thump, thump. He started to dent the wall. The paint flaked off in the area he was aiming for, precise with his strikes. I could hardly see any more through the tears in my eyes, but the blurry flurry of red on the wall made me not want to see. As he started to collapse, he continued. Thump. Slower with his knocks now, his body simply unable to keep the same momentum and energy that his mind wanted to exert. I'm about to see. A puddle of blood on the floor soaked into his clothes where he lay. I held him as tight as I could. "Don't let me see," he continued. "I won't. I won't let anything happen to you." I'm not sure he understood me in his state, but I kept repeating it to him as his voice got quieter and quieter. He's in the hospital again now. He still hasn't woken up. I haven't returned home. I'm afraid of what I might see. Maddie and the ghost. When I moved in with Grandma about 5 years ago, I didn't know what to expect. Grandma had been living alone since Grandpa died earlier that year, and when they diagnosed her with dementia when I was a senior in high school, it seemed like a bad omen. Though they had caught it early, the doctors had suggested that living alone would probably only help her condition deteriorate faster. Dementia patients often see their condition slow when they have company. Your mother has lived alone since your father died, and if someone were able to live with her, I think the ability to have someone to talk to would help her immensely. Mom and Dad had looked at each other, not sure what to do about the situation, but seemed to come to a decision pretty quickly. With me looking at college and them unable to afford housing in the dorms, they offered me a compromise: live with my grandma and attend college nearby, or spend some time trying to get scholarships and grants to pay for my own housing. Grandma and I had always been close, and she was delighted to let me stay with her while I attended college. There was no worry that I would sneak boys in or throw parties. I wasn't really someone who did that sort of thing, and they knew that I would be home most evenings studying or resting for the coming day. I moved in at the beginning of the academic year, and that meant I was there for Halloween. Grandma and I had been living pretty harmoniously, only butting heads a few times when I came home late from classes. Grandma liked to be in bed by 9, and she didn't like to be woken up when I came in late. Grandma liked to spend most of her time in bed, watching TV and knitting, but I still came in when I had the chance to talk with her and visit. Some days she knew who I was. Some days she thought I was my mom, but she was never hostile or confused with me. If she called me by my mom's name, I was Claire, and if she called me by my name, then I was Julia. Either way, we talked about our day and about life in general. I learned a lot of family secrets that way, things that she was surprised I didn't remember, and I was glad for this time with her while she was still lucid. So when I came in to find her putting candy in a bowl, I was shocked she was out of bed. She was huffing and puffing, clearly exhausted, and I wondered when she'd had time to buy the candy. She didn't drive, didn't have a car, and I didn't remember buying it. She looked up happily, holding the bowl out to me in greeting. "Claire, there you are. I wanted to hand candy out to the kids, but I feel so weak. I must be coming down with something, but I can't disappoint the kiddos." Grandma seemed to forget that she was pushing 65 and not in what anyone would call good health. When she did too much and ran out of energy, she always said she must be coming down with something, and took herself off to bed to rest, and it seemed to be her mind's way of explaining it. Somehow, it seemed I had forgotten it was Halloween, but Grandma hadn't. It wasn't that surprising. If there was one thing you could count on Grandma to remember, it was Halloween. Grandma had always been in love with Halloween, at least according to Mom. She'd insisted I decorate earlier in the month, had made us get a pumpkin from the store, which I then carved and set on the stoop, and if she had been in better health, she would have likely been in costume handing out candy. As it stood, she was lucky to have made it from her room to the table, and I knew it. I took the bowl and told her not to worry, and that I would make sure the kids got their candy. She thanked me and went to lie down, her energy spent. I went to the porch to put out the bowl of candy. I put a note on the stool so the kids knew it was a 2-piece limit, and came back in to study. Today might be Sugarpalooza for the little goblins out in the street, but for me, tomorrow was chem midterm, and I needed to study. I was doing well, but this was only freshman year. I had big dreams, and they would be harder to fulfill with poor marks in chemistry. I heard the kids shrieking and giggling as they came up the road, heard their footsteps on the porch, heard the step pause in speculation as they read the sign, and then heard them retreat after they took their candy. Grandma lived in a fairly nice area, and the kiddos seemed used to the 2-piece rule. I'm sure some of them took a handful and ran, but they seemed to be in the minority if they did. It was dark out, probably pushing 9, when I heard a knock on the door. I looked up from my book, peering at the door as I saw the outline of a little kid in a ghost costume. He was standing there patiently, bag in hand, and I wondered how he had missed the bowl and the sign. Maybe he was looking for an authentic experience, or maybe he was special needs. Either way, I got up and walked over to the door to see what he wanted. I opened the door to find a kid in an honest-to-God bedsheet ghost costume. He looked right out of a Charlie Brown special, and the shoes poking out from the bottom looked like loafers. He held a grubby pillowcase in one hand and a candy apple in the other, and when he looked up at me through the holes in his sheet, I almost laughed. He looked like a caricature, like a memory of a Halloween long ago, and I wasn't sure he would speak for a moment. When he did, I wished he hadn't. His voice was raspy, unused, and it sucked all the joy out of me. "Is Maddie here?" he asked, and I shook my head as I tried to get my own voice to work. "Nah, sorry, kiddo. There's no Maddie here." He nodded and then turned and left with slow, somber steps. I thought it was odd. He hadn't even taken any candy, and when I closed the door and went back to my work, I was filled with a strange and unexplainable sense of dread. I had forgotten about it by the time Halloween rolled around again, but the little ghost hadn't forgotten about us. October 31st found me once again sitting at the table and studying for a midterm. I was still working on my prerequisites for biochem, and if everything went as planned, I'd be starting the course next year. Grandma was much the same, maybe a little more tired and a little more forgetful, but we still spent a lot of evenings chatting and watching TV. Sometimes she braided my hair, and sometimes she showed me how to knit, but we always spent at least an hour together every evening. Tonight, she had turned in early, saying she was really tired and wanted to get some rest before this cold caught up to her. I had sat the candy bowl on the front porch, careful to add the usual note, and when someone knocked on the door at 8:30, I looked up to see the same little silhouette I had seen the year before. I got up, telling myself it couldn't be the same kid, but when I opened the door, there he was, the same bedsheet ghost costume, the same faux leather loafers, the same bulge around the eyes to indicate glasses, the same slightly dirty pillowcase. It was him, just as he had been the year before, and I almost prayed he would remember before speaking. "Is Maddie here?" he asked in the same croaking voice, and I tried not to shudder as I smiled down at him. "Sorry, kiddo. Wrong house." He nodded solemnly, turning around and slowly walking back up the front walk as he made his way back to the street. I watched him go, not quite sure what to make of this strange little ghost boy or his apparent lack of growth. The kid looked like he might be about 5 or 6, though his voice sounded like he might be 5 or 6 years in his grave. I briefly considered that he might be a real ghost, but I put that out of my mind. It was the time of the year, nothing more. I went back to studying, finishing out the evening by visiting with Grandma when she got up from her nap unexpectedly. We drank cocoa and watched a scary movie, and I fell asleep beside her in the bed she had once shared with Grandpa. The next year saw the return of the little ghost boy, and he was unchanging. I tried to ask him why he kept coming back after being told she wasn't here for 2 years running. I wanted to ask him why he thought she was here, but I couldn't bring myself to ask him anything. There was a barrier between us that went deeper than a misunderstanding, and it was like we were standing on opposite sides of a gulf and shouting at each other over the tide. He left when I didn't say anything, nodding and turning like he always did before disappearing into the crowd. I didn't see him the year after that, but to be fair, I was a little preoccupied. That was my 4th year in college, and I was only a year from graduating and moving on to work in the field of biochemistry. I had been heading home when a colleague of mine invited me to a little department party. I was helping my teacher as a TA, and the other TAs were having a little get-together in honor of the season. I started to decline, but I thought it might be fun. I had never really allowed myself to get into the college scene, never really partied or hung out with friends, and all that focus takes a toll sometimes. I hadn't really been to a social gathering since high school, and I was curious to see what it was like. I'll admit, I indulged a little more than I should have, but when I came home and found my grandmother lying by the front door, it sobered me up pretty quickly. Her doctor said that she had fallen when she tried to get to the door, and I couldn't help but wonder if she had been going to answer the knocking of a certain little ghost boy. They kept her in the hospital for nearly 3 months, monitoring her and making sure she hadn't given herself brain damage or something. Her condition progressed while she was in the hospital, and after a time, she either only recognized me as my mother or didn't recognize me at all. She began asking for Albie, always looking for Albie, but I didn't know who that was. Mom was puzzled too, wondering if maybe she was talking about her dad, whose name had been Albert. I've never heard her call him Albie, but I suppose it could be a nickname. They knew each other as children, so it's entirely possible. After a while, they sent her home, but the prognosis was not good. They gave her less than a year to live, saying she would need round-the-clock care from now on. I didn't need to be asked this time. I felt guilty for not being there, and I knew that I had to be there for her now. I took a leave of absence from school, putting my plans on hold so I could take care of my grandma. I continued to take some courses online, hoping to not get too far behind, but I devoted most of my time to her. She was mostly unresponsive, whispering sometimes as she called out for Albie or her mother and father, great-grandparents I had never met. She talked to Albie about secret places and hidden treasures, and her voice was that of a little girl now. She had regressed even more, and every day that I woke up to find her breathing was a blessing. Grandma proved them wrong, and when Halloween came around again, I was in for a surprise. I had taken to sleeping on a cot at the foot of her bed, keeping an ear out for any sounds of trouble, but a loud clatter from the kitchen had me rolling to my feet and looking around in confusion. I looked at the bed and saw she was still in it, so the sound couldn't have been her. As another loud bang sounded in that direction, I was off and moving before I could think better of it. I was afraid that an animal had gotten into the house. No burglar would have made that much noise, and when I came into the kitchen, I saw, just for a second, the furry black backside of some cat or dog, or maybe a small bear. As it climbed out of the cabinet it had been rooting through, I saw it was a person, though it was certainly a grubby one. It was a little girl, maybe 6 or 7, and she looked filthy. She was wearing a threadbare black dress with curly-toed shoes and a pointed hat that she scooped off the floor. The longer I watched her, the more I came to understand that she wasn't really dirty, but had covered herself lightly in stove ash for some reason. She didn't seem to have noticed me. She was digging through cupboards and drawers as she searched for whatever it was she was after, leaving destruction in her wake. "Hey," I called out after some of my surprise had faded. "What are you doing?" The girl turned and looked confused as she took me in. "What are you doing here? This is my house. You better leave before my mama sees you and gets mad." She continued to look through things, working her way into the living room, and I followed behind her, not sure what to say. Was this a dream? If it was a pretty vivid one. I could feel the carpet beneath my feet, hear the leaky faucet in the kitchen, smell the lunch I had cooked a few hours before. The little girl had wrecked half the living room before I shook off my discomfort and asked her what she was looking for. If this was a dream, then I supposed I had to play along. "I need my pillowcase, the one with the pumpkin on it. It's my special Halloween bag and I can't go trick-or-treating without it." I opened my mouth to ask where she'd left it, but I stopped suddenly as something occurred to me. Hoan. I had seen that pillowcase before. It had been in Grandma's closet for ages, and when I had offered to wash it for her, she had shaken her head and said it had too many memories. There was a pumpkin drawn on one side in charcoal, a black cat on the other side, and a witch's hat between them. Someone had sewn strings around the top so it could be pulled shut, and it looked like a grubby peddler's sack. Surely, if this was a dream, then Grandma wouldn't mind if I gave this child the bag. Maybe that's why she had been keeping it, just in case this kid came looking for it. I told the girl to wait for a minute and that I would get it for her. "Okay, but hurry. Halloween won't last all night." It took a little looking, but I finally found it under some old quilts at the top of the closet. At some point, Grandma must have recolored the cat and hat, and I wondered when she'd had the energy. She hadn't even been out of bed without me by her side in over a year, so she must have done this before her fall. I took the bag out to the living room and held it out to the girl who was leaning against the sofa. Her eyes lit up, and she snatched it happily as she danced around and thanked me. "Thank you, thank you, thank you," she trumpeted. "Now I can go trick-or-treating as soon as..." And as if on cue, a knock came from the door. The little witch ran to answer it, and I was unsurprised to see the little ghost boy waiting for her. "Maybe," he said happily, and she wrapped him in a hug like she hadn't seen him in years. "Albie," she trumpeted in return, "ready to go?" "For ages, slowpoke," he said, the smile beneath the sheet coming out in his words. The two left the porch hand in hand, disappearing out into the crowd as they went to go trick-or-treating. I watched them go, feeling a mixture of warmth and completion, and that was when I remembered my grandma. I had left her alone for a long while, and when I went to check on her, I found her too still in her bed. I started to begin CPR, but after putting a couple of fingers to her throat, I knew it was too late. She was cold. She had likely been dead before I was awoken by the clatter in the kitchen, and I held back tears as I called the ambulance and let my parents know that she had passed. The funeral was quick. Grandma was laid to rest next to Grandpa, and a week later, I was helping Mom clean out Grandma's house. It was my house now. Grandma had left it to me in her will, and Mom was packing up some mementos and deciding what to donate. We were going through her closet when I found a box with keepsakes in it. There were pictures of my mom when she was little, wedding photos of Grandma and Grandpa, and some letters Grandpa had written her during Vietnam. Mom came over as I was going through them, smiling at the pictures and crying a little over the letters, but I felt my breath stick in my throat as I came to a very old photo at the bottom of the box. It was a small photo of two kids in costumes on the front porch of a much different house. One was a ghost, his eye holes bulging with glasses, and the other was a witch who had clearly rubbed wood ash on her face. "Julia?" Mom asked, the picture shaking in my hand. "Honey, are you okay?" The picture fell back into the box, and there on the back was the last piece of the puzzle. Madeline and Albert, Halloween 1960. That was the last I saw of the little witch or the ghost, but when Halloween comes to call, the two are never very far from my mind. I always hand out candy and decorate the house, just as Grandma would have wanted. You never quite know what sort of ghosts and goblins might come to visit. Brim. It was mid-August, but the early morning and thick overcast provided a prominent chill this Thursday. Dave compensated with a long-sleeve shirt, sweater, and windbreaker combo. His wife would not let him leave the house with anything less. The semi-hot coffee in his styrofoam cup slowly steamed into the crisp morning air as he leaned against his Ford pickup, waiting for the busy line of crabbers to launch their boats. He peered into the coffee he had picked up from the local convenience store, Delilah's, just 10 minutes earlier. Although the store advertised the brewed coffee as best coffee in town, freshly brewed, the coffee seemed to have a burnt taste, indicating it had been sitting out on the burner for at least a few hours. Nothing cream and sugar couldn't fix, even though he preferred it black. Nevertheless, he savored the taste as he pulled another sip from the thick styrofoam cup. Dave felt a thin layer of coffee cling to his mustache as he drew the cup away, one of the few issues that came with such a fashion choice, but having a mustache, or stash as his sons referred to it, really suited his aging face. He looked into the crooked side view mirror to help guide his windbreaker sleeve and rub off any excess coffee. As he wiped the remnants of coffee away, Dave admired the remaining spackle of black hair not only in his now fully gray head, but also in his mustache. Christ, he was not only feeling old, but also looking the part. It was at least better than his friend and neighbor Bill Hatchers, who lived across the street from him. Bill was around the same age as Dave, but had lost what was left of his hair about 8 years ago. Ain't that a bitch, Dave had thought at the time. A squeal of old brakes pulled his attention up from the mirror. A truck and trailer was pulling out from the launch, and Dave was now next in line to go. He popped the styrofoam cup's plastic lid back on and pulled himself inside the truck onto an old, patchy bench seat. The launch of the boat had not gone as smoothly as he would have hoped, but isn't that what everyone thought when pulling such a maneuver? The awkward, sharp curve in the boat launch approach did not provide any favors either when pulling around to back in, but Dave managed to pull it off as he had done many times before. After successfully launching his boat, He parked the pickup in one of the many elongated parking spots nearby in the adjacent gravel lot, if you can call spray paint on loose gravel a parking spot. He didn't bother locking his old pickup next to other empty trucks in the lot, as neither did anyone else that morning, and started his way down to the dock. The thick rubber-brown boots he was wearing crunched on the gravel as he walked toward the dock, and then moved to a soft thud as he transitioned onto the dock's surface, where the boat was tied onto one of the many silver cleats. Dave bought the 18-foot aluminum boat from a friend down in Seattle about 10 years ago. On his way back from the purchase, he had also bought the Yamaha outboard engine from somewhere more local when he got back into town the following day. The boat itself had a single bench seat closer to the bow and a single swivel chair sticking out near the stern closest to the motor for easier steering. This left a decent amount of room in the middle of the boat for gear, a cooler, and in the case of this morning, crab pots. Although the boat had no name painted on the side of the aluminum shell, Dave had referred to his tiny vessel as Radar, after his childhood German shepherd that accompanied him as a boy. Dave liked this name not only due to it being his late dog's name, but also thought the name suited the boat great for occasions such as this one. The name itself gave good luck when looking for just the right spot to drop crab pots. He swung his leg over the side of the boat, being careful not to clip his boot on the crab pots stacked neatly between the bench seat and the swivel chair. He wouldn't dare be seen falling into the boat, or even worse, out of the boat, in front of the audience that was amassed at the top of the boat launch, waiting their turn this morning. Dave swung his other leg into the safety of the boat and settled onto the cracked leather chair, placing his coffee in a crudely made cup holder attached to the rim of the boat. He then turned to pull back on the old, frayed ripcord on the face of the Yamaha engine. With the first few attempts, the old engine sputtered, came to life, then died. The outboard motor could definitely use replacing. Next year, Dave thought, although he had been saying that now for the past 2. The squawk of seagulls was starting to become louder and more evident as the morning started to warm, even with the gloomy overcast. He yanked again on the ripcord, and this time the engine sprang to life, drowning out the above seagulls. Looking up, Dave threw up a wave to the old man patiently waiting to back in. With little effort, Dave swung the boat outward, facing toward open ocean, then slowly drifted Radar out of the launch area. Brimmer Bay, or Brim, as locals in the area call it, is one of the last places in Washington to open for Dungeness, and due to this, Dave never wasted a season. This was his 33rd year as an active participant in the recreational crabbing season, and he always made time for opening day, even in choppy conditions like this. As he slowly moved out of the vicinity of the boat launch, the wind slightly picked up as he pulled away from shore. Along with the wind, tiny swells and white caps were slapping the boat and kicking up sea spray which stung his already cold red face. 10 minutes later, farther out now, the waves seemed to die down a bit, giving Dave the go-ahead to throttle the 50-horsepower engine for some speed. The 50-horsepower engine was not necessarily overkill for a boat this size, but it definitely had some get up and go when met with the right conditions. After 30 minutes or so, Dave's field of view started to fill with a collection of red, white, orange, and yellow buoys, which floated lamely along the top of the dark, murky water, marking the first of the crab pots that early morning risers had set out before he had arrived. He began to throttle down as the cluster of buoys began to thin. The speed of the boat slowed as he passed the final remaining markers. Red, yellow, red again, and then nothing. He continued on for another 5 minutes until he could barely see the last red buoy he had passed. "What do you think, Radar?" Dave asked aloud, addressing the boat as if it were his childhood dog. But Dave knew this was the spot. He killed the sputtering engine, and almost complete silence replaced the noise in his eardrums outside of the faint sound of seagulls in the distance and the small waves against the aluminum hull. This quiet could only be found when one was far enough from civilization. Dave relished it immensely. He even made the point of leaving his cell phone in the cab of his truck as to not distract him while he was out that morning. Dave took a swig of the now lukewarm coffee and placed it back into the crude cup holder. He did not know, but that was the last he would be sipping the coffee this morning, as what lay in a bucket in front of him would kill his appetite. He pulled over a sealed orange 5-gallon bucket that read Home Depot and broke open the seal of the lid. The smell from what was piled in the bucket almost knocked him back. The refrigeration from the past 2 days should have dampened some of the smell, but the salmon carcasses smelled as if they were never frozen at all, and in fact, were in the later stages of rot. Now that Dave thought about it, had he even plugged the garage freezer in? It had sat mostly empty this summer as he had otherwise no use for it. He had unplugged it in July in an effort to be more green, but in reality was just an effort to save some pennies on the power bill he probably wouldn't have missed anyway. Cursing his past self, he began to flex his hands into his Gore-Tex gloves. As he reached into the now open bucket to start filling the bait box of the first pot of the day, something caught his eye off to the starboard side of the boat, or in other words, his right, about 10 feet away. A thin stream of small bubbles was streaming up through the ocean depths and breaking on the surface of the water. This was not unusual to see out in the bay like this, as it can happen from a lot of different factors. But what was peculiar about this was that it was not a continuous stream in one spot, but a few different streams coming up in different lengths sporadically in an area about 3 feet wide. Dave allowed himself a 10 or 15-second gaze at the phenomenon before he started back on his work. As he again started cramming the bait box with the remnants of what used to be salmon, he began to hear what sounded like a small dribble coming from the same direction as the bubbles. The sound reminded him of a faucet that was ever so slightly turned on, leaking into a sink or bathtub, a steady dribble. He stared up again from the bait box. What was there now was more than a few thin lines of bubbles. It had now graduated into a growing number of bubbles coming up in a larger area, these slightly bigger than what he had seen before. "What in the world?" he muttered, standing up from the bucket. Dave was not what you would call a tall man, but the new vantage point and angle allowed him to see better through the reflection of gray clouds on the dark ocean water. Standing up, he had noticed now that the area in which he saw the bubbles was occurring in a much larger radius than he initially had thought. The area had to have been at least 8 feet in diameter and growing. Not only that, but was the slow dribbling noise getting louder? Dave craned his neck without moving his feet to not rock the boat and lose his balance. Behind him, a newly discovered crop of bubbles was quickly forming just a few feet away from the other side of the boat. The look on Dave's face had now changed from curiosity to dumbfounded, not yet scared, but damn well nervous. With that, it only took Dave a second or two to decide that maybe this was not the spot after all. He sat back down on the cracked leather swivel chair, removed the Gore-Tex gloves from his hands, and felt back for the ripcord, unable to take his eyes off the collection of bubbles slowly growing around him. The area of disruption was starting to overlap, where his boat stayed floating on the water. As the bubbles hit the bottom of the hull of the aluminum boat, the sound that was a slow dribble was beginning to grow so loud that it was all he could hear. The faint squawk of the seagulls and small waves he could no longer hear. His hand found the ripcord and tugged on it meekly to find tension in the line. Dave then took his eyes away from the unveiling scene around him, looked back at the engine, placed his other hand atop it to use his balance, and then yanked back. The engine came to life with a small sputter, which he could not hear, but felt with his hand on the engine, and due to the small line of cooling water jutting from the exhaust port indicating it was on. The noise from whatever was happening around him was now so loud that it reminded Dave of buzzing cicadas that he had heard as a kid when visiting his Aunt Laurel in Arizona. The cicada buzz used to be so loud that it would drown out the cheap Mexican landscaping that his aunt would hire during the heat of the summer. He looked up from the engine toward the shoreline that seemed so distant and tiny. Why had he come out so far? He thought regretfully. The distance from civilization no longer comforting Dave in the slightest. With that thought, he faced forward and throttled the engine. The initial sudden lurch forward knocked the coffee out of his cup holder onto the floor of the boat, and almost nearly spilled the still open bucket of bait just at his feet. Dave did not seem to notice. As quickly as the boat lurched forward, it immediately stopped. The Yamaha engine had almost certainly died. "Son of a bitch," Dave shouted. The noise grew impossibly louder still, and the amount of bubbles hitting the aluminum hull began to vibrate the boat. The water around radar now looked like it was coming to a boil. The vibration gave goose flesh down Dave's bundled up arms and legs. Dave was no longer messing around. With fierce determination, he spun around toward the engine, snatched up the ripcord in his right hand, and jerked hard like his life depended on it. This time, no stream of cooling water shot out of the exhaust port, indicating it was on, but Dave wasn't looking for the stream of water from the exhaust port. He was distracted with what was now sitting in his hand. The frayed line that was the ripcord had snapped away from the Yamaha engine and dangled dumbly out of Dave's hand that clutched the knob. Dave stood unmoving, with a look of cold disbelief. It took a moment for his brain to kick back on. Snapping back into reality, Dave began looking around wildly in all directions for any indication of life, looking for a boat to wave at frantically for help, but he did not see any boats. Where was everyone? He knew it was early, but this was opening day. There had to be others out on the bay. Although there were others out that day, Dave did not know that soon after departing the boat launch, the older gentleman whom he had waved to backed his large trailer and boat directly into the dock with such force that it dislodged the dock for any other would-be crabbers that morning. Later, the old man would blame the curve that led down to the boat ramp, saying that it should not be so sharp. This reasoning would not ultimately save him from the fact he would be paying to repair the dock, but others did agree with his statement. That singular boat launch was the most popular, not only due to its convenience, but also because it was the only one serving the general public in the area. You would have to drive 45 miles out of Brimmer Bay to the adjacent harbor of Awaktu Bay to launch, which many folks ended up doing that day. One individual even remarked Dave was one lucky fuck, as they watched the sole crabber drone out into the bay that morning, disappearing to a dot as they made plans to drive to the adjacent harbor. Dave patted down his faded jeans for the familiar lump, feeling for what he already knew wasn't there, his cell phone. Radar was not equipped with a radio. It wasn't used enough to garner such a thing, but Dave could not help thinking about how stupid he was to not bring anything except his fucking wallet and crabbing license. The mounting frustration came out as a loud fuck almost involuntarily from Dave's mouth. He was stranded. The now completely enveloped boat was jostling back and forth, making it impossible to stand without the chance of falling overboard. Dave could imagine a fastened seatbelt sign popping up above him as he sat back down, a captain coming over the intercom. "Sorry, folks. We are going to be hitting unexpected turbulence. Please fasten your seatbelts for your safety until we turn off the light." Dave braced himself on the engine and rim of the boat, waiting for whatever was to come next. The vibration and hum chattered his teeth. Dave clamped down hard, trying to prevent his jaw from moving. Off to the right of Dave, a dim blue-gray glow could now be seen emanating from where the original batch of bubbles had sprung up earlier. At first, it was about the size of a small dinner plate, but as it grew brighter, it also started expanding. The water slowly stopped bubbling and was now steadily churning as the surface tension of the water kept breaking repeatedly, as if a submarine were rising from the depths. The noise from the bubbles was replaced with a low-toned hum that resonated with both the boat and Dave's tense body. The slow-growing blue light was now the size of a large transit van. The hum so loud, it began to blur Dave's vision, making his eyes water. With morbid curiosity and fear, Dave leaned over the side of the beat. Squinting hard, Dave had a hard time discerning what was now only 15 feet below the water's surface. The confusion was not only due to his blurring vision, but also because what he saw made no sense. Large interlaced silver rings spun below the boat. Multiple rings rotated counterclockwise and clockwise independently at a slow, gentle speed. Inside of the rings appeared to be a cube. No, a sphere within a cube that was glowing with a bright blue light. Dave could not tell, but the rings seemed to have something etched along the outside of the bands, something not in any language he knew. The low-toned hum seemed to be emitting directly from this object that lay below the boat. At the outer edges of the blue light that emanated from the sphere, Dave saw what had to be a large fish moving in and out of the edges of the light. Dave leaned further, his face catching licks of the roiling water, and tried to focus his vision as best he could. A large silhouette was cast in the glow of the object. The shape of the dark silhouette looked more humanoid than fish-like, although it had tendencies of both. Its elongated appendices, jutting out from its unmoving body, bobbed in and out of the glow as they moved with the current. Dave could swear whatever this thing was, it could see him. He saw no eyes or face, but he knew it could see him. This was not a fish moving in and out of the light, but a person with impossibly long arms and legs. The head of the being did not look like a single head, but something larger. The silhouette was dark, but he could swear the large oval-shaped head was staring directly at him. Dave was frozen, staring at the creature in horror and amazement. He tried pulling his head away, but his body was no longer obeying his mind. A new noise had popped up, something coming from what seemed to be the creature. A loud moan was being broadcasted directly into his head, along with the hum from the object. The moan pitched up and down continuously, sounding ancient and guttural. The moan seemed undecipherable, but in Dave's mind, a small phrase began to repeat. "We have come, we have come, we have come, we have come." Dave could not move his fixated gaze, but could open his mouth to scream, his eyes now streaming with blood as he was forced to stare at the horror below. Without notice, a beam of light shot up from the rings and hit the left half of his face. The intense burning sensation slapped him from his gaze. The sudden jolt of pain seemed to grant his freedom of movement. Quickly reeling back from the scene below, he reflexively brought his hands up to his face, throwing him off balance. Stepping back to catch his weight, his brown boot caught on the stacked crab pots. Dave started to careen down toward the edge of the boat, thinking for 1 second that he might be heading toward the dark water. Instead, his head clipped the side of the boat, knocking Dave unconscious and strewn beside the crab pots. It was dark when Dave came to. The feeling of opening his eyes to complete and utter darkness disoriented him, but his vision slowly began to adjust. Had he dreamt of the events? That thought slowly started to fade as he felt his face and recoiled from the touch. He was badly burnt. On top of that, he seemed to have limited vision out of his left eye. He stuck out his hands in front of him. Closing his right eye, he could barely make out the digits extending from both hands. The eye ached, but not as bad as his head and face. A new thought came to him. Was he closer to shore, or had he moved farther out? Pondering this, he sat up. He couldn't tell from his surroundings. It was too dark to see the shore. He knew his better half had to have called the Coast Guard by now, but if they were looking for him, they weren't looking in the right spot. No lights shined on the horizon. No helicopter blades whirred. No boat engines rang in the distance. The only noise he could hear was a faint, low-pitched hum. What was prominent to his dazed senses was an awful smell, the salmon from earlier that morning. Stomach turning, half from the odor and half from the concussion he most certainly had. He threw the whole bucket into the water, which seemed to swallow up the worst of the smell. He dragged himself onto the bench seat, rubbing his temple, avoiding the burn covering his face. What was he to do now? Sit and wait. Dave was not too fond of that idea, but he almost certainly would be forced to do it. He scanned the horizon again, looking into the air for a helicopter, a plane, or anything at all. Would they be looking at night? He didn't know. Dave couldn't even see the stars that night due to the morning overcast persisting through the day and now into the night. Dave turned his focus to the low, subtle hum that seemed to be a faint version of the hum he had heard earlier that morning. It no longer seemed to be emitting from the water below him. The surface lay almost perfectly still in the cool night, vastly different from this morning. The faint hum seemed to be coming from above him. Dave looked straight up. Squinting, he could barely make out the twisting of rings some 50 feet above. A frog caught in Dave's throat, and an involuntary whimper tried to escape his lips. Dave remembered now. He stood to his feet. "What do you want?" Dave shouted. "What the fuck do you want?" Dave was no longer scared. He was mad, dog angry. If he was to die, he would not die a coward. "You piece of shit, what?" Blue light began to glow from the object above. The low-pitched hum exploded now, almost as loud as it had been before. The blue light formed into a circle, then slowly started to funnel down to the boat below. Dave froze, tensing up. He pictured the creature silhouetted in the dark water from earlier. The long arms and legs extended out from the dark shadow that looked up from the depths. Dave's eyes shot down to the boat, scanning the items he brought along that day. He needed a weapon. The funnel of light halfway down now, he scrambled around on his hands and knees, frantically looking for what he always brought with him. His hands found the small pouch tucked under the bench seat closest to the stern. Ripping it open, he brought out a small pocket knife used for cutting line or small rope. Not the most ideal weapon, but it would do. He stood back up, looking into the light. The light was almost touching his head. Dave's courage began to wane. He shrank from the light, almost touching his face. Feeling desperate in a last-ditch effort, Dave decided to do the unthinkable. He dove off the edge of the boat. Dave closed his eyes, waiting to meet the embrace of ice-cold water, but it had not come. He slowly opened his eyes. The blue light now fully enveloped him. He was staring down at the boat. His body was not moving toward the water, but moving slowly up and away. He spotted the pocket knife he had pulled out laying useless in the shrinking boat below. A loud moan began filling his ears, pitching up and down, mixing in with the low-pitched hum. Dave hysterically screamed out, "Please! What do you want? God, what do you want?" The loud moan projected a phrase into Dave's mind as it had done before, and this time he heard a voice along with the phrase. A loud guttural moan bellowed into not only his mind, but his whole body. The light blinked out. The low-pitched hum was gone. Dave was gone. Radar sat idly on still water, a slight breeze now swaying the boat ever so slightly. The sun began to crest the horizon as the early morning dawn filled with the first rays of light. The horizon slowly transitioned from darkness to a soft shade of blue. In the distance, the faint sound of a helicopter's blade whirred. There is something wrong with my bees. The land had been a steal. 50 acres nestled in the quiet of West Virginia Appalachia for what felt like pocket change. I'd spent years dreaming of a place like this, somewhere I could finally start my apiary and embrace a life far from the noise of the city. And now I had it. Rolling hills, thick woods, a quiet valley with only the hum of bees to keep me company. When I first spotted the listing online, I figured it had to be a mistake. It was a 50-acre parcel, yet the price kept dropping with each year the listing stayed up. When I finally decided to reach out, I was surprised to hear back from a gruff-voiced realtor who sounded both eager and hesitant to get rid of it. He met me at the edge of the property on a misty, cool morning, his eyes darting around like we were being watched. As we walked the property, I asked the question that had been bugging me since I first saw the listing. Why hasn't anyone taken it yet? Most people around here think it's cursed, he replied, not meeting my eyes. Coal mine on the far end of the property collapsed some 60 years back. Owner who inherited it lost his family to it. Moved off the land after that and never wanted to come back. He shifted his weight, kicking at the dirt. He just needs the money now, but most folks won't touch it. He looked back at me, and I could tell he thought I'd run from the sale right then and there, but I wasn't one for superstition. For me, it was just cheap land with a history I wasn't part of, so I signed. The house was solid enough for something built in the 40s, though it carried the wear and tear of every Appalachian winter it had endured since. The front door had a stubborn gap. The walls wore rough patches where sealant had tried to cover long-standing cracks, and the appliances seemed as mismatched as they could be, thrown together as an update by the previous owner. Still, it felt like home. After settling in, I spent my savings on a few dozen hive boxes in Queens. I'd sourced bees from apiaries all over the state, setting them up across my property in carefully spaced groups, just far enough from the old mine. The countryside was idyllic, and I fell in love with the untamed beauty of the mountains. Each person I met, though, seemed to carry that same look of unease when they found out where I lived. The warnings all sounded the same. Don't go into the woods after dark, or keep your doors locked at night. When I asked if it was because of bears, they'd glance away and mutter about fey spirits or even the Mothman. I'd smile, nod, and let them tell their tales, chalking it up to local superstition. The first year went by smoothly. My bees thrived, drawn to the untouched wildflowers and the perfect isolation. When the time came to harvest the honey, I set out to the hive site early in the morning, prepared for the sticky, sweet work ahead. As I checked each box, though, I noticed something strange. About a third of my hives were empty, yet they seemed full of capped honey. Or so I thought. I cracked open one of the frames, expecting the usual golden bounty, but a foul odor met my nose, a sickly, rancid smell that made me gag. The honey within was a dark, reddish brown, thick and congealed, like something dead. As I inspected the abandoned hives, I kept running through the possibilities in my mind. No signs of parasites, no signs of moths or mites, and certainly no sign of the queen absconding. Earlier that spring, I'd done a few splits for the stronger hives, though being a new setup, I hadn't needed to do many. All signs had pointed to healthy colonies, yet here I was, staring into boxes that should have been full of life, met only with the sticky weight of something foul. I pried open another frame. Usually, the hum of the bees around me was like a kind of white noise, a calming background that made the solitude out here bearable. This time, though, there was nothing. Just silence, broken only by the scrape of my hive tool as I opened the frame. I held my breath, not knowing exactly what I was expecting, but as soon as the frame came free, a wave of stench hit me, like the pungent reek of something dead, rotting in the summer heat. I gagged, stumbling back, fighting the urge to empty my stomach right there in the field. I forced myself to examine the honey. It wasn't the golden nectar I'd been expecting. Instead, it was thick, dark, and tinged a sickly reddish brown. The sight alone was wrong, but the smell, like decaying roadkill mixed with something chemical and burnt, was almost unbearable. I took a marker from my pocket, labeling the infected hives in quick, shaky strokes, then turned to my healthy hives, hoping for something better. But even the healthy hives weren't right. I'd chosen Italian honeybees, known for their calm demeanor, yet today they buzzed in a low, angry hum, a noise that buzzed through my nerves. The bees seemed almost disturbed. Each frame I pulled had bees frantically crawling over one another, and as I moved to collect honey, several stung me, more in one morning than I'd experienced in all my time keeping them. I chalked it up to bad luck, but couldn't shake the feeling that it was something more. I left extra honey in each hive, sure that they would need every drop of it in the cold months to come. With what I'd managed to salvage, I made the first of several trips into a small barn on the edge of the property I'd converted into my extraction room. The barn was a little sanctuary, just far enough from the hives that I could work undisturbed. As I processed the honey over the next few days, though, a troubling pattern emerged. Every time I went back to the hives, fewer and fewer bees buzzed around. My extractor spun the healthy honey just fine, and the thick liquid poured out in smooth ribbons, golden and sweet, exactly as it should have been. It tasted like honey should, clinging to my fingers and dripping in slow streams like molasses. Yet, each time I saw the dwindling numbers of bees, that sickening image of the reddish-brown honey lingered in my mind, an unspoken warning in the silence of my emptying hives. Days passed, and I kept asking myself the same question, a nagging word that wouldn't let go. Where were all my bees going? On my last day of extraction, I lost track of time, the sun slipping below the horizon as I finished bottling the final jar. Darkness had settled over the property, and as I locked up the barn, a thick chill settled in my gut. Out here, night came fast, drowning the hills in deep shadows and swallowing any trace of light. I wasn't afraid of bogeymen or the local legends whispered by folks in town, but bears were another story. Still, the walk back to the house was short enough, so I tucked my head down and started off at a steady pace. As I moved, though, the feeling crept up, the same uneasy sensation I remembered from childhood when I'd turn off the basement light and dash up the stairs, convinced something was waiting in the dark behind me. I quickened my pace, the crunch of my boots filling the silence, but I could feel a prickle across the back of my neck, that ancient instinct whispering that I wasn't alone. Ahead, the house sat like a shadow against the dimming sky, but just as I reached the edge of the yard, a faint sound stopped me cold, a hum rising from somewhere in the distance. I froze, listening. It was the sound of bees, unmistakable and growing louder with each second. Slowly, I turned to face the woods. My eyes were still adjusting, but as I stared into the trees, a shape began to emerge. Something large, hulking, and black loomed in the shadows, shifting in sporadic jerks that reminded me of a bear, but something was wrong. Its movements were jerky and uneven, not like any animal I'd ever seen. A strange buzz filled the air, not the smooth, calming hum I was used to, but a chaotic mix of pitches that clawed at my nerves. I unslung the rifle from my shoulder, raising it to my chest as the figure moved closer. I squinted into the dark, my finger hovering over the trigger as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. Its shape was bear-like, but the sound coming from it was alive, as if the creature itself was buzzing. My stomach twisted, a sick dread creeping up as the figure stopped, just within the edge of the forest. The creature's eyes caught the faint light from my porch, reflecting back a sickly, unnatural glint. I couldn't tear my gaze from it, feeling a pulse of raw, electric fear surge through me. Without thinking, I squeezed the trigger, the rifle's sharp report ringing through the mountain air, loud and raw against the night. The creature didn't roar or stumble as a bear might. Instead, it took off in a burst of movement, crashing through the underbrush with a speed and agility that made my skin crawl. The buzzing sound waned as it retreated, the forest swallowing its furious hum as it disappeared back into the blackness, leaving an eerie, consuming silence behind. I stood there, breath clouding in the night air, staring into the trees long after it had gone, waiting for that horrid sound to return. But there was nothing, just the hollow quiet of the woods, an unnatural silence that somehow felt wrong. The only thing that moved was my hammering pulse. Slowly, I lowered the rifle, my heart pounding against the heavy weight of the weapon, and backed away toward the house, unwilling to turn my back on the forest. I barely slept that night, replaying the low, chaotic buzz in my head every time I closed my eyes. Even buried under the covers, I could almost feel the presence of that creature still out there, waiting in the dark. By dawn, I was out of bed, bleary-eyed and unsettled, unable to shake the feeling that whatever was out there hadn't gone far. After I'd gathered enough courage and daylight was on my side, I took my rifle and headed back toward the spot in the woods where I'd fired at it. The morning was crisp, and the forest was draped in silence, each step of mine seeming to echo louder than it should. Near the place where I remembered seeing the creature, I spotted the rifle casing glinting in the dirt. I pushed further into the underbrush and soon came across something else. A thick, dark smear on the leaves and branches, black and slick, like tar but thinner, almost runny. I crouched closer, breathing through my mouth to avoid the stench that hit me. It was the same rancid, sickly sweet smell I'd found in the infected hives, but amplified, like the decay was infused with something darker, something wrong. The dark residue clung to the leaves, and as I examined it, I couldn't help but think back to the foul-smelling honey from the day before. Curiosity flared up, overtaking my dread, and I turned back toward my hives, determination replacing my fear. I'd put off investigating the infected honey, wanting to avoid that stench. But now, I needed to know what exactly was going on with my bees. When I arrived at the hives, the sight made my stomach drop. The entire area was silent, every single hive empty. The reassuring hum I had grown to love was gone, replaced by an eerie, lifeless quiet that made the hair on the back of my neck prickle. Almost 40 hives, and not a single bee remained. I could feel a pressure building in my chest as I pulled out frame after frame, each one thick with that rotten, red-brown honey. The day before, the hives had been mostly fine, despite the infected few, but now there wasn't a living bee to be found. I hauled several frames of the rancid honey back to the barn, set on seeing this through. I lit the burner and heated my uncapping knife, working as I'd done 100 times, though this time each movement felt heavy, uncertain. The wax caps melted under the blade, but instead of the sweet, floral scent that usually filled the air, a stench like rotting flesh wafted up, thick and almost tangible. I gagged, nearly doubling over, but forced myself to continue. Beneath the wax, the honey oozed out, a thick, dark red, bordering on black. It clung to the knife like coagulated blood, the smell intensifying with each cut I made. My eyes watered, and a wave of nausea hit me as I uncapped a dozen frames, struggling to keep down the bile rising in my throat. It was honey in form, but everything about it was wrong. Too thick, too dark, and that god-awful smell. Gritting my teeth, I loaded the frames into the extractor, desperate to get whatever this was out of the comb. As I spun the frames, the honey oozed out in slow, syrupy streams, pooling in the extractor's basin. The foul liquid clung to the metal, moving almost reluctantly, like it didn't want to be disturbed. The smell hung in the air, a rancid mix of decay and burnt sugar that seemed to settle in the back of my throat. I decided I needed answers. I had no idea what I'd find, but I wanted to send a sample of the tainted honey to a lab, anywhere that might be able to tell me if there was something in the environment, or worse, something lurking in the old coal mine that was affecting my bees. I uncapped the extractor spout and watched as the honey poured into the bucket in a thick, viscous stream, oozing like clotted blood. It had the consistency of syrup, left to sit in the cold too long, congealing and reluctant to flow. The sight of it, dark and pulsing in the dim barn light, made my skin crawl, and I had to resist the impulse to dump it out and walk away. I capped the bucket and set it on the workbench, knowing that, for now, I'd have to let it sit there, waiting like an accusation. Something was wrong with my bees, and even though I couldn't shake the memory of that creature in the woods, part of me hoped I was dealing with something simpler, some natural contaminant, some environmental hazard. That night, I bottled what I could of the good honey, my mind cycling through images of the creature, the rancid honey, and the black ichor smeared across the leaves. Each sound in the quiet house set me on edge, and when I finally turned in for the night, sleep was fleeting, broken by restless dreams of a buzzing swarm and those evil eyes staring back at me from the forest. Sometime deep into the night, a loud crash jolted me awake. My heart hammered as I lay there, listening, hoping it was just some stray branch or the wind. But then I heard it, the unmistakable sound of bees, the furious buzz of a swarm coming from the direction of the barn. Cursing myself for not bringing my beekeeping suit inside, I threw on my clothes, grabbed my rifle and flashlight, and slipped out the back door. The cold air hit me like a slap, heightening every nerve as I crept across the yard toward the barn. The buzz grew louder as I got closer, an angry, pulsating noise that made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. My flashlight beam cut through the dark, landing on the barn doors. They were wide open, swinging gently in the breeze. I kept those doors locked with a chain, secured every night to keep out any curious animals, but now the chain hung loose, as if something had wrenched it free with ease. I tightened my grip on the rifle, every instinct in me screaming to turn back, but I forced myself forward, stepping over the chain and shining the light into the barn. The swarm was everywhere, bees darting and swirling in a chaotic frenzy, so thick they looked like a storm cloud of black and gold, filling every corner of the barn. And in the center of it all, standing amid the furious swarm, was the bucket of dark honey. The lid lay twisted off beside it, the sickly liquid spilling over the rim, dripping onto the barn floor in thick, sluggish drops. The swarm whirled in violent chaos around the bucket, thickening the air with the furious hum of countless bees. They buzzed erratically, their sound jagged and unnatural, as if something monstrous was twisting their very essence. My flashlight trembled in my hand, illuminating the spilling honey, dark and viscous, dripping over the rim like a slow bleed. Then, from the far shadows of the barn, a shape began to emerge. The beam of my flashlight caught the edge of something massive and hunched, dark fur slick with patches of what looked like congealed blood. The creature moved slowly, dragging itself out of the shadows, each step accompanied by a rattling, wet breath. Its eyes, red and gleaming, fixed on me with an intelligence that seemed ancient and hungry, far too knowing for any animal. It straightened slightly, towering above. And that's when I saw it. The thing had a mouth, but not like any mouth I'd ever seen. From its chin down to its navel was a gaping, grotesque maw, lined with rows of twisted, jagged teeth, each one yellowed and uneven. The flesh around the maw was stretched and torn, as if it had split open under its own sickening hunger. Inside, the mouth was a pit of darkness, wet and glistening, and I could see flashes of those serrated teeth glinting as it moved. The creature's gaze was locked on me as it took a step forward, the maw twisting into what could only be described as a smile, the lips, or what passed for lips, curling back to reveal even more teeth. A slathering hiss escaped from the monstrous chasm, a sound that raised every hair on my body. Suddenly, the swarm surged towards me, as if following some unspoken command from the creature. The bees struck like a storm, their stings piercing through my clothes, jabbing into my skin with merciless fury. I stumbled back, trying to shield myself, but the pain was everywhere, hot and sharp, each sting pulsing with venom. The buzzing was deafening, filling my ears, clawing into my mind. In a frenzy, I raised the rifle, barely able to keep my aim steady as the swarm attacked, stingers burrowing into my face, my neck, every inch they could reach. I fired blindly, the shot echoing through the barn. The creature lurched, its maw splitting wider, and it let out a horrid, gurgling roar that sounded like it came from the pit of some endless, hellish cavern. I fired again, this time catching it in the shoulder. Black ichor sprayed from the wound, thick and foul-smelling, mingling with the stench of rotting honey. The creature staggered, momentarily retreating, and I seized my chance, turning and running for the open barn doors, tearing through the swarm as they tried to follow me. Behind me, that horrible, guttural roar rose up once more, and the swarm broke off, as if summoned back to their master. I glanced back just long enough to see those red eyes fixed on me from the darkness, the gaping maw closing, only to open again in a silent, taunting promise. I stumbled out of the barn and into the night, bruised and burning from the stings, heart pounding with the terror that it would come after me, that it would come for whatever was left. The creature dropped to all fours, its massive, twisted limbs propelling it forward in a horrifying sprint. I barely had time to react, my body operating on pure instinct as I fired 2 more rounds, the shots ringing out sharp and loud in the night air. But it didn't stop. It barreled toward me, faster than any animal I'd ever seen, jaws gaping in that nightmare maw. I turned and ran, adrenaline surging as I tore across the yard toward the house. The barn was far behind me now, but the stings from the bees still burned, searing into my skin with each step. I gritted my teeth against the pain, trying to reload as I stumbled, forcing myself to focus despite the agony that laced through every inch of my body. My hands were shaking as I finally got around chambered, and without slowing down, I whipped around and fired. The shot struck home, and the creature halted, its twisted body jerking as a wretched howl escaped its open maw. The sound was somewhere between a scream and a death rattle, filling the air with an unnatural echo that made my skin crawl. Then, just as suddenly, the bees attacking me dropped to the ground, littering the yard in a sickening splatter, their bodies piling around my feet in a grotesque, sticky mess. I felt their tiny corpses hit my skin, felt their stingers break off inside me, but the intense buzzing had dulled, weakening as if the force driving them was finally retreating. I forced myself to look up, catching the glint of a single red eye shining out from the darkness. The creature stared back at me, wounded but still seething with that primal rage, until, with a shuddering breath, It turned and disappeared into the trees, the broken buzz of bees following it like a death march. The forest swallowed them both, leaving only the quiet and a low, fading hum. I stumbled the rest of the way to the house, my mind spinning and my body on fire. In the bathroom, I collapsed against the sink, barely able to recognize the reflection that looked back at me. My face, neck, and hands were swollen with stings, red welts forming where the bees had latched on, and my clothes were covered in dead bees, their sticky black ichor staining the fabric. Broken off stingers jutted from my skin, each one leaving a small, painful pulse of venom. Shaking, I began pulling out the stingers, one by one, feeling the sting each time. The ichor clung to me in thick patches, its rancid, sickly sweet smell filling the bathroom. I scrubbed at it frantically, but it felt like it had seeped into my very skin, lingering in my hair, my clothes, everywhere. When I finally looked up, the creature's blood-red eye was still burning in my mind, a smoldering ember that wouldn't let go. I didn't know what I had just encountered out there in the barn, but whatever it wasn't finished with me. And as I stood there, stripped raw and aching, I knew that this place, with its cursed land and rotting honey, was no longer mine. It belonged to that creature now, and I had been nothing more than an intruder. I spent the next hour meticulously washing off the foul-smelling ichor, scrubbing my skin until it was raw and red. The stingers came out one by one, each removal a fresh jolt of pain that spread through my whole body. There were barely any places the bees hadn't stung. My skin was swollen and pulsing with venom, every nerve alive with a deep, throbbing agony. When I finally lay down, exhausted and sore, I felt the phantom hum of those bees beneath my skin, echoing in my bones. Sleep, when it came, was restless and fractured. I drifted in and out, the pain a constant, gnawing reminder of the nightmare I'd just lived. By morning, though, the swelling had receded, far faster than I'd expected. My skin felt tender, but the worst of it was gone, and the venom's fiery pulse had dulled to an uncomfortable ache. As the morning light crept across the yard, I knew I had to go back to the barn and face whatever was left of the night's horror. I steeled myself and opened the barn door, the sight inside freezing me in my tracks. The floor was carpeted with the remains of my bees, thousands of tiny bodies lying in thick piles, each one dusted with that black, tarry substance. Pools of the blood-red honey had oozed across the dirt floor, glistening in the dull light, the stench of decay and sweetness so overpowering that it turned my stomach. But something about the honey was different. It still smelled like rot, that sickly sweetness hanging thick in the air, but now it almost seemed to beckon, as if something buried in that cloying scent was calling out to me. I don't know what possessed me, but before I knew it, my hand reached out, dipping a finger into the honey. I lifted it to my mouth, feeling its strange warmth as it slipped over my tongue, a deep, intoxicating taste that was both horrible and irresistible. After that, things are hazy. I can remember brief flashes, a blinding rush of heat through my veins, my skin prickling as if thousands of tiny legs were crawling under it. Then darkness and a deep, gnawing hunger that seemed to consume me from the inside out. When I finally came to, I was lying on the cold tile of my bathroom floor, naked and aching. The rancid, sweet taste of the honey lingered in my mouth, clinging to my lips, thick and sour. My muscles ached as I forced myself up, reaching for the bathroom light, and as I looked into the mirror, my hand froze midair. Running down my chest, from my collarbone to my navel, was a line of teeth, sharp and jagged, interlocked like a zipper, pressing up against my skin from within. Each one was small but sharp, stretching the skin as if something inside me was trying to break free. My hands trembled as I reached up, touching the edges, feeling the points where skin met teeth, and a deep, hungry craving bloomed in my chest. I wanted more. The honey, the foul, bloody honey that had taken my bees, that had summoned that thing from the woods. I could still taste it, sweet and rotting on my tongue, and I needed it, desperately, completely. The creature in the barn, the monster with the endless maw, had left something inside me. And as I stared at myself, the zipper of teeth grinning back at me in the dim bathroom light, I understood one thing clearly. Whatever hunger it had passed on, whatever part of itself now lay under my skin, it was awake. And it wasn't done. I wanted more. The honey, the foul, bloody honey that had taken my bees, that had summoned that thing from the woods. I could still taste it, sweet and rotting on my tongue, and I needed it, desperately, completely. The creature in the barn, the monster with the endless maw, had left something inside me. And as I stared at myself, the zipper of teeth grinning back at me in the dim bathroom light, I understood one thing clearly. Whatever hunger it had passed on, whatever part of itself now lay under my skin, it was awake. And it wasn't done. The backroads. The masked lurker. Thinking about things you shouldn't is an established trait among humans. Whether we developed that horrid trait through evolution or it just being a part of us that we always had, I don't know, but I hate it. It sucks, and it sucks more when you need just to let go of those certain events. However, on the road trapped in the Evernight, it's an impossibility. One does not simply erase horrors from the mind, no matter how hard they try. But luckily, you can distract yourself. You can let your mind wander while driving for hours in the dark. My routine would consist of podcasts blasting music like a sane person. The one thing I'd recommend is to not fuel that burning desire to dwell on those bad thoughts or memories. Don't be stupid and listen to horror videos or true crime podcasts. Don't listen to that conspiracy theorist who has his radio station and has the southern voice that draws you in for it, will only bring you to contemplate the strange happenings in your neck of the woods, along with the healthy dosed distrust with the government staples of the country. Not that his points aren't entirely wrong, but most people rather live in bliss. Don't listen and think about the creepy shit on the radio, podcast, whatever. Just leave it as background noise. Believe me when I say the allure of horror should be kept to fiction, as inviting into your life is never a clever idea. And for the love of God and all that is holy, don't fucking text and drive. Now, you might be wondering, why can't I think about the creepy shit or bad memories in my life? And my answer should be obvious. It's creepy shit at night. I don't care about how brave or edgy you think you are. Out in the dark, that type of vibe can invite things to you, things that look human, but well, aren't. This was made clear to me that my thoughts out at night can both influence and attract certain entities to someone's location. Some of these beings may be beneficial and can be extremely dangerous. You might ask how some can be beneficial to you. Well, from what I've heard, there are helpful entities that grant people who might come across them with money, treasures, or a sense of peace. Others don't do anything remotely close to beneficial, but aren't exactly out to cause chaos to unfold. They just more or less linger in the limbo of the Evernight. The best description I can utilize for them is in the simplest terms, weird. Events that occur, be it creepy or riding on the side of weird, stupid shit, for instance. There are odd occurrences, like a clown car honking its horn 3 times, where one of the passengers grants you a sight of a full moon on a clouded night, a peculiar incident, to say the least. You may think to yourself, oh, I'm fine, it's just creepy clowns at night. Yeah, many people thought the same thing back in the late 2010s, and that ended up with people dead, so good luck with that mentality. See, in the Evernight, you should have at least 2 rules with you encounter horrifying shit. The first option is to run like hell, or rather, drive like a bat out of hell. The second, and the riskier, is to grab your gat and hold it sideways, and explain why this bitch done fucked up. That's assuming you have a Glock lying about inside of your car, and you can hit while holding sideways. If not, Plan 3 seems to work best for some of my fellow contracted coworkers from the various parts of the great United States. Shoot and drive. I listed the options above as such, because when it comes down to it, you must either fight or run. And I always say, when you choose to run, there is no shame in that. You're a regular person, after all, not the protagonist in a novel. When it comes down to decisions, you need to value your life and not play stupid games. I also give out these options because you want to learn from others, or you can be like my coworker. He told me about his time driving in the Evernight while I was still under his tutelage. He spoke to me often of his crazy experiences, and although he was extremely inebriated, along with smoking way more pot than a den dedicated to growing marijuana, I listened and took away lessons from him. And before you question why he was, I don't know why he decided to info dump his hellish stories onto me, but there were plenty of batshit tales that he experienced, which most likely led to his current state. However, being the kind person I am, I lent him my ear. Besides, when driving for nearly 12 hours a night, having someone ramble about their time working the job you are taking over helps immensely for the first weeks on the job. I'm more than positive he was a sober, great individual, but that person was long gone, and the man I had sitting next to me was nothing more than a shell who only functioned from strong booze and somehow managed to drive sober enough to get to his destination. It was enough to keep his employment, but of course, it wasn't for long. I made mistakes of dwelling on the terrible memories I made throughout my trips, and I allowed myself to let the supernatural influence my mind while driving, and it caused stress like no other. By this point in my life, I learned that the supernatural is very much real, and you should, at the bare minimum, give it the respect it deserves. Don't misinterpret what I say next. When you do night drives for as long as I have, no matter the main road or the back roads, you will have an experience that will be seared into your mind, or several, and you should treat it with some kind of respect. Not saying you should give a supernatural entity polite speech or anything like that. What I mean is, if you encounter a monster, you treat the situation with some actual brain power and deal with it accordingly. For example, if you see a creature that resembles a human stand up screeching in the road within your headlights, you shouldn't pull your phone out and film it and hope the cameraman rule applies to you. Life is not a movie, and it may not send a saving grace to protect you in the moment that does happen. Oh yeah, I forgot my old coworker story. This one isn't necessarily supernatural, at least I don't think it is true, but you can consider it an example of what I told you above. You should not put bad thoughts into the world, because the world may respond equally. I remember he told me a story. On one of his travels, he spotted a woman running from the wilderness into the main road, and he stopped for her. Her face was that of a gorgeous model, and she wore a beautiful white dress. He thought score at first and rolled his window down, asking where she needed to go. He was told she needed just to get to the next town as fast as possible so that her husband wouldn't find her, and to at least take her to the hospital. He was asking what happened to her as she got into his vehicle, and she explained to him that she was beaten by him countless times, and she finally mustered up the courage to leave him. She fled with a friend who she trusted, and when her husband found her, he beat her and the friend up and shot his friend. She ran away and got a ride from an Uber, but the Uber wouldn't take her that far after they were shot at, so she fled down the road and into the wilderness. Feeling horrible for her, he sped off, telling her she'd be fine and that she would be taken to the hospital, and the police notified. During this trip, she was asking questions and began to get sexual with him. She was being overly flirtatious, and despite his better judgment, he let his little brain get the better of him. While they started getting a little busy, he had undone her dress, only to discover that she had bullet wounds and stab wounds in her stomach. When he saw this, the woman grew angry. She began screeching while grasping at his throat. Screaming, he tried getting her off and out of the vehicle, only to wake up in the truck alone on the side of the road parked. The only thing he had was the scent of her lingering, and the blood still all over his clothes. Driving away, he shuddered in fear. That was the story I remembered on one of my trips. It was a Friday night. I got my coffee and grabbed my keys to pack up the vehicle they provided me at this old military building that was repurposed for whatever the company uses it for now. I was told to take the supplies they had ready to another contractor in a city a few hours up and come back with some supplies they had in their vehicle. The job was simple: swap the goods and get back down. If anything else was required, they would inform me through text and send me. Simple enough, normal stuff. Everything that this company takes always goes back to this lab up in a big city, and we are sent to collect the items or trade, whatever. Essentially, we are mostly contract couriers. The job was as simple as they come, and so I made my way to grab what I needed to form the hospital as directed. I soon began my long drive into the endless blackness of the Evernight with nothing but the destination in mind. I drove on with music playing and thoughts of what horrors may come to play tonight. That was the wrong thought, because that was the day I witnessed the first untimely deaths on the road. My mind was racing at the story my coworker told me before I was a free man doing these jobs on my own. It wasn't creepy, but I wouldn't know what to do in that situation, not the horny woman in the car. But if someone was riding with me and suddenly attacked me or met someone on the side of the road who needed my help. As for my story, I vividly remember that night. It was 23:37. I was going about 87 miles an hour on the empty back roads. They were considered to be the new long toll roads, however, due to the pricing, no one ever took them. Eventually, they became free. However, still, due to being so far out, no one took them. There was a bend in the road with overgrown grass alongside a hill, which was the reason I didn't see the hazard lights on the road, and they weren't far at all. Slamming the brakes, I came to a halt a little way from the vehicle, and my adrenaline spiked at the sudden action I had to take as I contemplated what could have happened had my reaction been a second slower. I would have collided with the vehicle and at best, very injured or worse, a direct collision with the car. Illuminating the area with my high beams, I discerned a lone white Toyota Camry obstructing the road. Inside, there were figures slumped in their seats with red stains on the window. My instincts took over as I unbuckled my seatbelt, opened the passenger storage compartment for first aid, and quickly placed it in the center console. Picking up my head and turning for my door, I looked out into the night through the window, and there, briefly illuminated by the hazard lights, was a dark figure hidden slightly in the brush. I paused my movement and stared, waiting for the lights to flicker on again. As they did, I saw the figure looking at me tilt its head slightly, curious if it was spotted. It was pure luck, I noticed. The figure crouched in the grass divider, tucked by some of that thick brush, but it was close enough to notice. My mind raced with thoughts. Asterisk, what should I do? Should I drive off, open the door and scream at him to leave? No, I don't know what he has. If I don't do something now, he's going to make the first move. A few moments went by, and I decided to open the door. I steadied my breathing while cursing myself for doing something that could get me killed. The moment I opened the door and exited, I pulled out my gun from its holster and turned my weapon light to expose the figure locking in with my red dot sight. During the few seconds I'd opened my door and stepped out, the figure had stood up but froze the moment. I turned that beam on and placed a hand up, blocking the light in his other hand. I took full notice of his still dripping red, liquid-stained large knife. I held my position and demanded what he wanted from me. No verbal response was given. However, his actions did give a response. He made a slicing motion on his neck as he took a step forward toward me. He must have thought I had a regular flashlight, because he continued to step towards me as I yelled for him to stop. I shouted as loud as I could for him to stop moving. Even though he was a decent distance away from where I was, a dead sprint from his distance is still dangerous, because bullets don't stop someone immediately. When he continued to move to me slowly, methodically, this was something he was well versed in doing many, many times. I shouted for him to drop the knife, and by his fourth step, he stopped. I think he finally took notice that what was in my hand wasn't a normal light. The moment he ceased all movement, and that granted me precious seconds of planning. From the looks of it, I could shoot this hooded figure dead and be cleared of any wrongdoing, or I could get back into the vehicle and run away and never think about this again. Another part of me just screamed for me to shoot him and end his life. Whatever bravery the hooded figure showed earlier, he certainly lost it all, as the gun was reason enough to not pick this would-be prey tonight, and that was good enough for me. He took a few steps back and gave me a small wave as he casually walked away. After he got further into the grass, he gently removed the hood to show a blank mask, one of those party masks you get at a party store. The white mask had noticeable red stains scattered all over the left cheek, and to contrast the messy left side was just one long, bloody tear coming down from the right eye slit. After fading into the darkness, I called the police and waited for them to get there. During that time, I inspected the body that was in the car. Staring up into the car was a handsome young man who was holding his neck. Blood splayed across his shirt and fear painted on his face. The multiple stab wounds in his chest indicated the cause of death. In the passenger seat was a beautiful woman who was coughing up blood, reaching for the door handle, gurgling still and crying in pain, whimpering at the sight of me. I heard her cries as I ran to my car and grabbed a first aid bag. I ran to the side of the car, put on the emergency gloves, and pulled out gauze and other first aid equipment. I opened the door and assisted her out of the car, hearing her cry, holding onto me as her blood pooled onto me. I pulled her to the light of the vehicle and began first aid. She was trying to tell me something, however, I didn't understand her at all. She pointed to her stomach and told me, "It hurts. Scared," she said in gurgled breaths. I tried to do everything I could to prevent the bleeding from continuing. However, I didn't know how long she may have. I cut her shirt with the emergency scissors and looked at her body. The source of her bleeding was the 3 stab wounds to her stomach. I grabbed some of the clotting gauze and began putting it onto the knife wounds and wrapping them around her stomach as her cries of pain echoed into the night. Minutes felt like hours, and I held her there in the night as she kept crying out for help. She was holding onto my bloodstained jacket as I kept her other hand on her wound, putting pressure on it. Occasionally, the sound of a crunch echoed in the grassy patches, to which my response was a sweep with my pistol, with the light on and ready to shoot. My fear grew not only for me, but the woman I now held in my arms. I was scared, not just for her, as horrible as it sounds. I didn't want to get stabbed by the masked man because that would mean certain death for both of us. My attention was stretched thin from both the sounds of the grass on the other side of the road and the young girl's moans of pain. The bleeding wouldn't stop, so I had to help her the best way I knew how, pulling more of the first aid out, applying more of the gauze on her wound, and pushing her into the recovery position. I did my best to tell her to keep talking, fight through the pain, and keep telling me random facts about anything. My goal was to keep her away from death for as long as I could. The growing fear that I would be the last person on this planet to see her before she died was becoming a reality the longer I waited for the police. All the while, I kept on the lookout for the police. Finally, after what felt like a lifetime, both law enforcement came alongside an ambulance. The relief of seeing those red and blue lights was unlike any other. I put my gun quickly away as I exclaimed to the woman she would be okay. I saw one of the medical personnel get out of the vehicle, one quickly walk over to her. While I moved aside for them, I didn't take note of who it was, but one of the people grabbed me and promptly shoved me into the Camry. It then hit me as the cold steel of the handcuffs placed on me. My mind registered it was a police officer who was now reading me my rights. As he was shouting at me, I could only stare into the shocked expression of the young man who lifelessly sat in the car in front of me. I could only recall being shoved into the car twice over, and the cops screaming at me, demanding, "What happened to him? Tell me, damn it!" Finally, after what felt like what would have been another bashing, the man's motion abruptly stopped, and a female voice asked me to explain myself as I felt the strong grips of the man loosen and drop away from my arms. Turning my head to her, I looked at the man who cuffed and slammed my head into the car. The startling realization that he looked remarkably like the young boy in the car. With tears rolling down his cheek, I understood his frustration. The female officer took me and guided me to her car, where we spoke of my encounter. I told her what had happened, mentioning how I just saw a hooded figure walk away from me waving goodbye. She shook her head in disbelief, however. Even if my brief explanation didn't give them much to work, it did seem to clear me of any involvement other than being the unlucky individual who stumbled upon the scene. She said to me, "You know she might make it, and it's thanks to you. You're a hero." I looked at her, almost disgusted by the word. I was not a hero, that is for sure. A hero would have done more. I did not even shoot the man responsible for it. She wrote down my information and said she would contact me if anything came up for whatever reason they would need me. But as far as they were concerned and needed, I was free to go after an hour. I thanked them, and her turning, I made my way to my vehicle. Driving off, I looked back at the eerie sight of the red and blue flashing lights of the EMS, swallowing the hazard lights, which were losing their power and fading into small, faint orange lights by now. I felt regret hit me, a sort of heaviness in my chest. The thing I noticed when I was there was how in the car I noticed their phones, purses, and even his backpack inside the car were not messed with just those 2 individuals who were murdered. They were just prey to a monster in human skin within the Evernight. It was not a robbery gone wrong. It was just murder for the sake of murder. That experience gave me a rush I didn't want to feel. The cold feeling of adrenaline flowing through my body as I was thrust into a fight or flight response coincided with the painful guilt. The guilt of not pulling the trigger and ending his life. That unhealthy guilt of knowing I let a monster get away into the darkness of the Evernight. I've always believed that fear lives in the shadows, but lately, it's more than a belief. It's an oppressive weight that strangles me tighter with every breath. I live alone in a small apartment, a stark, echoing space that now feels foreign, hostile. I wake up to the same stifling darkness. My body feels heavier than it should, as if the sheets are laced with lead, pinning me down. My pulse thrums in my throat, and for a moment, I can't remember why my heart is pounding so violently. Then it hits me. A dream. Was it a dream? I sit up, the air in the room thick, suffocating, almost alive, as though it was watching, breathing. I told myself I was just tired, but the shadows began flickering at the edges of my vision. At first, brief, then bolder, they stretched and twisted, nearly human. I could feel eyes on me. Always watching, always there. My head is spinning and everything feels off, as if the shadows themselves are watching, waiting. The silence presses against my eardrums, too complete, too absolute. I reach for my phone, desperate for an anchor in this void of fear. The screen lights up. 1:03 a.m. I force a breath, wiping the cold sweat from my brow. It was just a nightmare. Only a nightmare. I repeat it like a mantra, trying to believe it, but a nagging feeling clings to my mind. Something isn't right. I lay there for a few moments, listening to the stillness. That's when I hear it, a faint tapping. It's almost indistinguishable at first, like the sound of fingers brushing against a window pane. My heart skips a beat. I glance toward the window, barely visible in the pitch black. The blinds sway slightly, even though there's no breeze. And then I hear it again, closer this time. But it's not just tapping. There's something beneath it, low and garbled. Whispers. The dread creeps back. The minutes are slipping faster now. I can hear something moving in the closet. Soft, scraping noises against the floor. Things are moving throughout the room. I don't want to know what they are. I freeze as I feel the mattress dip beside me, as though someone has climbed in, inching closer. My breath catches, heart nearly stopping. I can feel it, the weight of something crawling toward me beneath the blankets. I felt something cold brush against my arm, too real. My skin prickles. I throw off the blankets and sat up, attempting to see as much of the darkness as possible. The sound seems to snake its way around the room, creeping into my ears. I strain to hear, but the words refuse to form. They twist and coil, becoming something indecipherable, something wrong. My blood turns to ice as they burrow deeper into my mind, taking root in places I didn't know fear could reach. I look at my phone again, irrationally hoping the time will calm me. 1:27 a.m. How did I lose track of time so fast? The knock comes again, but this time it's from the closet. I stare at the door, my mind racing, trying to piece together if this is a dream or if I've lost myself in the night. And then it opens, slowly. I can't see inside, but the air grows colder and I can hear breathing. Heavy, wet breaths, as though something is hiding just beyond the door. I close my eyes again, tears streaming down my face. I can't face it, but it doesn't matter. Suddenly, I feel it, a presence. In the mirror across the room, something flickers, just on the edge of my vision. My pulse quickens as I slowly turn my head, eyes locking onto the reflective surface. My breath catches in my throat. The reflection isn't right. I'm not alone. There, standing just behind me in the mirror, is a shape. At first, it's only a blur in the periphery, but as I stare, its form becomes clearer. A figure, tall and lanky, its limbs distorted as if broken and twisted into unnatural angles. It's motionless, but its eyes, two pits of pure black, darker than the void around it, bore into me. They stand out against the dark, voids of nothingness, in a room already drowning in shadow. I swallow hard, but my throat is dry, and every muscle in my body screams at me to run, yet I can't move. And then, in the reflection, it moves. Slowly, its head tilts toward me, a grotesque motion that sends a shiver down my spine. My own reflection remains frozen, wide-eyed, as if I've been cut out of reality, locked in this surreal nightmare. I blink, and it's gone. The room is empty again, the mirror showing only me, drenched in sweat, trembling. I lurch out of bed, my legs weak and unsteady. My footsteps echo unnaturally, like I'm being followed by a second set. And then, footsteps that aren't mine, soft, small, right behind me. I whip around, heart pounding in my throat, but there's nothing. I hear it again, a sound like creeping footsteps, barely audible but unmistakable. My heart skips. It's nothing, I tell myself. It has to be. But the sound comes again, closer this time. I tell myself it's just another nightmare, a cruel, vivid trick of my tired mind. But the whispers, they don't stop. They slither through the darkness, circling closer, becoming louder. I stumble toward the light switch, desperate for the comfort of illumination. It doesn't work. The room stays submerged in its unnatural darkness, oppressive and unyielding. I stared into the mirror again, searching for, something. Myself, maybe. But the reflection stared back, empty. A child's face crept into the edges behind mine. I blinked, and it was gone. Or maybe it was still there, hiding in the corners where I couldn't see. I felt his grin on my neck. I raised my phone to my face, fingers shaking as I checked the time. 2:23 a.m. What? No, it can't be. I checked it again, but the numbers don't change. The dread coils tighter around my chest, suffocating me. I hear footsteps now, slow and deliberate, approaching from behind. My skin crawls with the sensation of being watched. No, hunted. The shadows surged forward, surrounding me, suffocating me. I couldn't breathe. They wouldn't let me. I clawed at the air at my chest, trying to scream, but my voice had been swallowed by the dark. I feel them. I feel them inside me. I stumbled away from the mirror. My reflection stared back, but it wasn't just me anymore. Behind me, the child grinned, my grin, stretching wide, tearing at the corners of its mouth. I couldn't stop it. Couldn't stop the laugh bubbling up my throat, choking me. I whip around, but nothing is there. Just the same impenetrable darkness. My heart thunders in my chest, and I catch sight of the mirror again. Something is wrong. I can't bring myself to look directly at it, but I see it shifting, warping. The whispers grow louder, more frantic, like a chorus of voices, yet I still can't understand them. They claw at my mind, pulling me deeper into confusion. I turn away from the mirror, my hands shaking uncontrollably. No escape. Who am I? The shadows there. It's 3:07. I'm not alone. Still, always. Time never moves here. Not in the dark. The shadow shifts closer. I glance toward the corner of the room. There's something there. A figure, crouching, watching. Time doesn't exist anymore. Who's laughing? Is that me? The child. It's in my head. Stop. Stop the clock. Stop. 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 I see it. It sees me. We are one. We are everywhere. You reading, you see it too. Don't look at the clock. 3:07. Are you sure you're alone? The reflection, it's smiling. I stumble toward the window, desperate for some sign of the outside world, but as I pull back the blinds, there's nothing. The glass reflects only blackness. No streetlights, no stars, just an endless, suffocating void. The world outside is gone, swallowed by the same emptiness that's creeping into my room. And then, from behind me, a sound. A crackling, wet noise, like something tearing through flesh. I freeze, a cold sweat breaking out on my neck. Slowly, I turn back toward the mirror. My reflection has changed. It's me, but it's not. My eyes are hollow, my skin pale, and there's blood dripping from my mouth, from my hands. But worse than that, standing behind my reflection is the figure, the same twisted, shadowed form, with its pitch-black eyes fixated on me. This time, its mouth opens wide, an inhuman grin stretching far too long, revealing rows of jagged, decayed teeth. It raises a hand, a long, gnarled hand that looks more like a claw, and places it on my reflection's shoulder. I can feel it, cold and wet, pressing into my real skin. I scream, stumbling back, but no sound escapes. My voice is gone, trapped in my throat. The thing in the mirror grins wider, its black eyes consuming everything. I blink hard, my mind reeling, hoping, praying for this to end. When I open my eyes again, I'm back in bed. 1:03 a.m. My breath catches. No. The tapping begins once more. The same soft, rhythmic knock, knock, knock against the window. My heart hammers in my chest, my stomach turning with dread. I've been here before. I've done this before. The closet door slams shut. The whole room feels like it's vibrating, the air thick with the presence of something I can't see, but can feel everywhere. And then, I hear it. Whispers. But this time, they're not just from the walls or the shadows. They're inside my head, telling me things, whispering secrets I don't want to hear. This isn't a dream. My throat tightens, panic rising. I can feel it now, whatever's in the room with me. It's close. The whispers become louder, more aggressive, clawing at my mind with indecipherable urgency. My head pounds and I clutch it, gasping for air. I try to push the voices away, but they burrow deeper. My vision blurs, the room spinning as reality itself seems to warp around me. Suddenly, there's a sharp pain in my chest, as if invisible hands are reaching inside, tearing me apart from the inside out. I gasp, clutching my shirt, but there's no wound, just the overwhelming agony and a sickening sense of something twisting my soul. I can't breathe. My thoughts blur. The whispers, they're inside me now. I force myself to check the time. 3:07 a.m. Still always. Time never moves here. I scramble to my feet, staggering toward the mirror again. It's the only thing that remains clear in the spinning darkness. My reflection looks back at me, eyes wide with terror, but something's changed. Behind me, the figure looms again, but this time, it's not alone. There are others, dozens of them. Figures draped in shadow, their black eyes watching me, waiting. Their whispers grow louder, more frenzied, but still, I can't understand them. I can only feel their intent, malice, hunger, hatred. My reflection grins again, blood dripping from its mouth. The figures move closer, closing in on me from all sides. 3:07 a.m. No. I know I've checked the clock. I know time should move, but it's stuck. I'm stuck. The whispers are louder now. They're telling me about you. You're not safe either. The world cracks. I feel myself shatter as the whispers consume me, their meaning clear now. I can hear you reading. You know what happens next. You're already trapped, just like me, just like them. Don't look away from the screen. Don't check the time. If you do, we'll see you. You feel it, don't you? The darkness around you, the eyes that aren't your own watching from the corners. You thought you were alone, but you're not. You're never alone. Welcome to your new reality. My parents got married while still in high school. I wouldn't recommend this. The 12th grade to be exact. They were legal adults. I came just a year later when my mom was 19 and my dad was 20. We lived in a one-bedroom upstairs apartment in a crappy complex. I slept in my crib until I started climbing out of it and finding my way into my parents' bed or into trouble. When I was 4, my parents decided I needed my own room, so they upgraded to a 2-bedroom downstairs apartment in the same complex. They fought horribly all the time, but outside of that, everything was pretty normal. I made a few friends with other children around the complex, and a cousin and her 3 kids also lived into the complex. Everything was fine until a new neighbor moved in next door when I was 6. Immediately, this lady didn't like me and she didn't hide it. I was at school when she moved in, but on the weekends when I went out to ride my big wheel bike and play, she stood in her door and glared at me with the most hateful look a person could give a child. To be honest, I didn't like her either. Something about her bothered my spirit greatly. Though at the time I didn't understand why. It's like she could sense my presence outside and would literally spawn outdoors just to glare daggers at me and mutter things under her breath. I felt an evil presence on her and started making a cross with my fingers whenever I saw her. This enraged her, and she lied and told my mom that I threw her a middle finger. My mom believed me instead. Strange things started happening in my room at night. I had a rocking horse. It was beautiful, and I enjoyed playing on it. However, it started rocking on its own whenever I tried to sleep. I heard this as the springs made a distinctive noise. I had one of those dolls that eyes open and close depending on if it's lying down or sitting up. The doll's eyes would sometimes remain open while lying down, or it would blink, scaring the crap out of me. There would be strange knocking noises in my wall. My parents heard this as well, and they permitted me to sleep with them in bed. One day, my mom and I got locked out of our apartment. This was before everyone had cell phones, 90SS, and our cousin wasn't home. My mom, against my pleas, knocked on the neighbor's door to use her phone. She let us in, glaring at me the entire time. I never let go of Mom's hand or came from behind her leg. In her house, on her wall were multiple upside-down crosses, strange-looking masks, some with horns. There were candles everywhere and small, colorful bottles with powder in them. My mom looked around like WTF, but kept her composure. She held my hand tighter, made the phone call to my dad at his job to hurry back now, and we quickly exited the apartment after thanking the woman. She watched me as we left. My mom told my dad everything, and he told his father, my grandfather, who was a pastor. He immediately brought us a bottle of prayed over olive oil, holy oil, to anoint our house. My mom also told her side of the family, who were very strict Christians, and they were, for a lack of a better word, flabbergasted, and started a prayer meeting. A few days later, we noticed at our back door a white powder substance across the threshold. My mom poured some of the oil on it, and it absorbed it and disappeared. The woman later tried to offer me some candy, which I declined, though I loved sweets. My nickname was Sugar Ant because I loved junk so much. I had made friends with a little girl in the complex that lived on the other side. One day she had some soft shoes and offered me one. Like an idiot, I accepted and ate it. It didn't take long before I fell violently ill. Fever, sweating, skin darkened, dark circles around the eyes. Nothing given to me at the doctors helped. I couldn't keep anything down. On intuition, my mom asked, did I accept and eat anything from anyone? And I confessed to accepting candy from a friend. She asked around and found out the girl was the granddaughter of our next door neighbor. My dad called over my grandfather and my mom her family. They anointed me with holy oil and made a prayer circle around me and started speaking in tongues. I was in and out of consciousness. My grandfather lifted me up and made me drink some of the oil. I remember it burning my throat. Suddenly I had to throw up. I leaped from the couch where I was laying and sprinted to the bathroom, where I started throwing up a thick, black sludge. A lot came out. My mom was shaking and on the verge of tears. Everyone continued praying in tongues. I threw up for a while until it was all out. I suddenly felt a lot better. I was fussed at for accepting food from strangers, even friends. The adults talked while I rested. After a few days, the woman saw that I was fine. This time, I glared at her back as I was angry. I was young, but I understood she had tried to poison me for no reason. I made the cross sign again with my fingers, and she went back in her house and slammed her door. She moved out sometime after that. Back in 2020, I got married to a girl who claimed her family had some spooky paranormal encounters once. While we were dating, we went to an overlook in our city where you could see the city lights below and the moon rise over the Rocky Mountains. It was a beautiful spot and a favorite for talking. One of those nights, we were in my car just listening to music when all of a sudden my girlfriend got really quiet and said, "Do you hear that?" I did, but I thought it was coming from her. It was a heavy breathing sound. What's even weirder is that it didn't go away when the music was turned up and became clearer when we turned it off. It was clear enough and obvious enough that I figured it had to be coming from my car. I rolled down the windows, but it didn't increase the sound at all. Whatever it was coming from inside the car. I put my hand on the handle of the car, but my girlfriend screamed, "No, don't, please. Don't go out there." So I just froze, and she just started crying. We left, and I dropped her off at her parents' house. 15 minutes later, she texted me saying she heard it inside the house too. Later that week, she told me her family had heard this kind of stuff before once, and that it stopped when they asked the pastor to bless their house. Weird, and I didn't know what to think of it. But a year later, we got married. On our wedding night, she told me about a dream she had 2 years prior. She saw a large figure in her dream, who pointed to a man who she said looked like me from the back. She said in that dream there was a house, and she was climbing up the stairs when she saw me with my back turned. That was it. She woke up as I began to turn towards her. During our marriage, it was rough. It was as if anything and everything we planned just messed up. COVID took our jobs, depressive episodes, declining health, car accidents. Friends suddenly moved away. Things became issues that we had talked about before. It was all things I thought were fixable, but we eventually moved back to her hometown to be closer to family. During this time, I was diagnosed with a form of depression, and my wife was too. It made no sense. I was relatively happy with my life, and I loved my wife. Things were tough, but not in a depression-inducing sense. We got a dog, and that helped, but then my wife's anxiety and depression spiked. She became a shell of herself. She withdrew from me. I learned at this time that she had 2 schizophrenic family members, and her sister struggled with bipolar disorder. I was worried, but my wife promised to see a therapist. I didn't think of it, but my wife requested one that specializes in trauma and schizoid-type symptoms management. Then, one night, we are visiting my family across town. We are in my bedroom I grew up in our bed. We both were just talking when we heard the breathing again. This time, we both just froze. I had forgotten about it. She put her hand on mine, and that's when we hear, "Hey." A moderately deep, breathy voice coming from the ceiling. We both sat straight up, and both of us looked in the same direction. We saw nothing. We both heard it. We got out of bed and went to the living room where my mother was still watching TV. She saw something was wrong and asked us what happened. My wife looked at me, and I looked at her and just said, "Mom, we heard something. Somebody said, 'Hey.'" I tried mimicking the voice, and my mother's eyes widened. She looked at my wife, who nodded in agreement. My mom didn't have an answer either, suggesting it was probably the TV, but that's not possible. The TV was too low and the sound was coming from the ceiling, not the door. The next day we took family photos, and during the photo shoot, my wife started crying outside of one of the older historic houses. When I asked her what was going on, I pulled her close and told her everything was going to be fine. Sometimes anxiety symptoms caused her to cry. That's when she told me she had a dream of this house, and that when she had that dream, she saw herself dying. This was the house she saw on our wedding night. We went back to her hometown, and our marriage rapidly spun out of control. My wife divorced me. Turns out she'd been cheating. It was a tough divorce, but once she left, so did my symptoms of depression and most of my anxiety. It was a hot summer day. I had gone for a hike and got seriously lost, which is another story. Suffice it to say that I had hiked through trackless wilderness for mile after mile, and even when I found a road, I was so far from a car, I didn't know which direction to go, dead tired, exhausted, and still several miles back to the car. Finally, I was on the way home late afternoon on a hot, sunny summer day, after many hours lost in mountains and woods. It was about 15 miles to home, and I live out in the country. As I started into the drive, I saw an overweight, out-of-shape fellow hitchhiking in the direction I was going. I saw that he had a long, hard walk in front of him, just like I had just completed only 20 minutes ago. Of Of course, I felt sorry for the fella having a similar ordeal as I just had, and so I stopped and motioned for him to get in. I did not realize my ordeals for the day were not yet over. As he opened the door, he gave me a look and we exchanged a greeting as he squeezed into the front seat. He was going to a spot on the highway way to my house, and away we went, engaging in light conversation. I glanced down at his side. I noticed he had a prosthetic arm made of a hard, heavy ballistic plastic with a metal hook for grasping instead of a hand. From the conversation, he was an out-of-work construction heavy equipment operator whose house was undergoing a bank foreclosure. He was basically squatting illegally on his own property, probably hitching around during the day to avoid the sheriff, evicting him and coming back in the evening to let himself into his basement. So basically a homeless vagrant and a transient that still had a physical address. This didn't raise any red flags with me at the time, though maybe it should have. I have a repertoire of interesting stories I like tell. I dusted one off and told him a yarn or two to pass the miles and be friendly as it makes the ride easier. He listened politely, and I found he liked to talk a little bit himself. My tales must have encouraged him, because he began to tell me a very strange tale of his own. He began to relate to me that years ago, during what he claimed was one of the worst blizzards of the century. In his words, a woman had a bad accident on the US route that went past his house. He said that she was badly injured from the accident and bleeding to death. His story continued, and he mentioned that the weather was so bad that the road was undrivable, but as a construction operator, he had a backhoe. He said that he loaded the injured woman into the bucket of the backhoe and drove her 30 miles through the freezing cold and blizzard to a major medical center and delivered her to the ER. That was a pretty odd tale, I thought. I am pretty street smart, having seen a lot of the world and some of the more dangerous places in it. I believe that he had changed up the story somewhat to protect the guilty. He wanted to share a story, but disguise his role, or what had really happened. In other words, his story contained a kernel of truth, but he had changed a few details. I am quick to spot inconsistencies and also can analyze just as quickly. It comes with the street smarts, another word for the survival instinct. What I think is true was that a woman who was fatally injured, perhaps someone who had come to his door for help. I think that she died, and I think he used the bucket loader to bury the body. The why and wherefore I could not guess at, but I had immediately gotten that impression. I did not have much time to think about it, as the drive was coming to an end. It may seem weird to you that I came to that conclusion, but perhaps what follows will convince you. As he ended his story, we had come to the turn for his house. As I turned into the long driveway, he had just ended his story and now began to make improper propositions to me as to what he would like to have happen, amorously. I was a bit taken aback, but just simply told him politely that that was not my thing and ended my conversation as we pulled up to his house, and he continued to insist. The problem was that he was not taking no as an answer. I realized things were rapidly getting out of hand. But I am a cool customer when dealing with actual stress and danger. I'm pretty hardcore, which discourages most potential malefactors, but not this guy, which shows just how dangerous he was. He wasn't getting out of the car now that we were stopped, and he had his hard plastic arm, solid and heavy as a log, raised halfway between us, looking me straight in the eye and not saying anything. Having studied self-defense, I knew the deal. If I looked away or blinked, he would knock me out with the arm. He was formidable as well. He may have been fat, but he was a construction worker with large arms and muscles from a life of heavy work. The weight was all to his advantage in any struggle. I knew the deal though, and I always had a plan in case a hitchhiker proved to be dangerous. I had my seatbelt on and he didn't. The plan was to floor the car into his house at about 60 and put him through the windshield. Even if I was injured or unconscious myself, hopefully he would be worse. The idea was that the noise of a high-speed crash would bring neighbors to find out what happened, and I would also blare the horn. But I could see that if he went through the trouble on knocking me out for the purpose of a rape, that likely I would never wake up again. Someone this dangerous was not going to leave a witness that could put him in jail for the rest of his life. Likely, he was a career criminal. and this was not his first rodeo. The other secret learned from martial arts is never look away and hold the gaze, read the intent, and then spontaneously block or deflect the initial attack. This guy could see from my eyes that he would have a real fight on his hands and that I was fully ready for a life-or-death combat. The situation ended when he opened the door and anticlimactically got out. I quickly backed out of the dooryard and spun the car around, giving him a departing glance, and headed out. Phew, I thought. That is the most dangerous motherfucker that I had ever encountered. I really should call the state police and tell them to keep an eye on that scary bitch, because it will only be a matter of time before he tries to kill somebody, and at least they will have a warning about him on their files. But, I thought, the police often don't seem to take me seriously, and he didn't do anything other than pose a threat. No actual assault. What can I do? The real reason was now that the situation was over, I just wanted to forget about it. It has been a very long day, after all. A police report would take up another hour of my dinner time, and I would have to deal with possibly skeptical or unhelpful authorities. In 2020's retrospect, I see now that that was a mistake. About 10 years later, the property was the site of a very active crime scene. A woman from a nearby state had come to live at that house and had gone missing. I did not realize that his house was the site till I drove by one day and saw a state police crime scene bus, about 5 cruisers and a police helicopter, and everything marked off with crime scene tape. And then I thought, oh my, I really should have let someone know. It might have prevented this. And I was lazy and concerned more with myself that day. The girl's body was later found in a local pond in a freezer that had come from that house. Dark stories of a couple exploiting a young homeless girl down on her luck emerged, and it seems other folks were involved as well. A sordid tale I won't go into here out of respect, in case her family were to read this post. I drove by a couple days later and the investigation was winding down and only a cruiser or two were maintaining security. That is when I decided to call into the state police with the story about the backhoe that Captain Hook had told me. The next day, the crime scene was abuzz again. I suspect they were searching for other cadavers. Although the couple was never charged, they both remain in prison on other charges, the last I knew. So, the lesson for me was see something, say something. Oh, and hitchhikers these days are getting too damn sketchy. I put this story somewhere around when I was in middle school, I believe. It was nearing the end of summer, soon to be going back to school. My second cousin had gotten a new apartment, 2-story, 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom, big kitchen, and big living room. At the time, it was perfect for her at the time boyfriend, now husband, and her one child. She has 2 more kids now. She invited us to spend the night with her, me and my elder sibling. Mom preferred staying at home, but wanted to see the apartment still. We all loved it. Nice complex, right by the school. A few bad neighbors, but May loved it for my cousin nonetheless. And she was happy to have it. The neighborhood kids saw us while my mom and cousin were talking, spoiling my cousin's child, who was still a baby. Me and my sister talked with the kids, toys, games, where we from, etc. One older kid looked behind us to the apartment, chuckling. Can't believe y'all moved in here. Man, I remember when that old lady... My cousin immediately walked over, cutting the boy off, and told the kids it was time to leave. They did. We said goodbye to our mom and we went inside. It was just me, my elder sibling, my cousin, and her baby now. By then, I forgot what the boy was saying because we started playing video games, playing with the baby, all good things. That night is when crap got started. It was quiet, eerily so. The TV was on, but it was muted. My cousin was asleep in her bed with her baby, while me and my siblings slept on the floor with some blankets and sheets. Something woke me up, and I looked around to find nothing out of place. Everyone was still asleep, so what woke me up? I stretch out, curl on my side to go back to sleep when I hear it. I could feel the sound. One of my hand was touching the hardwood floor, and I could feel a bit of the vibrations due to how thin the blankets were. My sibling was awake, looking over at me. You heard it too? They whispered. I lowered my head to the cover to continue talking and not wake my cousin up. This is the conversation that followed in whispers. Me. How long has it been going on? Them. I don't know, but it woke me up. I just didn't say anything since cousin name hasn't done anything. By then, I felt slightly nervous, anxiously looking towards the closed door. Her boyfriend wasn't here. He was gone with friends since we spent the night, so what was making the noise? Me. Should we wake her up? Cousin, be quiet and go back to sleep. Her sudden yet sleepy voice makes me and my sibling flinch. I quickly lift my upper body up to stare at her, finding my cousin still laying down with her eyes closed. Me. I was just thinking about going to the bathroom but hesitated. A lie. I didn't have to go, but my child brain was curious, and I'll be damned if I was going to lay there knowing someone was in her house without permission. Again, child brain. I was curious as hell. To this day, I still look back and want to smack my younger self over the head. My cousin told me to go to the bathroom, and my sibling looked at me nervously. They didn't want me to open the bedroom door. Who knows what's on the other side? I was younger than them, yet braver, or stupid. I walked out, pulled the door closed until it was only a crack. It was cold, not just my bare feet touching the floor. The entire apartment was cold, minus my cousin's bedroom. The bathroom was about 5 steps away, giving you the chance to look down the stairs and see the front door. I stood there for a few seconds at the top of the stairs, waiting, watching with my hands clenched into fists. I could see moonlight coming through the small window on the front door, creating a small lit path on the floor in front of it. Everything else was dark and quiet. By then, my cousin was irritated, calling me back into the bedroom. I told her I was going to the bathroom. She told me to hurry up. I flushed the toilet to make it seem like I really did use it, turned the water on, and started back into her bedroom. As soon as the door was closed, now I knew what the sound was. It was like someone coming up the stairs, yet didn't come all the way up. The sound was faster, not slow like the first time I heard it. I sneaked a glance towards my cousin, who watched me as I laid back down, telling me and my sibling to go back to sleep. We did, and the next morning our mom came to get us. My cousin at the last moment tried to get us to stay after looking over her boyfriend's work schedule. My mom kept saying no, since we had school the next day. Finally, after some back and forth, my mom asked her, "Mom, why you want them to stay so badly? Boyfriend name isn't here." Cousin: "He's working, but I miss y'all and I want to spend more time with y'all." Mom: "Not buying it for one damn second." What's the real reason?" Cousin: "Nothing, an old lady died in there. They found her at the bottom in her nightgown. She didn't fall though. It seemed like she died going up the stairs. I heard someone died in this neighborhood. I remember seeing the ambulance when I drove by one time on my way to work, but I didn't know it was my apartment." My mom immediately shook her head, saying me and my sister weren't coming back, and neither was she. Nobody wanted to stay in that apartment. Not my aunt, not my cousin's sister, not even the boyfriend. He wanted them all to move out, but my cousin was happy to have her own apartment. He took overtime, so he wouldn't be there at the apartment long. It wasn't but a few days later, my cousin fully moved out and into another apartment in a different neighborhood. In the later years, another family member moved into that neighborhood. I remember looking towards the apartment. It looked empty, like it has been for a while. When I asked the family member about the apartment, he laughed, saying, "Nobody want to live in there. Everyone who lived or lives here says it's haunted." I stayed silent, only nodding slowly. The noise we heard while staying with my cousin was footsteps, always sounded near the bottom of the steps. I stopped thinking about it, but now that I'm typing this out, I wonder, was it the old lady who was haunting the apartment? Why? Is she still there? Maybe one day, I'll drive through the neighborhood. Maybe things changed these last few years. Back in 2008, I used to date a girl who lived in Abergavenny, South Wales, UK. This is a very old Welsh market town with various old buildings and a vast ancient history. Anyway, my ex, let's call her C, used to live in this old toll house with her sister and mother, on the corner of what used to be the main road many hundreds of years ago. It has the classic Tudor look, with exposed black timber beams crisscrossing white painted stone walls. Although the house had extensive renovation in the early 1900s, the site of the toll house and layout had remained unchanged for several hundred years. The downstairs lounge room was set quite low into the ground, with the house effectively built on an embankment, meaning the rear wall of the lounge was under the natural ground level. C would mention how behind the rear wall in the lounge, there used to be an old access tunnel that led to the nearby castle some 500 m away, the ruins of which are still there. The tunnel had collapsed hundreds of years ago, and the entrance to the tunnel boarded over. This rear wall even had the remains of the tunnel's stone entryway archway as a feature, but was blocked off beyond a single layer of masonry. It was common in medieval times for monks at monasteries and castles to use access tunnels to travel in and out of the grounds and out of the townships. Anyway, the collapsed tunnel behind the lounge room wall always used to intrigue me, as it always had a cold draft, no matter what time of day it was, which I never thought much of. That was until strange things started to happen. The first curious event that occurred was when I wasn't actually there. I was on the phone to C one evening, chatting away about our days at school and any other rubbish 15, 16 years olds talk about. Suddenly, mid-sentence, I heard a whoosh and a loud bang, and C let out of a tiny yelp on the other end of the phone. Silence. I asked if she was okay. She eventually, after about 5 seconds of deafening silence, responded shakily, "Yes." But my science textbook just flew off my shelf from across the room at me, and then brushed it off as if it was nothing. "Wait, what?" I asked her, to which C replied, "Yeah, it happens all the time. My house is very haunted." She was very casual about it, and I found that quite comforting, considering I was staying there that coming weekend. But it also made me think, this is normal for her? Nothing happened for some time, but one evening about 2 months later, we were sat watching TV in the lounge downstairs, and I heard what sounded like her little sister shuffling around upstairs. "How long has your sister been home?" I asked, to which C replied, "She isn't home yet. Nobody is. She just texted me." We looked up at the ceiling above as we clearly heard more shuffling footsteps on the upstairs level, creaking the floorboards. The footsteps sounded almost muffled and almost soft, like someone who has only just woken up. Hard to explain, but definitely footsteps. We were both very creeped out, but went up the stairs to check no one had broken in via the rear window. A burglar had come in via that window recently. We found absolutely no one there, and all windows and doors closed. We went into C's bedroom and closed the door behind us, leaving it slightly ajar, and sat quietly trying to see if we could hear the footsteps again. After several minutes of sitting in the quiet, uneasy atmosphere, we decided to go head back downstairs as we heard nothing. The next thing that happened is something I will never forget. As I approach the bedroom door, I reach out the handle to gently push it open. The door was only open a sliver and not on the latch. As my hand was about to clasp the door handle, the door slammed in my face with the loudest bang ever, like someone had shoulder barged it from the opposite side. Instinctively, I tried to turn the door handle to open the door, but I could feel the force of someone trying to turn against me. The knob turned with some resistance, as if someone was holding it, but then it snapped back too closed with force. The only way I can describe it is like an actually person was on the other side of the door playing a prank on us and holding the doorknob as hard as they could and leaning all of their body weight into the door itself. I could even heard the old timber door creaking under the pressure of something pushing it hard from the other side. Then suddenly, after a few seconds, the resistance disappeared. I turned the doorknob and the door swung open freely. There's absolutely no way a person would have done that and then hidden somewhere in the house that quickly. We rushed from room to room and found no one hiding. All windows closed and the front door still locked from the inside. It suddenly occurred to me that as I was closing the door before it slammed, the sliver of light from the ajar door was gone. It was pitch black, as if it was the dead of night on the landing, or something very dark and translucent was blocking the light coming through the gap in the door from floor to ceiling. The image of this still creeps me out to this day. If from then on, things literally started to go bump in the night. One night I stayed over in the guest room and got up for a pee at around 3 a.m., toilets downstairs. When I was heading back to the base of the stairs, I heard a loud thump from the lounge room. I stared into the pitch black beyond the old, crooked doorway leading into the lounge room. I could tell the thump was coming from the rear wall, like someone's fist softly hitting a hollow plasterboard wall, as if someone or something was behind the hollow wall where the collapsed tunnel entrance was. I stood there in frozen shock, my eyes watering with pure fear, like I've never experienced before. I then bolted upstairs and woke up C. We sat on her bedroom floor, listening to this thumping going on for what seemed like 30 minutes or so, getting slower and softer and eventually disappearing. I'm sure other events happened there that I didn't notice. Her mom used to drink a lot and tell us vague stories of the moaning she had heard from behind the lounge room wall most nights. I even saw C's bedroom door open behind her on webcam on its own, and her mirror getting thrown off her wall and smashing on the ground. Whatever was in that house had a sad but sinister feeling to it. We broke up not so long afterwards, and I never went back there, but I did drive past the house recently, some 16 years later, and it gave me the chills like nothing else in a long time. Been reading a lot of stories on here lately, and it made me start thinking about some of my own paranormal experiences. Not a whole lot to it, but it is one of the most viscerally horrifying things that has ever happened to me. Back in 2016, I was in a long-term relationship with this girl whose family lived in a small town in Connecticut. We'd been dating for a little over a year, and I'd met her parents a few times, but this was our first time actually driving down and staying at her childhood home. I was already a little nervous about crashing with her parents and making a good impression, but she assured me everything would be fine. The whole drive down was incredibly scenic, and the town itself had all the usual trappings of a cute colonial town. We pulled up to the place, and it's this beautiful 3-story old house half sitting on a hill overlooking a big green yard. Her parents greeted us and were super welcoming, leading us into an open foyer with a dark wooden staircase. The house was clearly very old, but in a nice, cozy sort of way. It had clearly been remodeled from those old-school New England homes with some slight modern touches. My ex said we'd be sleeping in the guest room upstairs because her childhood bedroom only had a skinny single bed. She made sure to qualify, though, that her house is sort of haunted, and the guest room is where most of the ghost activity had centered around. I asked her to clarify what that meant, and she said her brother had slept in the room a couple times and weird stuff had happened while he was in there. She didn't really elaborate any further, and in a way, I could tell she was trying to downplay it or not freak me out. She did say, though, that pretty much everyone in her family had one strange experience or another while living in the house. When her dad was remodeling the kitchen, he was home alone working and sat down to take a break. While he was sitting in silence drinking some water, he suddenly felt a hand strong grip his right shoulder from behind. He jumped out his chair and looked around, but no one was there. He's a completely normal, non-superstitious guy, and when I asked him about it, he said he thought a spirit was trying to warn him not to make changes to the house. Another time, my ex was home alone with her dog watching TV downstairs, and all of a sudden, she heard loud banging footsteps walking down the hall, upstairs. As the footsteps continued down the hall, she could swear she heard someone banging on the walls, slowly approaching the top of the staircase. Her dog ran to the bottom of the stairs and started barking like crazy. She grabbed her phone, grabbed the dog, seeing nothing at the top of the stairs, and ran outside. She called her parents and called the police while watching the house from the sidewalk a little ways away. From where she was situated, she could see both entrances to the house, and the way the windows are set up, you couldn't jump out a second-story window without breaking your legs. The police searched the place and found no one, and her family chalked it up to a ghost. There has also been some smaller, spooky stuff that has happened, like their attic door closing on its own. Even if they put a chair in front of the door when they go up to get something, they'll come back down the stairs to find the door closed. For some reason, that irked me the most, and I refused to go up there. Anyway, the actual experience I had was my first night staying there. We were settling down to go to bed in the guest room, and I remember being slightly bothered by the lighting in the room. It just felt off, or slightly uncanny. It was both very bright and dim at the same time. I figured I was just tired, and we climbed into bed and slowly nodded off to sleep. Now, I don't know if I was dreaming before this happened, but in the middle of me being asleep, a woman appeared in my dreams. She was violently angry and started addressing me directly. She showed me people in my life that I loved, my ex, family, friends, and she started putting broken glass into their gums, scraping against their teeth. I was just frozen. In the dream, I couldn't even react. She told me that she was going to torture and kill everyone I cared about. She promised me that everything she was saying was very real. I tried to wake up and was mentally struggling against whatever grip she had on me, and for a second, I did wake up. I was in bed sitting in the darkness, and then somehow the woman transmuted from the previous dream to this new one and screamed, "You will never escape." I woke up for real this time, bolting upright, screaming and violently shaking. This woke my girlfriend up, and she immediately tried to calm me down, asking what was wrong. I started crying, trying to recount to her what had just happened and how viscerally real and f***ed up it was. She reassured me that it was just a dream, and I slowly started to calm down a little. I was genuinely afraid to go back to sleep, but we ended up somehow being able to nod back off, and I made it to morning without any other incident. We stayed at the house in that room a couple more times over the years after that, and I never had a dream like that again. You could probably chalk it up to the power of suggestion, being in a new place, being told that the guest room had ghost activity, but that is the only time before or since that I've ever had a true night terror or woken up screaming. I have never had a dream that even approaches the level of intensity to that one. I honestly don't know what to make of it. It's probably just my brain freaking out, but as a first-timer in that house, it felt like a warning. My family and I think there is something living by the trail behind our house. A bit of explanation, the trail is a bit far from the back of our house, about a 3-minute walk to get to the trail. There is a large field beside the trail that has a pond with a few frogs and other things. I like to catch frogs and release them. Our first encounter with this thing was when my family, mostly my sister and I, were down by that pond catching frogs. It was late to the point of pitch blackness. We have no streetlights near where we live besides on the main highway and one on the road not far from where we were heading, so we only had one good flashlight and one bad one. We started to hear bushes moving behind us. We were freaked out because it was a silent night, meaning that there was no wind. We got creeped out because it sounded like a big animal, and for all we know, it could have been a coyote, and started to head down the road. As we got to the road, we heard something following us. We ended up walking halfway down the road back to our house. We forgot to turn our flashlights off, and we turned back because we heard something was following us. There was a little concrete wall because of construction going on in that field. We then shined our flashlights around and saw a pair of eyes just watching us and moving around. They shined in the light like animal eyes. The only big animals around us are coyotes. I will explain why I don't think it's a coyote in a minute. Back to what I was explaining before, where that concrete wall is a dim street light. We ended up watching it as we left it look like it didn't want to go into that streetlight and was purposely staying out of it. We then got home and didn't really think much about it at the time because we thought it was just an animal. Now, this was my sister's story. A bit after that first encounter, my sister and one of her male friends went to that pond about the same time at night. About a month after the first encounter, my sister was going to find rocks over there until her friend saw something. A figure with eyes just like that night. He told her that he sees eyes over the same bushes, and I forgot to mention these bushes are tall, probably around 7 feet or taller or 213 centimeters. They soon left after getting scared. The last encounter was in the sundown. My sister and I were right outside our house, just having come back from an outing. I suddenly spotted a white figure near our house, just in the field. It was just standing there. It had no features from what I could see. It was quite literally just standing there. We just stared at it, but soon went inside when we got too creeped out. If anyone has an explanation for this, please help. Our house is most likely haunted too. I'm 19 years old. In February 2024, Elle became homeless and been bouncing from house to house. The first place I stayed at is with a friend at the time. Let's call her Leah. I'm going to give her a little backstory to understand how she is. She has a drinking problem even though she's only 18 years old and 7 months after we graduated high school. She had gotten a felony and other charges because she was caught drinking and driving and had other substances in the car with her. When I got kicked out, I had this massive fight with my mom, and I chose to actually leave because I feared I would never be able to leave her household, and for my own personal safety if I ever went back. So this one night, we were in Leah's room just talking, and I wasn't trying to think about what had happened between me and my mom. Leah asked if I wanted to smoke some bud and drink with her, so I decided why not. We smoked a blunt and we were talking about personality disorders, and I didn't know why she knew so much about it, and she eventually told me she had a personality disorder, and she randomly switches to different mindsets where she acts completely different, and I kind of noticed it about her when we would hang out at my mom's house. First, she'd be all energetic and happy, and the next she would act completely different, where she would get mad and depressed and just want to drink. Back to the conversation we were having, she just gets dead serious and looks me in the eye saying, "I know you know when I switch." And my heart just dropped because the look in her eyes, they weren't the normal brown she usually has. They were a dark black, and I kind of got scared at her statement, and I played it off saying, "Yeah, sometimes, but I don't really notice." And she's like glaring at me, and she gets silent for a bit and acts normal after that and continues the conversation like nothing happened. Then she tells me about the time where she played the Ouija board with her friend, and they were in her friend's house, which they were renovating. So they play the game when it's dark outside, and they had been drinking before they played the Ouija board. And I'm Native American, and I always been told not to be outside when it's dark. And when you're drinking, spirits could potentially see you and start following you around. So she tells me that they had a whole setup with candles and everything and made sure no one was there and start asking questions. And of course, the planchette starts moving, and her friend asks if it's her dead grandmother talking to them, and it moves to yes. And her friend gets emotional and starts crying because she can hear a voice, but it definitely does not sound like an old woman. She tells me it sounded like an angry man, and her friend argues with her, saying it's her grandmother telling her she loves her and watches over her. And Leah actually gets freaked out because this voice she hears is an angry man telling her to get out of the house, and she looks around and she sees a black figure crouching in the corner, just staring at them. So she cuts the game short and tells me she was so freaked out, she never said goodbye, and some days had passed, and she found herself home with her dad and brother, and her room at the time was in the basement. She tells me she was in her room getting ready for school, and she hears someone just randomly say her name clear as day, and she goes upstairs and asks what her dad needed her for, and he tells her that he never said her name. So she asks her brother what he needed, and he also says he never called her name either, and they all get confused because she tells them she heard someone say her name. Another day passes, and she's sleeping in her room, and she wakes up and looks around because she can feel someone staring at her, and she looks in the corner of her room, and she sees this shadow man, as she calls it, just up in the corner, sitting like how Spider-Man clings to the wall. She said after that she never slept in her room until she moved in with her grandmother. She just stops the story there, and I was feeling a little freaked out. After that story, and for the month I was staying with her, I was having nightmares about my family dying every night. But also, she had this huge mirror in her room where it was like 7 feet long and 5 foot wide, and her room small, so I slept on the floor in front of it. Call me superstitious, but I don't like mirrors facing towards you when you sleep because I fully believe at night mirror portals open, and whatever is on the other side can see you. And things ended bad between us because she had her mom come at me all mad, telling me I was saying all these things about Leah I never said. I remember Leah telling me she hears voices, so whatever is attached to her must have said things to her, and she's believed whatever it said. I'm still mad that she wanted to end things that way and hope I never see her again. But I'm doing good now, I'm on good terms with my mom again, and I just moved into my own apartment in July and have a job that has good pay, so that's all that matters. I remember it clear as day. A few months ago I was in the hospital because I was diagnosed with complete heart failure at the age of 16. I had lived at the hospital for 3 whole months, but these 2 weeks I am talking about is weird. Every week they would have nurses working the day shift and the night shift, The night shift nurses were always good, but there was something off about one of them. This night, I was doing my usual routine. The day nurses would always give me privacy, and usually the phlebotomist would come to draw blood for my heart transplant. This night was different. I heard this really deep laugh. Then this large man came in the room before I went in to shower. Mind you, I had my mom help me because it was really to do it with an IV pole. I asked for some privacy because most of the night nurses gave me some privacy when showering, but this guy kept peeking his head through the door, giving me a perverted look. When I got out, I said, "I'm glad I'm not the only tall guy here." Then he said, "That makes us closer together," with a really creepy smile, and then he put his hand on my shoulder and tried bringing me closer. I told him, "Hey, it's getting pretty late, I should get to bed." So I climbed in the hospital bed, and he did his nightly checkup until it came to the eye checkup. When he shined the light in my eyes, he sounded flirty, saying, "You have pretty eyes." I was gonna smack him for that. Why would he say that to 16-year-old dude? My mom gave me that look, and I knew that in her head, she told me there was something off about this guy. It was really hard to sleep that night because he wouldn't leave the room. He would sit there watching my mom sleep. When I peeked my eyes a little, he had the creepiest stare. I call it the skinwalker stare. I saw his hand just about touch my mom's foot. Luckily, the IV pump beeped and woke me and my mom up. He walked over and smacked it, calling it a mother F. And it cur, and my mom told him to step out. The next night he was back, I was hooked to lipids and fat because I was having trouble eating. The bag leaked all over the place. Then he came to pick it up and say with the dumbest sounding voice, "Did you have an accident?" I explained no. Then he got pissed that he had to clean it. I had a dream that night that he was touching me very inappropriately. IDK if it was the meds I was on. But that morning I saw my blanket laying on the chair like in the dream. I told the charge nurse that I don't want him, so she agreed. I had to go into surgery that day. After 1 week, the man was back creepier than ever. When I did my nightly walk around ICU, I was walking fast. He was so slow I wore him out and made him tired of walking. When I got in bed, my blanket was on my chest. He was trying to take the blanket off, and I grabbed my blanket. He was yelling quietly, "No, no, no." Then he was messing with one of the lines that go into the heart. When he was messing with it, hurt my arm so bad, I screamed, "Jesus Christ." And he said, "WW, what happened?" And I smacked his hand so hard, and I yelled, "Cut your shit out, or I will report you to the charge nurse." Then he charged out of the room. I told my mom about it. She said, "Good job." I remember the rest of the night he would still come in the room. This time he just sat by my bed, breathing in my face, touching my hair. I woke up and told him, "Get the hell out, man." Then he explained to me I thought we were together, then he left. Thank God, as told myself. The heart transplant surgery came and it went well. If it didn't well, I wouldn't be telling this story. They took me out of ICU and put me in a regular hospital room. When I left ICU, I looked down the hallway and I seen the man staring at me with his head tilted, smiling and waving. I told the nurses that I had in the cardiac care unit about him, and they said that he has gotten a lot of complaints by patients. The complaints weren't that big of a deal, but the last one had me scared. It said making patients feel uncomfortable. I remember my mom told him where I'm from. Luckily, she didn't tell me where my house was because he told everybody where I lived, and I saw him Google Earthing my hometown. I'm just glad my mom was there when he was around because I bet if she wasn't there, it would have been a bad outcome. Years ago, I used to do yard work for an aunt while I was pregnant and in between jobs. At the time, she was helping an older couple in their 50s out that was down on their luck, William and Jenny. They were staying in my aunt's house trying to get back on their feet, and William also did repairs around the house in exchange for their room there. One day, I was out in the yard, and I noticed William outside staring at the road. He was a very quiet guy, kind, but didn't have much to say usually. He looked very troubled for some reason, so I asked him if he was all right. "Yes, well, I guess," he replied. "I've always tried to be empathic to others, regardless of me knowing them very well." I told him if anything was bothering him or if he just needed to talk about or vent, if it was something I could help with, I was happy to just listen. "Well," he replied. He pulled his cigarette case out of his pocket, snapped his Zippo lighter open, and took a long drag of a cigarette. I didn't really notice he smoked before this day. He started telling me about where he and Jenny had been staying before they were living at my aunt's house. They had a very broken down small RV. that still could run, and they'd drive at different places and park for the night. One night, they parked on a dark and shabby part of town up in the city, about 30 minutes away from where my aunt's house was. It was a run-down area next to some old train tracks. It was after dark, not sure what time at night, but he did mention it was after dark and late. William told me the second they parked there, he just was hit with a horrible sense of anxiety, doom, fear. He couldn't describe it precisely. William was not a believer in the paranormal at this time, but he said he absolutely sensed something, and he said it didn't feel like a human presence. It just felt like evil was sharing space with us. William and Jenny had a small dog. Jenny was going to just take the dog out to use the bathroom, and Jenny didn't seem to feel what William was initially feeling. Jenny got the dog and went outside. William was standing alone in the RV when the RV door swung right open on its own. He said he called for Jenny. She didn't answer. All of a sudden, he felt an ice-cold chill, and he heard something, almost like heavy breathing and low-toned snarling. He just heard it, didn't see anything. Then all of a sudden, he could feel heavy footsteps running right towards him, and then he felt something go through him. He said his entire body went ice-cold. The smell of sulfur was in the air, and he felt paralyzed for a few moments. He fell and got back up and flew out of the RV. He couldn't find Jenny and was screaming for her. Then she suddenly appeared, seemingly out of breath. The dog had ran off as soon as she took him out. The dog was shaking and seemed to be terrified by something, and neither one of them ever saw the dog look that way. They got their things and immediately left that area. William told me that it felt demonic. Whatever that was wanted him and wanted to harm him. It took months to tell Jenny what happened in that RV while she was outside with the dog. William was shaking, telling the story, the quiet guy that he was, and how scared he looked talking about it. I absolutely believe that all happened. He said occasionally after that, he'd have flashbacks of that presence going through his body and the ice-cold chill that enveloped his body, the feelings of pure fear and paralysis. Feeling whatever that was wasn't human and wanted to harm him. Never, ever felt anything like that, he said under his breath. He lit another cigarette. This happened 10+ years ago. Sorry if some of this is hard to read. I'm definitely not a professional storyteller, but listening to him describe this has been something that's never left my mind, and I've always wondered what was really out there by those rundown train tracks. So this happened years ago, and this is the first time anyone besides my family has heard this story, so I'd like to hear someone else's opinion about it. I have a very large family on my mom's side, and I have always been close to my cousins, from my mother's sister in particular. They have 8 children and make a decent amount of money, so naturally they live in a big house on a good amount of land. Around 5 years ago, I went to their house every day to hang out with them. We were all homeschooled, so naturally we had a lot of free time to play and just be kids. My aunt and uncle have about 4 acres of land, but only 1 acre isn't covered in woods, so that the only part of the yard you can play in, though we spent a decent amount of time in the woods. One day, after we had gone to their house and played outside for most of the day, me and my oldest cousin, who was 15 at the time and still claims this is what happened at 20 years old, went inside to hang out as it was getting dark, and without lights, it was almost impossible to see in the woods at all. The middle child of their family, who at the time was 8 years old, was still outside with my sister, and they were playing for a while. But then the both ran into the basement door from the outside, where me and my cousin were planning on playing video games. My cousin was crying and my sister was noticeably terrified, but neither of them could get out a word that they were so out of breath and in shock. So when we asked what was wrong, my cousin, with tears rolling down her face, pointed out, used to the tree line, now the basement door is completely glass, and from it you can usually see the whole yard from inside, but their yard is at such a hill. If you look out while sitting, you can't see the bottom of the tree line, so we both stood up and walked to door, looking outside where a man in a white suit was standing about 2 feet away from the woods with a hat on. We couldn't see his face. He looked like he was wearing gloves, but it was so obviously a person standing there. We naturally flipped out and sprinted upstairs to tell my aunt and uncle, who were in the kitchen. By the time we got up there and told them there was someone out there, he had completely vanished, and we never saw him again. And to this day, me and my cousin both agree it was a man in a white suit. Now, the second part of this story comes from my other cousin. who is one of the You Ever sisters from the same family. She is older than me, but her, then the first boy of the family who saw the white suit man. When she was 15, so a year or two after the first time we saw the WSM, she was moved from her room upstairs to the basement room, which had a window that opened up to backyard similar to the back door. She only stayed in that room for 1 week. During her time sleeping, she claims to have had consistent dreams of someone watching her from the window the first 3 nights while she was staying there. The 4th night, she was in the basement. I had stayed the night with the oldest boy, and we were upstairs in the middle of the night making popcorn. It was around 1 or 2 at night, I'm not sure, but it had been hours since everyone in the house had gone to bed. But as we were making popcorn, my cousin, who we thought was sleeping, came running up the steps crying and telling us there was someone looking in her window. Remember, she was 15 at the time, so not a young child by any means. Now, we were shocked, but we figured it was just a nightmare, since she was clearly still asleep, even though she was actively in the kitchen, saying stuff and had her eyes slightly open. We had seen this before in some of our other younger siblings when they had nightmares. Needless to say, we were shocked, and my aunt heard her and came to put her back to sleep, but she didn't sleep downstairs that night and moved upstairs a couple days later. Finally, I don't know if these are related, but it seems to me that they were. We haven't had anything happen since, and it's been a very long time, but what's y'all's opinion? This happened almost 3 years ago. During COVID, I was sort of lost and extremely bored without human interaction. This was until me and my buddies found mountain biking when our parents allowed us to see each other outside. Living in Washington State, there is lots of woods perfect for MTB, mountain bike trails. Us being under the age of 16 at the time, we had no license to drive to any actual mountain bike parks, so instead we built them. Apart from the one trail already near our house with a 30-foot gap jump, which was way above our skill level, we wanted to make something new. Basically, there is an entrance to this trail near my friend's house, and you walk down it a ways until you find the normal trail. To get to our trail, you find this one spot on the trail that turns 90 degrees to the left, but instead go to the right off the trail. Through all this mud, weave between these fallen trees and tree branches, and from there, you go right where it sort of curls around until it goes straight again. From there, you go straight through this small pathway which is still hidden from all the ferns until you reach this abandoned forest road. Now, you follow the forest road down, which goes for around 80 yards or so. It is also covered in a huge amount of mud, and if you were there, you would see all the clumps with our footprints going about 6 or so inches deep, and even deeper in some spots. There are more fallen trees on this forest road, but if you continue to make your way down until it sort of stops, and then go off to the right and walk around this hidden pathway that weaves and curls all around this huge area of ferns for maybe another 60 or so yards, you finally reach the bottom of the trail we made. It probably takes about 10 minutes to get there, but around 5 on a good day where it isn't wet, like during the summer. Essentially, you have no reason to be there unless you're either lost, which it's almost impossible to do unless you purposely wander off trail or are looking for it. On this particular day, my buddies couldn't go out to help build, so I decided to bring my younger siblings along. Only reason I felt scared going alone was around a week earlier, me and one of my friends thought we found a cougar den with some scat nearby in a few spots. I also just didn't want to be alone that far out. My sister decided to come with, but my brother, I guess, had a friend who he was going to hang out with. Anyways, me and my sister ride our bikes there, carry them through the hidden area, and throw them off into some fern bushes right before you get to the forest road. From there, we went to the trail. The main reason I was out there was to be sure no trees had fallen because we had some extreme winds the days prior, and so we knew if we needed to bring some bigger saws to cut them. There wasn't any damage, but around a week later, a tree did end up blocking the end of the trail, ironically. It is also important I mention it was a rainy day. We were there for around 10 minutes while I showed my sister the trail. All of a sudden, I get this call from my mom telling me my brother was asking where we were since he was going to come find me. I guess he had a change of plans or something, but me being lazy told my sister to go walk back down and wait outside the trail entrance on the neighborhood to wait for him. This would also give me the opportunity to do some work. I called her every few minutes or so since my brother should have arrived, but he didn't. About 10 minutes go by, so she has been waiting for 20 minutes when my mom called me again, telling me he had returned and couldn't find us. At this point, I was kind of annoyed, but called my sister telling her to come back and to make sure nobody was around or following her for when she entered the trail, as to not give our spot away. I was waiting from anywhere between 7-10 minutes when I was wondering what was taking her so long. So when I walked over to the end of the forest road and I saw her walking all the way on the other side, I was relieved. She wasn't waking on the forest road yet, but she was perpendicular to it, walking towards it. From this angle, the bushes go from anywhere between hip to shoulder height, and so I could see her upper body with her hood on. This is when I realized that I didn't remember her wearing a white sweatshirt windbreaker. Once the person turned the corner, I could tell it indeed was not her and was likely a grown man. I quickly backpedaled off to the side and down the hill a little bit behind a tree so I could call my sister. I was wondering where she was and if she got lost, because after all, it was hard to get to. I also didn't want this person to steal our bikes, and oh, did I forget to mention my bike was over $2,000? Don't worry, I made it worth it for how much I ended up riding it. It is also going to last a lifetime if properly maintained. With my worries about my bike in mind, I called my sister, and the second I heard the first ring, I heard a voice on the other side of the tree I was hiding behind say, "What are you doing?" It was my sister. I quickly told her to get down as not to be seen by the person. I didn't want them to find the trail we were building, as I didn't want to get in any sort of trouble, and I wanted to keep it hidden. I also wanted to get back to the bikes. She could tell by the panic in my voice I was serious, and when I told her there was a person, and she looked, she said, "No, there isn't." I peeked over, and sure enough, nobody was there. I knew what I saw, though, and so we made our way back, walking past where I saw the person. I was worried the bikes would be gone, so as we trekked through the mud and my heart was pumping, I couldn't help the feeling of being watched. I could feel the adrenaline rush, and I almost knew they were off in the trees watching us. I was so distracted thinking they were going after the bikes when I saw them disappear, I didn't even think they would be hiding. Thankfully, as we made our way last and down the trail while acting as calmly as possible, we arrived to see bikes, which were still indeed there. At one point, it did look like there was a different shoe print because it was slightly larger and differently shaped, but it was hard to tell in this area. Now, we made our way all the way back, while I constantly looked behind me, making sure we weren't being followed. Towards the end, where the trail splits off and leads to the neighborhood, there is a short but wide wooden bridge, which is covered in dirt. Thankfully, since it was raining and you can easily see footprints, I could see the extra pair. You could vividly see my first set of footprints to get to the trail, as well as my sister's, with an additional set of her footprints going back and then returning, and then a shoe print on top of hers, showing it was most recent. This confirmed my sighting. My heart dropped once again, and we quickly got out of there, still making sure nobody else was behind us. When I got home, I didn't hesitate to tell my parents, who only told me that next time I need to be with her at all costs then. I could tell they partly didn't believe me or thought I was over-exaggerating. All these questions went through my head. On one side, we live in a nice neighborhood, and even if it was a random person who didn't live there, why were they there? If they were maybe worried about why a random little girl was wandering off into the trails, why did they even bother following? And when they did, why so far behind and so creepily? Why not call out? If it was a worker, why were they wearing what they were wearing? Wouldn't there have been boot prints? Be wearing a vest or helmet? A truck parked outside the trail? Wouldn't they have something else with them? Why hide? If they thought she was alone originally and they walked past two bikes, why did they keep going? It wasn't until they must have saw her taking to me or just saw me when they hid. Why did I feel like I was being watched when I was under the assumption the person was off stealing my bike and not even near us anymore? Why the footprints entering but no going back? Why is someone hiking in an area like this in that attire? How did they even find the area by themselves? They definitely found it because of my sister, and when they did, why follow? When they saw how hard it was to navigate, why keep going? Why feel the need to hide from two younger kids? Most importantly, what would have happened if I wasn't there? Anyways, I feel the need to explain some details. The footprints were maybe half an inch to an inch bigger than my shoes. My shoes were smaller at the time since they were beaters, but regardless, my guess is this person was anywhere from 2 inches shorter than me to 2 inches taller. I couldn't see their face, but they were definitely white or had lighter skin. I'm going to be honest and tell you that the person wasn't this huge, massive being to make it sound scary, but they definitely didn't fill out their sweatshirt or coat, so they weren't super scary looking, but definitely much bigger than me at the time. At this point in time, I believe I was around 5'8" and 130 pounds, so pretty small at the time. It's also important to note that maybe they were innocent. However, I still always wonder what would have happened if I wasn't there. The man in the black van. I was laying in bed one night, unable to sleep, when a memory resurfaced. It was one I'd occasionally think about, or rarely retell, but tonight it struck me as particularly disturbing, maybe because it's the sort of thing you can only completely appreciate the possible implications of it when you're an adult. I'm not sure if this story belongs here, but it is true nonetheless. I'm around 13 years old, getting ready for school one morning. My dad is off at work, and my mom is getting ready for hers, I think. Every day, I'd walk to school, as it's only about half a mile from my home. I'm ready and head out the door, saying goodbye. I walk down the hill of my yard and down the curved street in the direction of the school, out of sight of my house, but not far. I reach where my neighborhood ends, where I would cross the street and towards the intersection of the school. Before I do, a dingy-looking black minivan van, not sure how to describe it, pulls up in front of my path, poised in front of the road parallel to my neighborhood. A car I have never seen before in my neighborhood, nor since. I look at him. He's looking at me. It's a pasty Caucasian man who looks like he's in his 30s at least. He has disheveled brown hair, but what struck me was his eyes. He had dark circles under them and a very uncomfortable stare. His window is still up. He then motions me towards him with his hand. My heart begins to pound. Every part of me is saying this is not a good man. So I just stand there, look at him, and shake my head no. A part of me had the feeling he was going to jump out, prepared to run, but he didn't. He didn't even respond to my gesture. He looked at me unfazed before briskly pulling out of the neighborhood into the road ahead, and he was gone. I don't remember what happened next. I think I ran home rather than toward school, as I was very startled. I told my mom either that morning or later that day, and she told my dad, who's a policeman. He called me into the living room. He was on his work laptop and wanted me to describe the man and the car for him. I didn't have much useful info to give, as I was a dopey middle school boy who wasn't prepared to memorize plates or was at all knowledgeable of cars. Unsurprisingly, my dad never found out anything more about this man with such sparse details. The day came and went as just an odd thing that happened to me, and nobody had any reason to bring it up again. Every so often, I would remember the time of this creepy man beckoning me towards him in his dingy black van, but only recently has the thought filled me with so much dread. It's possible that if I were to have just walked up to him, that I would never be seen or heard from again. Just another middle schooler who gets swallowed up by the world and disappears. No witnesses. Just an unsolved mystery and a forever grieving family. I shudder to think what could have happened to me, as I know now what people are capable of. Death isn't nearly the worst thing. Or maybe it's all in my head. Maybe he just wanted some directions or to ask me something, even though his window was closed and he looked unwell, to say the least. The worst part is, I'll never know. Maybe it was just the overblown anxiety of a kid taking things out of proportion. All I know is that every part of him was screaming to me, there's something wrong. Remembering how it felt looking into his eyes, I can't help but believe it. But what's worse, the idea that before or after it happened to me, he might have beckoned a kid who didn't shake their head no. Before I start, just want to say these are personal experiences and none of this is made up. The reason I'm making this post is I don't really have anyone to talk to about this, so just want your thoughts. There are too many things that have happened to note them all in this post, so I'll just go over some that stand out to me. When I was little, around 5, I had this dream I could see myself sleeping, and I was floating above. I then floated over to my parents' room and saw my parents fast asleep. After that, I don't remember anything. However, apparently, at that exact moment, my mom was having a similar dream where she saw me getting pulled out of the front door by some kind of shadow figure. Immediately at that same time, my mom heard a scream Earl and goes out to see what's going on. She sees the front door wide open and me looking like I'm going back to sleep. I've chalked it up to astral projection or something, but really IDK what that was. There's been a whole slew of other things that have happened that I won't get into right now, but what's been happening recently is really the main reason for this post. I keep hearing weird tapping, creaking noises in certain spots in my room at the most weirdest moments. Not sure how to explain it, but other people who have heard it in my room admit the sound is weird, but try to rationalize the sound as the house settling. Also, it's worth noting this is not the same house I was in as that last story. Another thing that happened somewhat recently is I was playing chess with my dad and had the pieces I had taken on the side of the table. Once the match is over, we go to put the pieces away and realize only one is missing. We both didn't drop anything or hide it. Literally searched the entire living room top to bottom and never found the piece. One other thing that happened in this same house was we were all in the living room playing a game or something, when we suddenly hear something break in the kitchen. Go to check it, and a bowl that was already on the counter broke literally in half just sitting on the counter. No one else was there. It didn't even shatter into a bunch of pieces. I believe this happened about 2 years ago now, so forgive me if there's some blank spaces in my thinking. I was about 15, 16 at the time, and relaxing in my room at night, watching YouTube, reading fanfics, as teen girls do. I was just messing around on my phone, not caring about much else, when I noticed something in the corner of my eye. I turned to look to my open doorway, which is where I thought I saw something, and just barely through the darkness, saw my dad's blackened figure. I froze. Through the darkness, I could tell it was my dad, but it was strange. It didn't move, not even a little. It just stood there silently and motionless. And now that I look back on it, something else has hit me as well. I have a lot of string lights that are always on in my room because I've always been afraid of the dark. The soft yellow lights usually cast out through my doorway, pouring into the rest of the house a bit. The figure was standing in direct target of the light, yet it remained black. I stared at it for quite some time, expecting my dad to go, "What?" at any second so we could have a laugh about it, but that never happened. Instead, only a deafening silence filled the air. I'm really not sure why I did what I did next. I must have been overtired, therefore, not fully processing what was happening. I looked away for a second to put my phone down. When I looked back up, it was gone. I'm not sure how, but I eventually fell asleep. The next morning, my parents and my brother were all chatting in the dining room, making breakfast and such. I went to my dad almost immediately and told him about what happened the night before, asking him if it was indeed him. He asked me what time this happened, and I told him probably around 1 a.m., 3 a.m. I think we all have internal clocks, so that's kind of what I based my answer on, although I know they're obviously not always accurate, so I could have been wrong. My dad gave me a confused and somewhat concerned look and told me he only got up around his usual 4 a.m. to feed our cats and dog. Yeah, I know, waking up at 4 a.m. to do that sounds weird, but it's seriously something both my parents have always done. Sometimes, hearing them, I'll wake up and go out to get a drink of water and talk with them. But anyways, hearing this definitely creeped me out. I have never known my dad to be a sleepwalker, so even that option didn't seem to fit. Yet, I know that it was his figure that had been standing in my doorway the previous night. The morning went on, and eventually I found myself outside, hanging out in our driveway. I don't really remember what I was doing, however, I remember looking down the hill where the main road is and seeing my dad walking down it. I was confused, as he's not really the up-and-go walk kind of guy. I tried shouting down to him to get his attention, but he just kept walking until he was out of sight. But just then, I kid you not, my dad pops out of our chicken coop, having just finished taking care of their water and food for the day. I looked at him, now completely freaked out, and told him what I had just seen. He seemed almost equally as concerned, probably not only for what I'd told him, but for my well-being too. We both went inside and the day went on. Thankfully, I've never experienced anything like this again, and I hope it stays that way. I have no idea what those things were that I saw or why I was seeing them. I've been known to occasionally hallucinate at night when I'm overtired, but I can't recall any events around those days that could have made me that exhausted. I'm also not one to believe in the supernatural, but I'm also having a hard time coming up with a plausible explanation for these events. I feel that there must be an explanation somewhere, but it's certainly not one that I know. In around 2018-2019, I, 25 right now, at the time was 18-19, was living in Nebraska, where I grew up. I lived in the largest city in NE, but it was still essentially surrounded by corn and wheat fields. The city was expanding, so rich folks started building huge houses with giant properties on the edge of town as things proceeded to grow. All of that being said, I had a good friend whose parents' house was one of those big ones, right on the blurring line between the fields and the city. My friends and I were constantly hanging out at his place because it was fun. They had tons of property to ride 4x4s on, a hot tub, a huge living room for us to watch sports and have reality TV binge sessions, etc. Plus, his parents were super cool and we could drink out there as long as we stayed at the house. It was tons of fun, even though I was quite scared of the dark, so I would just not go outside after a certain time because there was little lighting and the nearest neighbor was about a mile away. I always felt a weird energy driving to / from his place if it was late at night, but never had anything happen until one night. The drive out there was a long, winding two-way road that had thick trees on both sides, and you passed one of the city's largest cemeteries on the way. Barely any lighting, of course, besides the street lamps every once in a while and very little traffic. It's all inherently a bit creepy, and I'll admit to having sped through this section of road many times to get through it as quickly as possible. This specific night was perfect spring weather, so I was driving with my windows down listening to music, and it was around 10 p.m. I was coming around one of the curves in the road when I had to essentially slam my brakes on. Right in front of me, in the middle of the road, maybe 50 yards away, was what looked like a family. Again, picture a completely pitch black road with thick forest on both sides and only my headlights to show what's in front of me. This was a family of 4, a tall, slim woman, an average height, weight man, a child, short hair but couldn't tell the gender based on the clothing and couldn't see their face, maybe around 8 years old, and the mother was pushing a stroller. Their clothes looked normal, not tattered, but not nice. They also were not carrying any kind of light source, meaning before I arrived behind them in my car, they had been walking in the pitch black. They were all facing away from me, walking completely silent in the middle of the street, the same direction I was heading. I had turned my music down to hear if they were speaking, had music playing, etc. They didn't. The hairs on my arms immediately stood up. I came to a stop in the road behind them, obviously, and just sat there for a moment to let them move. They seemed to be completely unaffected by me and didn't even turn their heads slightly, nor did they attempt to move out of my way. I literally thought I was going insane, or that I was dreaming. It was so surreal. Before I really had time to fully process and register what I was seeing and how truly strange it was, they all, at the same time, stopped walking and very slowly turned to face my car. This scared the absolute shit out of me. I honestly didn't even give myself enough time to look at their faces as they turned. I immediately threw my car in reverse and sent it backwards for probably a full 20 seconds before flipping a U-turn, nearly running myself off the road and booking it the other direction. The only thing I remember noticing is that the stroller looks to be completely empty. This was the part that sticks in my mind the most. I've never felt terror like that in my life. I checked my rearview mirror probably 1,000 times before getting to a main road and never saw a glimpse of them. In fact, I never saw a glimpse of them ever again. I tried asking my friend and his family about it, only to essentially feel like I was insane because of the way they looked at me. Every time I tell this story, I get one of 3 reactions. They immediately think I'm cuckoo, think I'm lying, or have had something sort of similar happen to them. I really don't care if no one believes me, honestly. It was, and still is, the creepiest thing to ever happen to me. I think about it all the time. It was either some weird-ass family trying to scare the shit out of someone, a distraction for an attempted robbery/assault/etc., or it was something more sinister. I'm going to tell myself for probably the rest of my life that it was the first option. I'm still wrapping my head around this one. It's been over 2 years since the last big event tied to all of this, but only recently have I been able to unpack it all and face it head on. Apologies for the length. This story has several chapters, as it all unfolded over a decade, beginning with a tragedy. My uncle, my mom's brother, took his own life by running a car in a closed garage. I've lost a lot of people and experienced a lot of deaths since then. My father passed away from terminal cancer just a few months after my uncle committed suicide, and then some of my friends throughout my 20s. 2 of my friends were murdered, one in a crossfire and one was executed in cold blood. Some of my friends have overdosed. Some of my craziest experiences have started in my sleep. I think maybe I become more open to receiving energy that's trying to get in when I'm asleep. Chapter 1: The Dream. One night, I have a dream that I'm back in the house that I grew up in. I'm in my old bedroom, and I walk out and step in front of the door to my dad's room. I'm afraid to push it open because I know something bad is on the other side, but I push it open and walk in to see my uncle, laying on a flat stainless steel table. There's a sheet covering him from his toes to his shoulders. He's not dead, but he's not awake. It looks like he's in a trance. Then this inky black cloud materializes into an energetic force and starts to attack me. The gusts are knocking me around, and I'm struggling to breathe as the inky blackness tries forcing its way into my lungs. The force is starting to overtake me, and I lash out wildly, letting out a primal scream. In that moment, I wake up in my bed screaming that primal scream and swatting at the air. I didn't want to break from my sleep completely and burrowed back into my bed to fall back into that dream and into the fight. Luckily, I was still on the cusp of sleep and slipped back into that moment in that room, unluckily still battling the cloud of pure hate and darkness. I wrestled with the force until it tired and retreated. I woke up feeling horrified and shaken. I've had sleep paralysis since I was a kid, and this was not that. No part of me was paralyzed. I was flailing around with full mobility. Chapter 2: The Party. I work as a private chef. This oftentimes entails of going to rental homes for groups of friends and preparing a multiple-course dinner. This dinner was booked through a catering company who contracted me to finish this dinner and serve it with their executive chef. The dinner was set in a beautiful travel destination, so I was stoked to go. This place is known for its spiritual power and tends to attract woo-woo types. The executive chef mentioned that this group of women were all psychics, mediums, and light workers. He said it in a mocking tone, but I was excited. Those are my kind of people, and I was curious to see if anyone could tell me anything about my dream. As expected, the women were all pretty toasted when we arrived. They'd been there on retreat for a few days, and this was their farewell dinner. We jumped right into finish and serving the food, and a few of the women were hanging around the kitchen island and chatting to us. I love interacting with the guests, so I was entertaining it and answering all of the questions. My associate was keeping his head down and dodging interaction, and much as possible. Then she tells me that I came in with 2 spirits. One was a teenage girl, a friend of mine who'd overdosed, and the other was my uncle, or my grandfather, my uncle, or my grandfather. I perked up. I'd always been very suspicious of people who claimed to speak to the dead, but she was dead on. My grandfather on my mother's side was still alive. My uncle was living with him when he took his life, in his garage. I asked her what my uncle was saying, hoping that she'd bring up the dream. She looked at me confused and said, "I've had a few drinks, so maybe that's why it's hard to tell what he's saying. Did he shoot himself in the head?" I shook my head no, he'd killed himself, but that wasn't how. My friend had been murdered and shot in the head, but that's not who she was talking about. She insisted that's the message she was getting. She said he was yelling, he shot himself. I shrugged and said it couldn't be aimed at me. We agreed that maybe it was attached to the chef. He refused to take part in the conversation, and I wondered if it had touched on a nerve. After finishing the dinner, we cleaned up, packed up, and hit the road back to the city. I wanted to talk about the medium and whatever she thought she was channeling. I asked him if he's ever experienced anything like that. To this day, his response is one of the creepiest things I've ever heard. He said, "When you surround yourself with people who are into things like that, the next thing you know, people are taking drugs and riding around on the ground like snakes and speaking in tongues." So I dropped the subject and opted to speak about music instead. It was late, and it was a dark, desolate drive through the desert before we hit civilization. Chapter 3. The Fucking. Several weeks later, my niece was competing in her first karate competition since joining. I've always been into martial arts, and it's something that I used to do with my dad, so I was stoked for her. After the competition, we left to get breakfast and celebrate our girl showing out with her new team. Right when we pulled up, my mom called me. Her father had committed suicide by shooting himself in the head. "18 years ago. As a teen, my parents would send my sister and I up to NY for summer break. We'd go camping, four-wheeling, off-roading while hopping around from home to home, living among our relatives and friends. It was the best memories. There was one night, though, that terrified me and always stuck in my mind. I was out with a friend late at night, cruising in the car, windows down, listening to good music, having the best time. Anyway, a sequence of events led up to where we were being chased in our car, not going to elaborate on this part, and in an effort to hide, we went into a deeply wooded, long road that was some kind of a county park or wildlife preserve. I'm not sure exactly because it wasn't a place we planned to go to or knew about. It just looked like a dark place where we could hide for a bit. As we were speeding through the woods, it was so dark, not really any streetlights or signs, and we swerved into like a mini park opening type area, unpaved dirt road type, and our headlights revealed in the dark, in a clearing in the woods, a gathering of about 10 persons standing in a large circle, dressed in long white robes and white hoods. They were chanting in a low tone. As our headlights exposed them, they immediately turned to look in our direction. The hoods were all white, covering the whole face, just 2 holes for eyes. For a few seconds, we stared at them, and they stared back. Suddenly, one of them started sprinting at us in the car. My friend started cursing. I was screaming as he slammed on the gas and reversed out of there. We got out of there and made it home eventually. It was well after midnight, and I just remember us sitting quietly in the car in shock. We had no idea what we just saw. We figured it was the KKK or something, but we never talked about it again after that night. This was before the smartphone era, and it was before the Google everything mentality, so it never came to my mind to research it until today. I Googled the area we were in, and KKK meetings in the woods in the middle of the night. I got an instant match, Whiskey Hollow Road, NY. It is a 5-mile road cutting through the woods that is now closed at night because the KKK and satanic cults frequently did meetings and ritual sacrifices there at night. It said it's rumored that people were murdered there, including children. Apparently, it is very haunted. If you're interested, just Google it. The stories are horrible. This is crazy. I'm like 99% sure this is where we were, unless there is another similar place that a local central New Yorker can offer up. Has anyone heard of this place before? Anyone been there at night or seen one of these meetings? It was a crisp autumn evening when my friends and I decided to go camping in the remote woods for the weekend. We were all excited to escape the city and immerse ourselves in the tranquility of nature. By the time we arrived, night had already fallen, so we hurriedly set up our tents and lit a fire, the flickering flames casting long, dancing shadows around our campsite. As we sat around the fire, we began telling ghost stories, each one more chilling than the last. The crackling of the fire and the eerie shadows it created added to the spooky atmosphere. The air was thick with a sense of foreboding, and even the simplest of sounds seemed amplified in the stillness of the night. We roasted hot dogs for dinner, but the taste was overshadowed by the spine-tingling tales we shared. Around midnight, we decided to put out the fire and get ready to turn in for the night, eager to wake up early for a hike the next morning. Just as we were about to retreat to our separate tents, We heard a rustling noise coming from the bushes. "Did you hear that?" Henson asked, his voice tinged with unease. "Yay, I did," I replied, my heart beginning to race. "Rabbit," Bruce retorted dismissively as he walked back to his tent. Henson and I stood there for a moment scanning the trees but saw nothing. Reluctantly, we turned and started walking back towards our tents. Suddenly, a low, guttural growl echoed out of the forest, making every hair on my body stand on end. I spun around, but still saw nothing. That's when Bruce turned his flashlight on, and there, in the beam of light, I saw them. A pair of glowing eyes, staring back at us from the bushes, unblinking and menacing. My heart pounded as we heard the creature emerge from the shadows. "I'm grabbing my rifle!" Bruce shouted as he ran toward his tent, but the creature let out a howl so deafening that it brought us all to our knees, wincing in pain. The sound seemed to pierce through the very fabric of the night, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. I slowly looked up, bracing myself to face the beast that I was certain would attack and kill us. It resembled a wolf, a gray wolf, but it was massive and stood on its hind legs. The creature was no shorter than 8 feet tall. I could see its huge fangs, with saliva glistening in the moonlight, dripping onto the ground. Its eyes burned with a feral intensity, and its fur bristled as it growled, sending shivers down my spine. The creature took a step closer, and that's when Bruce fired. He fired again and again. But then there was silence. I opened my eyes to see the creature still standing there, unscathed. It let out another bone-chilling howl before sprinting in our direction with terrifying speed. My friends and I aren't dumb. We took off running towards our trucks. My heart raced with fear as we ran, the creature's footsteps pounding the ground behind us, growing louder with each passing second. I could hear its breath, ragged and menacing, as it closed in on us. The pounding of my heart reverberated throughout my ears, almost drowning out the sounds of our frantic escape. I glanced back and saw it gaining on us with tremendous intensity. Its eyes glowed with malevolent hatred as it clawed its way towards us. In my panic, I stumbled and tripped over a tree root. Henson quickly turned around to help me up, and just as I could run again, I felt an intense burning sensation across my back. I cried out in agony, but didn't dare stop running, the creature's growls echoing in the darkness behind us. We finally reached our trucks. I fumbled with my keys, my hands uncontrollably shaking. I managed to get inside, slam my door shut, and lock it just as the creature lunged at my car. It pounded on my roof with such force that the entire vehicle shook, its growls and screams echoing through the night, sending chills down my spine. Then it jumped to the hood of my car, its eyes glowing with a sinister light. It started beating on my windshield, each blow causing cracks to spiderweb across the glass. I screamed as the creature's claws tore through the windshield, shards of glass flying everywhere. In a desperate move, I quickly unlocked my door and leaped out into the bedar of Bruce's truck as he was pulling out. Bruce and Henson both sped away as fast as they could, tires screeching against the dirt. I stared in horror as the creature just stood there, still perched on the hood of my truck, its eyes locked onto mine. To this day, we don't know what that creature was. I know what I believe it is. We all agree on one thing. We'll never go camping in those woods again. The memory of that night still haunts me, and I can't shake the feeling that the creature is still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its next unsuspecting victims. A few weeks later, I couldn't get the experience out of my mind, so I decided to do some research. I found old legends and folklore about the area, speaking of a beast that roamed the woods, a creature that was neither man nor animal. Locals called it the Wendigo, a spirit of the wilderness that preyed on those who ventured too deep into its territory. The stories described it as a cursed being, transformed by its insatiable hunger and thirst for blood. I shared my findings with my friends, and we all felt a shiver run down our spines. The descriptions matched what we had seen that night, down to the last horrifying detail. We realized how close we had come to becoming another story in the local folklore, another set of names whispered around campfires. The thought of that creature still lurking in the woods, waiting for its next prey, was too much to bear. We made a pact never to speak of that night again, hoping that by staying silent, we could somehow escape its grasp. The silence was our shield, a fragile barrier against the terror that stalked the shadows. But every now and then, when the wind howls through the trees, I can't help but remember those glowing eyes and the terror we felt. The Wendigo is still out there, somewhere in the dark, waiting. And sometimes, late at night, I wonder if it remembers us too. The thought sends a chill down my spine, making me question whether silence is enough to keep the darkness at bay. "16 tons. What's got you in such a sour mood, Brandon? It's payday, my veteran colleague Vincent asked, as the rusty freight elevator noisily rattled its way up towards the penthouse suite. For the past year or two, I'm honestly not sure how long it's been, actually. I've been under contract for an otherworldly masked lord who calls himself Ignacio de Incognata. He's not a demon, exactly. He's closer to Fae, I think, but I don't fully understand what he is. I never sought him out. He came to me. I asked him how he even knew who I was, and he slapped me across the face for my insolence. I still signed up, though. That's how desperate I was. He doesn't waste his time offering deals to people who can say no. He sends me and the rest of my crew out on what I can best describe as odd jobs. Half the time, hell, most of the time, I'm not even sure exactly what it is we're doing. Most of the crew have been around longer than I have, and some of them aren't human, but they all seem to have a better idea of what's going on than me. Our foreman, Vothstag, is technically the one in charge, but he's not all there in the head. The top of his cranium's been removed, and a good chunk of his brain's been scooped out. He mostly just barks guttural nonsense that none of us really understand, but somehow compels us to do what we're supposed to, even when we don't know what that is. He's a hulking hunchback with an overgrown beard, who usually wears an elk skull to cover up the hole in his head. If he was ever human, I don't think he is now. Vincent is our de facto leader, however, since he's more or less a normal guy that we can relate to. Aside from Vothstag, he's been working for Ignacio the longest. I won't bother describing what he looks like, since the rest of us wear gas masks on duty. They're partially to protect us from environmental and workplace hazards, partially to conceal our identities, but mainly to bring us more easily under Ignacio's control. That was why we're all wearing our masks on the elevator, incidentally. We were on our way to see the big boss, and our contracts made it very clear we were never to remove our masks in his presence. "Come on, Vincent. You know meetings with Iggy never go well," I replied bluntly. "Oh, it's just bluster. You know that. He's got to put the fear of God into us," Vincent claimed. "If he wasn't actually satisfied with our performance, we wouldn't still be here." "No, Brandon's right. Iggy wouldn't have called all 10 of us in just to hand us our script and call us lazy arses," Lowald chimed in. "There's 9 of us now," Klaus reminded him grimly. "Right, sorry. Hard to keep track some days," Lowald admitted. "Regardless, something's up, and the odds are pretty slim it will be something we like." I cringed as Vothstag shouted some of his garbled nonsense back towards Lowald. "Yes, I know we're not being paid to have fun, but we're not being paid at all," Klaus interrupted. "None of us are getting any real money until our contracts are up, and have any of you actually known anyone who made it to the end of their contract?" He recoiled as Vothstag spun around and began roaring at him, hot spittle flying out from beneath his mask of carved bone as he furiously waved his fist in his face. "He's right, Klaus. You're being paranoid," Vincent said in an eerily calm tone. "I've served out multiple contracts, and I've got the silver to prove it." He confidently reached into his pocket and held a troy-ounce coin of Sealy silver between his fingers. Fish and chips, the pair of 3-foot-tall somethings that work for us, immediately crowded around him and began eyeing it greedily. "That's right, boys. Take a gander. That's powerful magic right there, and you'll get one of these for every moon you've worked at the end of your contracts," he reminded us before quickly pocketing the coin away again. "Unless, of course, you do something to get your contract prematurely terminated, then you'll have nothing to show for it but a fistful of expired scrip. So keep your heads down, mouths shut, and your eyes on the prize. You'll have pockets jangling full of coins soon enough." As discreetly as I could, I slipped my hands into my pockets and rubbed my one Sealy coin for good luck. None of them knew I had it because I didn't want to explain how I got it, but that little bit of fortune it brought me had almost been enough to let me escape, once. If I could just muster up the skill to make the best use of my luck, it would be enough to get me out for good one day. The freight elevator finally came to a stop, and the doors creaked open to reveal the spacious and sumptuous penthouse of our employer. Portraits, animal heads, shields, weapons, and most of all masquerade masks covered nearly every square inch of the walls. Amidst the suits of armor and porcelain vases, there were dozens of priceless ornaments strewn throughout the room. They were incredibly tempting to steal, which was their whole point. Stealing from the boss was a violation of your contract, and you did not want to break your contract. The wide windows on the far wall offered a panoramic view of our decaying company town, nestled in a valley between sharp crimson mountains, beneath a xanthous sky twinkling with 1,000 black stars. You may have heard of such a place before. It has many names, but I will speak none of them here. Ignacio was sitting on a reclining couch in front of the fireplace, some paperwork left out on the coffee table, and a featureless mask, like a silver spiderweb, clutched in his hand. Ignacio himself always wore the top half of a golden oni mask, which in and of itself wasn't unusual for our company. But the odd thing was that several portraits in the penthouse showed that it had once been a full mask. I've always wondered what happened to the bottom half. Aside from that, Ignacio wasn't too unusual looking. He was tall, skinny, and swarthy, with a pronounced chin, tousled dark brown hair, and always dressed in doublets of silk and velvet, like he was performing Shakespeare or something. Vothstag went into the room first, with Vincent almost, but not quite, at his side. Fish and Chips scamped after them, followed by Lowald, Klaus, and myself. The last two members of our crew are called Ham and Gristle, and they're the two I know the least about. They keep to themselves, and I don't think I've ever even seen them with their masks off. I have seen them without gloves on, though, and both of their hands are white with pink-tinged fingers. I have no idea what that means, but for some reason, I always found it oddly unsettling. The only thing I know for sure about them is that they're the only survivors of another crew that tried to run out on their contract, and I know better than to ask for details about that. Gentlemen, right on time," Ignacio greeted us as he waved us over. He positioned himself on his couch to make it impossible for any of us to sit beside him, and none of us dared to take a seat at any of the claw-footed armchairs that were meant for guests with much higher stations in life. "I've got this Moon's script books all stamped and approved. You'll notice they're a bit light, seeing as how you were slightly behind quota on this assignment." None of us objected, and none of us were particularly surprised. I was grateful that the mask hid my expression, and I'm sure I wasn't the only one. I still had to make an effort to mind my body language, though. Being so accustomed to his employees and compatriots wearing masks, Ignacio was quite astute to body language. Vincent accepted the stack of 9 booklets and nodded gratefully. "We appreciate your leniency, my lord, and look forward to earning back our privileges on our next assignment," he said. "I was hoping you'd say that." Ignacio grinned as he took a sip from his crystal chalice. He set it down on the coffee table and picked up a dossier. "Halloween is fast approaching, and that means we need costumes and candy. Costumes we have in abundance, obviously, but candy's one vice I don't usually keep well stocked." "So we're actually stealing candy from babies on our next job?" Klaus asked. "Nothing so quotidian," Ignacio sneered. "Remind me, have any of you met Icky before?" The name meant nothing to me, but I glanced from side to side to see if anyone else reacted to it. I could have sworn I saw Ham and Gristle perk their heads up slightly. "She's that clown woman, right? The one in charge of that god-awful circus?" Vincent asked. "I beg your pardon?" "It's an enchanted circus that travels the worlds and offers sanctuary to paranormal vagabonds in need," Ignacio claimed half-heartedly. "And I might be able to pawn a few of you off on them if it comes to that, so be careful you don't fall any further behind on your quotas. But you're right. She is a clown, with a capital C, and clowns love candy. She'll be attending my All Hallows Ball this year, and I don't want her to feel excluded, so we'll need some real top-shelf candy on offer." We're still waiting for the other shoe to drop here, boss," Vincent confessed, as most of us shared nervous glances with one another. "You want us to get candy? Fancy candy? I don't get it. What's the catch?" Oh God, we're not taking it from babies. We're serving the babies with it. Lowald balked in horror. No, but thank you for that highball to make the actual assignment seem more reasonable, Ignacio said. No, I'm sending you all down to the taproots of the world tree to collect some of the crystallized sap there. The taproots of the world tree, Vincent repeated softly. The physical manifestation of the metaphysical network that binds all the worlds and planes of creation, gnawed at by the not things trying to break their way into reality? You're sending us down there for sweets. Icky swears that Yggdrasil syrup pairs beautifully with French toast. He replied blithely. This is an especially dangerous assignment, so I want you all to read that dossier in full. Emrys has been charting and forging new pathways through the plains from his spire in Adderwood, so thanks to him your trip down at least will be relatively easy. Just there and back, right? Vincent asked desperately, his voice wavering. Just a handful of the stuff to wow Icky, and we're done, right? A sadistic smirk slowly spread across Ignacio's face before he told us how much crystallized sap we would need to retrieve. You mine 16 tons. What do you get? Another day older, and deeper in debt, Lowald sang as he chipped away at the pulsing amber crystal emerging from the Leviathan root. The world tree was cosmically colossal, though it's meaningless to describe its size, since I can only describe the parts of it that exist in 3 dimensions. The twin trunks of the tree snaked around each other like a double helix, each alight with an ever-shifting astral aura that perpetually waxed and waned in synchronicity with its twin. From its crown sprung a seemingly infinite mass of fractally dividing branches, shimmering with countless spherical leaves which I knew to be individual universes. The base of the tree spawned an equally infinite mass of sprawling taproots, anchoring it in place and drawing precious sustenance from the edges of reality. As dangerous as it was to be there, it was nonetheless a sublime experience. You think that looking upon all of existence like that would fill you with Lovecraftian madness at your own insignificance, but it was far more transcendental than that. On some fundamental level, I recognized that tree. It was Yggdrasil. It was the biblical tree of good and evil. It was the 2 trees of Valinor. That tree was meant to be there, and so was everything inside of it. Sure, it was functionally infinite, and everything in it was finite, but the tree wasn't merely massive. It was intricate. In the grand scheme of things, nothing inside of it was superfluous. Everything, no matter its scale, was part of the ultimate design of the tree. You and I may not be any more important than anyone or anything else, but if we weren't important, we wouldn't be here. I'm not entirely sure if any of my coworkers felt the same way, though. St. Peter, don't you call me, 'cause I can't go. Lowald continued to sing, only to be interrupted by Vothstag's irate howling, his eyes burning like coals as he dared him to finish the chorus. Lowald bowed his head contritely as he awkwardly cleared his throat. When Vothstag was satisfied, he had been cowed into silence. He turned around to resume his work. "'Cause I owe my soul to the company store," I finished for him, not too loudly, but loud enough that everyone heard me. Vothstag immediately came charging at me, roaring in fury, but I didn't flinch. I just let him chew me out for about a minute until I heard something that I was pretty sure was a question. "That's ridiculous. You're making more noise than either of us," I countered, "and wasting more time. Now, if you don't mind, I've got work to do." Vothstag sneered at me, but since I had resumed my task, his job as taskmaster was complete, and he left to attend to other matters. "What the hell are you doing, pushing your luck like that, Brandon?" Vincent whispered. "He was out of line. Even chain gangs are allowed to sing," I explained. "Besides, I'm right, aren't I? If we attract any unwanted attention, it will be because of him." "This isn't the place to cause trouble," he hissed. "Fill the carts as fast as you can so we can get out of here." When we arrived at the taproots, we saw that we weren't the first beings to try to mine this deposit of sap. Someone, likely some clan of unseelie fae, had established a fairly complex operation with rails and hand carts. As convenient as this was for us, it did, of course, pose the uncomfortable question of why the site had been completely abandoned when it was obviously far from depleted. Me, Vincent, Lowald, and Klaus were chipping away at the crystal sap, tossing what we could into a nearby trolley cart. When it was full, Ham and Gristle would haul it off so that Fish and Chips could scoop it into 20-kilogram bags, which Ham and Gristle would then stack and secure onto skids. And as always, Vothstag supervised. 16 bleedin' tons of this bilge, Vincent muttered as he took a swing at it with his pickaxe. And he's got the nerve to tell us it's just an appetizer for a party guest. What do you suppose they're going to do with it all? Refine it into proper syrup, I imagine, Lowald replied. Make it into sweets and sodas, or just drizzle some of it straight onto flapjacks. Either way, they'll make a killing. 16 tons will probably sell for millions. Why, though? Is it just exotic sugar? I asked. What do you think? Lowald asked rhetorically, gesturing at the source. For reality benders, anything from the edges of reality is potent stuff. They put a lump of this in their morning coffee, and the veil will seem as weak to them as it is here. There's no telling what havoc they'll get up to, so you better hope we're not around to see. Now you're just being ridiculous. Clowns don't drink coffee, Vincent joked. I was about to ask him how he would know, when Vothstag put his hand on my shoulder and spun me around. Ham and Gristle had returned with the empty cart, but only Gristle was getting ready to pull the full one. Vothstag spewed some of his usual gibberish, gesturing at me and then towards Ham's empty space at the cart. Because I sang one line? Seriously? I asked. I was about to throw Lowald under the bus for singing in the first place, but Vothstag was already roaring incomprehensibly. All right, I'll pull the damn cart. I handed my pickaxe over to Ham, who instantly began swinging at the sap with manic enthusiasm. Gristle gave me a slight nod of condolence before Vothstag yoked me up to the cart like an ox, and then sent us on our way with an angry shout. If you don't mind me asking, how come Ham deserves a break and you don't? I asked Gristle as we made our way down the track, the dinging of our colleagues' pickaxes slowly fading into the background. Gristle looked over his shoulder to confirm the Vothstag was well out of earshot and then turned his head towards mine. Vincent's wrong, you know, he said in a soft, conspiratorial whisper. I'm Story? I asked. About clowns and coffee, he clarified. Icky drinks coffee. I've seen her do it. She takes it with double cream and sugar to keep it clown kosher, of course. She's a little too classy to indulge in stereotypical candy binges, but she's still got a sweet tooth like the rest of us. Us? I asked uneasily. Gristle nodded, lifting up his gas mask by the filter and revealing his face to me for the first time. His poreless skin was a lustrous white, but his lips, nose, and the space around his eyes were all pitch black, and the eyes themselves sparkled with the light of 1,000 dying stars. His mouth was spread into an unnaturally wide smile, revealing that his teeth were not only perfect, but shiny to the point that I could see myself in them. And I looked terrified. Lowald was right, though, about what this stuff will do to us, he went on. Once everything's fully loaded, Ham and I are going to take a mouthful each, and then take the whole haul for ourselves. We'll stash some of it away somewhere safe, then use the rest to buy our way back into the circus. The only problem is getting there. That's where you come in. What are you on about? How can I possibly help you get back to your circus? I asked. With that Sealy coin you got in your pocket, he said, lowering his voice so that I only barely heard him. These carts weren't meant to be powered manually, you know. They run on fairy magic, and that coin's got enough that we can drive all 16 tons of our loot to anywhere in the worlds we want. I briefly considered denying that I even had the coin, but if he was determined, he could find and take it easily enough, so there really wasn't any point. Ignoring for the moment how you even know I have that, why not ask Vincent, I suggested. He's got way more Sealy silver than I do. He doesn't want out. You do, Gristle responded. You tried to escape once, and I know you're just itching for a chance to try again. But Ignazio knows what you are, doesn't he? He wouldn't have let you around the sap if he wasn't prepared for you to try to take some, I said. He doesn't know Ham, and I can take our masks off without his say-so, Gristle explained. We've been living off meager rations of powdered milk to keep us in line, but we were able to get a hold of a bottle of the fresh stuff and chugged it before we came here. Ignazio and Vothstag have no power over us right now. I'm sorry, milk? I asked, confused. Not important at the moment. Are you in or not? He asked. I considered his proposition for a moment, deciding on one final question before answering. Why not just take the coin from me? Because I'm a nice guy, he said with a sickeningly wide grin. And stealing Sealy's silver tends not to end well. I don't need an answer now. The load's not full yet. Think about it, and when the time comes, do whatever you've got to do. He pulled his mask back down, and we finished hauling the cart over to fish and chips in silence. He wasn't wrong about me wanting to escape, but my plan had always been to quietly sneak off and be long gone before anyone noticed. A fight between Vothstag and a pair of superpowered clowns, followed by a daring getaway on an unseelie mining cart, was a bit riskier than anything I had envisioned. But at the same time, this was an unprecedented opportunity that would likely never come again. From the taproots of the world tree, I could go literally anywhere and never have to worry about Ignacio or his minions tracking me down. All it would cost me was the single coin I had to my name. I hauled the cart with Gristle for the rest of the shift. Eventually, we had a train of 16 pallets, each loaded with 50 20-kilogram sacks of crystallized sap. That's it then, order's full, Vincent declared as he walked the length of the train, testing the chains to make sure the cargo was fully secured. All of you hop in the front and let's get the hell out of here. Vothstag roared in disagreement, standing between us and the cart and making a vaguely groping gesture. Right, contraband check. Vincent nodded with a weary sigh as he outstretched his arms. Nothing too invasive now, you hear? If this stuff was inside of us, you'd already know it. Vothstag didn't acknowledge his comment, but proceeded to pat him down and empty his pockets. Ham and Gristle each gave me a knowing look. If I did nothing, Vothstag would find my coin, and it would all be over for me anyway. I nodded my assent and braced myself for the worst. With a single swift motion, Ham and Gristle each pulled their masks off, and the visages of the two monstrous clowns were enough to throw all of us into immediate pandemonium. Ham's hair, eyes, lips, and nose were all a fiery red, and I saw now that the tips of their ears had a pink tinge, just like their fingers. The instant their masks were off, they wasted no time shoveling a handful of crystal sap into their mouths. Vothstag howled and charged straight at them, and everyone else scattered as quickly as they could to avoid being bulldozed by the massive deer man. Ham and Gristle stood their ground, each of them grabbing a hold of one of his antlers. Despite his size and speed, Vothstag was brought to a dead stop. He snorted and bellowed as he tried to force himself forward, but he was completely unable to overpower the two clowns. Ham and Gristle exchanged sinister smiles and began to spin Vothstag around and around. Within seconds, his feet were off the ground, and with each rotation, he gained more and more momentum until his attackers finally let go of his antlers and sent him flying into the distance. "The rest of you, stay out of our way," Gristle shouted as he marched towards the front cart, grabbing me by the scruff of my jacket and pulling me along with him. "Wait, why? Why can't they come? Why can't we all go?" I protested. "We don't know what half these freaks are, and we don't trust them," he said as he tossed me onto the cart. "Now drive. Go straight until I say otherwise." I looked out at my confused and frightened companions and took a bit of solace in the fact that they weren't entirely certain if I had betrayed them or if I was just being kidnapped. I hesitated for a moment, but Ham's sharp talons digging into my shoulder were enough to press me into action. With my coin of Sealy silver clutched in my right palm, I grabbed a firm hold of the driving shaft and pushed the train forward. It accelerated at a remarkable pace, and before I knew it, we were speeding away from our work site and towards freedom. "It's working. It's actually working," Gristle laughed in relief. "Even Vothstag can't run this fast," Ham declared triumphantly. "The whole haul is ours. We're rich. We're free." I wanted to celebrate with them. I really did. But deep down inside, I knew we weren't out of the woods yet. "You guys read that dossier Iggy gave us, right?" I asked. "The not things that gnaw the taproots are attracted to ontological anchors, anything that's more real than its surroundings. If you guys are reality benders and you just ate a massive power-up, doesn't that make you the realest things here?" "Isn't that cute? He thinks he knows more about ontodynamics than us because he read a dossier," Ham scoffed. This isn't our first time on the fringes of the unreal, boy, Gristle replied. You just drive this train and let us worry about... Without warning, the taproot split open ahead of us into a fuming, festering chasm. The ground quake was enough to completely derail the train, and I ducked and rolled while I had the chance. When I came out of the roll, I looked up to see a titanic, disfigured, and disembodied head rising out of the chasm. The size and proportions of the entity fluctuated wildly, as if I was only looking at the three-dimensional facets of it, like the world tree itself. It was encrusted with some kind of dark barnacles, and anything that wasn't its face was covered in thousands of squirming and feathery tentacles of every conceivable length. It had no nose, but several mouths which chanted backward-sounding words in synchronicity with each other, dropping rotting black teeth every time they opened and closed. There were 6 randomly spaced and variously sized eyeballs, darting around independently of each other, each glowing with a sickly yellow light. I was paralyzed in fear, terrified that the knot thing would see me, but all 6 of its eyes soon locked onto Ham and Gristle. As it slowly ascended upwards like a hot air balloon, a pair of flickering tongues shot out of 2 of its mouths with predatory intent. The clowns were scooped up like flies, screaming as they were whisked back into the knot thing's cavernous maws. I don't know much about clowns or what they're capable of, only that Ham and Gristle never got a chance to test their mettle against this behemoth. A few chomps of its black teeth, and it was all over. I sat there in silence, watching as the knot thing continued to drift away, never daring to assume that it had forgotten about me. Brandon, I heard a voice call from the distance. I was finally able to pull my eyes off the knot thing, and when I looked down the track, I saw the rest of my crew hurrying towards me, which included a very angry Vothstag. Grabbing me by the jacket and lifting me off the ground, he roared furiously in my face, demanding answers. Easy, Vothstag, easy, Vincent insisted. They just grabbed the kid. It wasn't his idea. Vothstag growled skeptically, eyeing the toppled train beside us. He knew it could have only been driven like that by Seelie magic, and I still had my lucky coin clutched tightly in my right hand. Ham must have picked my pocket when he was working alongside us, Vincent suggested. I knew he didn't really think that. He knew exactly how many coins he had, and he knew he wasn't missing any. I don't know why he covered for me, but I owe him big. Serves him right, too. Bloody idiot, he said with a sad shake of his head as he surveyed the wreckage. Let this be a lesson for all of you if you ever think about stealing my Seelie silver. That's right, fish and chips, I'm looking at you. Vothstag howled again, clearly unconvinced. They took me as a driver so they could stay focused on defending the train, I claimed. If I hadn't jumped when I did, they may have stood a chance against that giant floating head. I saved our haul. Vothstag snorted in contempt, but set me back on my feet. I don't think he believed me, really, but he knew that Ignacio wouldn't hold him blameless in this little debacle either. So it was in all of our best interests not to cast aspersions on one another's stories. Listen up, everybody. We're 2 men down, and we've got to get this rig back on the track before some other unspeakable abomination comes along. So get moving, Vincent ordered. For once, Vothstag was doing most of the work, using his might to set the carts back on the tracks, while the rest of us just picked up any sacks of sap that had come loose. What a bloody joke, Lowald grumbled as he threw a sack onto a cart. Down from 9 to 7, any of us could still die at any minute, and for what? We mined 16 tons, and what do we get? Another day older, I agreed, throwing another sack next to his. But some days, that's enough. The drain. I had the dream again tonight. It seems to be coming more frequently now as we get closer to your arrival. Daddy says that it's got to have something to do with the hormones or morning sickness. He's always been practical that way, and it's one of the many reasons I love him and why he'll be such a good father to you. When he looks at a problem, he sees the edges of it, so clearly defined. But how do I tell a person like that the truth? How do I make him understand? I could tell him that right when I wake, I can't tell if I've truly left the dream, that I can feel the distorted images of my sleeping mind clinging to my skin like wet bandages. I could tell him that when I stumble through the pre-dawn and fall to my knees before our toilet bowl, that it's not morning sickness, which causes me to coat its porcelain interior, but fear. Not a measured fear, not the fear of a practical person, but the panicky, weightless fear of a small child. I could tell him that as I kneel on the cool tile floor, I often sneak furtive glances across the bathroom and watch the empty pit where our sink would be in daylight, and pray that I do not hear my name called out from within it. I could tell him all of this, and maybe he would believe me, and maybe he would even know what to do. But none of that is the kind of thing you tell a practical person. That story has no clear edges. So I close the toilet lid and lay my head against its cool surface and feel the nausea seep out of my core. I wait for clarity to reassert itself in my mind, the cobwebs of sleep dusting themselves into nothingness, and then I flush the toilet and make my way back to the bedroom. But as I leave the washroom, I can't help but notice that I lean subtly towards the outer wall, away from the vanity and our shared sink which it holds. Until the pregnancy, I had always been one to sleep through the night, but I find now that once fully awake, no matter the time, I'm up for the day. Still, it's too early to start my morning, and though it's not as restful as sleep, returning to the bed does relieve some of the strain in my back. There's a small added grace there, too, in that I get to spend time alone with you. I lay back in a half-seated position, close my eyes, and lay my hands across the swell of my belly. I breathe slowly, rhythmically, and imagine that I can feel your heartbeat synchronizing with mine. I begin to talk to you, not out loud as I don't want to wake Daddy, but in my thoughts. I tell you about myself and about the world and everyone who is waiting so anxiously to meet you. I explain how you are now the size of a sweet potato and how we'll be going to the doctor today to check in on you. I imagine your future and all the amazing things you will accomplish. I make sure you understand that all I want of you is to be happy and healthy and caring. And then sometimes, very rarely, but with a growing frequency, I hear you reply. You call to me from within myself, and images flash across the vista of my mind, which I swear are not of my own creation. It is in these moments that I feel nearest to you. I know that what I am experiencing isn't reality, but neither is it a dream. I can't go back to sleep once awake, but our little talks set me at such ease I enter a sort of trance state, half dreaming, half waking, such that I don't notice the morning light as it creeps across our bedroom, and when Daddy wakes and kisses you through my belly, I come to in a start. Oh shit, I'm sorry, Liz, I didn't mean to scare you, he says, pulling back from my torso. Are you okay, hun? Did you get enough sleep? I nod and smile. Daddy smiles back, but as he slides off the bed and moves towards the ensuite, I notice his eyes flip back to my face. The look is searching and concerned. The lack of sleep, the pains, the general rigor of growing you within myself has all taken its toll on my body. I know it shows in the darkening rings under my eyes, in the lines that deepen on my face, and I know Daddy notices and I know he worries. I love him for that, but we both understand it will all be worth it in the end, when we finally get to meet you. I try to relax and force the skin of my face to smooth. I stare ahead at the blank wall of our bedroom and listen as Daddy releases a stream of urine into the toilet bowl. He didn't lift the lid, but I won't say anything this time. He has enough to worry about, and worry is a cousin of anger. I don't want to fight this morning. I don't want to fight with you inside me. I don't want to play out the events of the dream. So, doctor today, right, babe? Daddy calls from the bathroom. It's the 1 week checkup, yeah? 22. It's the 22nd week. The thought materializes absently, mostly ignored by my working mind. I focus instead on the toilet flush and the sound of Daddy's bare feet as they move across the tile floor towards the sink. I realize I'm holding my breath and think, bizarrely, how in that way I'm holding your breath too. Then Daddy cries out, "Ah, Jesus!" I watch my hands, laid protectively over you, as they break out in goose flesh. I know that I could ask him what's wrong, But what would be the point? This is all so repetitive. A recitation of the message relayed to me by dreams. Liz. Daddy calls me, and I refuse to answer. If I do not speak, then we cannot progress. The end must remain as the end. I will not speak, and in my silence, I will not lose you. Oh, Lizzie, you couldn't make it to the toilet, my darling? The words are wrong, but that's not what brings an end to my dissociation. It's the care I hear in Daddy's voice. When I near the end of the dream, Daddy speaks to me, yes, but in roaring tones of anger and horror, not kindness, never care. I rise from the bed and walk the short distance to the washroom. Daddy stands before the sink. I tell myself I will not look, but as he moves his gaze downwards, I follow, slowly, obediently. I steel myself for what awaits me. But this is not the dream. The sink is empty, or nearly empty. A faint outline coats the porcelain, burnt yellow like the last of fall's leaves, and tendrillous reaching from the drain in unmeasured jabbing spurts towards the rim of the sink. It's a stain that so easily could have been the residue of my morning sickness. An explanation so simple, a connection so natural, and yet I know that when I vomited in the early hours, I did so into the toilet. I'm certain of that. Tears come then, and Daddy holds me tightly. We are still pressed together when we feel you kick. Daddy beams at me, and I force myself to smile back. This is a first for him, to actually feel your movement, and it sends him off on an excited tangent about what sports you will play. Only I know that this is not a rarity. Whenever I approach the sink, I feel you reach out for it. The sign on the outer door of the office reads Dr. Ahmed, printed in stark gray letters. But the middle-aged woman who smiles as she applies gel to my distended belly has reminded me more than once to call her Amira. Daddy has told me before that a friend from work swears by Dr. Ahmed that she is the best obstetrician in the city, and that he would settle for nothing less. I couldn't say if that is all true, but I do know that she always runs warm water over her hands before donning her latex gloves and touching my skin. I know that she hums prettily along to the radio as she maneuvers her wand along my torso, and that this makes me feel at ease. I know she smells faintly of sandalwood. Lizzie, Daddy is staring at me. Did you hear what Dr. Ahmed said? Oh no, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Amira. Mommy brain, what were you saying? Amira smiles at me. Her eyes are kind, a warm brown color like strong coffee. Eyes that have seen many mothers through this same journey. I think briefly how there is a sadness in that. I wonder if she regrets turning a miracle into mundanity. I wonder if she has carried children of her own. I was saying, Elizabeth, that in regards to your child, I am very pleased with the results of today's tests. The ultrasound shows me that we are dealing with a healthy, well-formed baby. I open my mouth to vocalize relief, but Amira cuts off my reply. I am not, however, satisfied with your condition. Your stomach has grown along expected lines, but you have lost weight elsewhere. I can see that you are under an unusual strain. It is clearly written in those dark bags under your eyes. It seems to me as though you are wasting away. This is not... I've told her all this, doctor. I watch frustration flash across Amira's face as Daddy interrupts her. Well, I did, didn't I, Liz? This is not, Amira continues, ignoring Daddy, strictly indicative of a larger problem, but it is concerning. Most concerning is that the cause of these symptoms is not of a medical nature. Now, I know that it is not uncommon for first-time mothers to focus so greatly on the health of the child they carry that they lose sight of the fact that their own health is paramount. You are one being. The baby takes its life from you. We must have you well-rested and well-fed. Can you think of anything that may be causing you undue stress? I see the drain, just a blip, flash across my mind. The thought is not my own. The picture appears unbidden. I feel you kick within me. No, I lie. There's nothing that comes to mind. Amira watches my face. She looks from me to Daddy and back, then nods and wheels her chair back to her desk. She picks up a stack of paper and returns to the bedside. Mr. Hamilton, would you kindly bring this to the nurse's station? The sooner we file your wife's results, The sooner you can get her back to the comfort of your home, and I would like to finish my assessment in the interim." I see in his hesitation that Daddy doesn't understand or doesn't like Amira's request, but we all know that he can't argue against its logic. Without saying a word, he takes the sheaf and exits the room. Amira watches Daddy go, then picks up the phone from her desk and presses a button. "Hello, yes, Anna, I'm sending Mr. Hamilton out to you. I wonder if you could hold him at the desk for 10 minutes or so. Yes, possible code violet. Thank you, Anna." Placing the handset back in its cradle, Amira turns back to me. "Elizabeth, will you please tell me what is troubling you? If your husband is the cause of your condition, if he is abusing you, then we must take steps to ensure your protection." The suggestion is so absurd, I do not immediately respond. Amira waits, staring at me expectantly. "No, Dr. Amma. I'm sorry, Amira," I begin. "That couldn't be further from the truth. Dan takes very good care of me, and clearly you can't see it, but he's just as concerned as you are. He has absolutely nothing to do with this. My problem is, the issue isn't Dan." "I didn't mean to make a hurtful accusation, Elizabeth. I simply need to examine all possible causes, and I prefer to start with that which may be most harmful." "So you do know what the problem is, then?" "I have cornered myself. The image of carrying you to term within the padded walls of an asylum cell comes momentarily to mind." "No, I trust Amira. I trust in her kindness. I don't know if she will believe me. Like Daddy, she is a practical person, but I do believe she will not punish me for something so out of my control, and perhaps this is the help I've been so desperately seeking." I exhale and begin. "To see, Amira, do you believe that dreams may act as a kind of warning?" The doctor's look is guarded, but she continues. "I have read studies that broach the subject, yes. Something about our subconscious mind picking up data, of which our conscious mind is unaware, then regurgitating the information in the form of dreams. I can't speak to the validity of the experiment, but... No, sorry, I mean, do you think we can be given a glimpse of the future through our dreams?" This step into the murky world of pseudo-occultism draws only a tight-lipped smile from the doctor. I continue undaunted. "I've been having a recurring dream. I know it sounds ridiculous, but I think it's a kind of portent of what's to come." Amira slowly nods at me to continue. "It always begins the same way. I wake up early in the morning, well before dawn, and I'm up because I'm experiencing terrible nausea. It's worse than morning sickness, worse than food poisoning even. It feels like my insides are burning and my stomach is going to burst open at the belly button. I rush to the washroom then. "Is this taking place in your current home?" Amira clarifies. "As it is now?" "Yes, exactly, just as it is now. I have trouble distinguishing it from real life. There's none of the looseness or randomness of dreams. It's simply my bedroom, my life." "What happens then?" "Then I stumble into the washroom, and the pain is growing and growing. And I need to relieve it, and I know that I have to go to the toilet to vomit, but I stop myself at the vanity because..." Amira allows the silence to linger uncomfortably, then prompts. "Because?" How do I continue? Hearing the dream described for the first time in the light of day only exaggerates its absurdity. I lay my hands around you and tell myself that crazy or not, believed or disbelieved, I have to finish if only to ensure your safety. Because I hear my name called out. It's quiet at first, a whisper so light I can't even tell if it's real. Something like, "Lise." I search the bathroom for the source of the sound, but there's nothing. I'm completely alone. I become frantic. It's driving me crazy. And almost in response, the call gets louder and louder. "Liz, Liz, Liz, Liz." I notice the echo then, the echoing wetness of the sound, and it draws my attention to the sink. And then I realize the thing is in there. Down in the pipes, down in that darkness, and it's calling out to me. At this point, each repetition of my name blends together until it's all one undistinguishable, buzzing resonance. A sound or a chant which rings through me like something fetid and ancient, older than religion, older than music. And I can't control myself. The sound is in me, moving me. So I climb atop the vanity and I feel the thing grasping with its cold, wet tentacles. and it's moving up my body, and I realize it doesn't want me at all. I'm just a vessel to it. And then what does it do, Liz? It takes the baby. It takes the baby out of me, and I thank it, because then the pain is gone. Amira sits still, staring at us for a very long time. In the throes of my retelling, I began to focus on the middle distance, but now, emotionally spent, but focused once more on the woman in front of me, I am relieved to realize the kindness has never left her eyes. She shifts her gaze downwards, to the point where my hands clasp protectively in front of you, then returns them to meet my face. This is troubling, to put the situation mildly. Do I believe that this is a glimpse of the future revealed to you? No, of course not. I feel foolish, but Amira continues reassuringly. But that doesn't mean I will not help you, Liz. Whatever the reason for its recurrence or its questionable importance, the dream clearly has a negative effect on you. I am not a trained psychologist, but I may be able to treat the physical maladies this dream has caused. Amira swivels back to her desk and retrieves a small paper pad and begins to scribble on it. I am writing you a prescription for a low-grade Valium derivative. This would not regularly be advisable in the treatment of a pregnant patient, but in this case, I believe special measures must be undertaken. Take one pill before you sleep, and you should pass the night without dreams. I reach for the prescription, but before I can grasp it, Amira pulls the paper away. This is only a treatment of the symptom, not a cure. You must rest. You must eat. You must relax. Without extending into fields in which I am no expert, your dream is obviously the creation of a scared, strained mind and contains no truth. No truth other than this: you are your child's vessel, and as such, must maintain yourself to ensure the baby's health. I can feel tears coming then, but fight them back. I see emotion displayed in the doctor's face as well, though whether it's pity or fear I cannot tell. She hides herself too well. Thank you, Amira. Thank you so much. I can't tell you. Our conversation is cut short as the door to Amira's small office slams open. Dan stands in the doorway, fury plainly labeled in the expansive whites of his eyes, the bovine flare of his nostrils. How dare you, he bellows as he crosses the room to step in between Amira and myself. Your nurse. Me an abusive husband? Liz, grab your things, my darling. We are leaving and we are never coming back. Mr. Hamilton, I had to take all, save it, but you better believe I'll be spreading word of this. I'm going to flood your reviews, lady. I'm telling everyone I know to stay well clear. I'm going to ruin you. Daddy has bundled us up now and is quickly moving our small family unit out the door and into the hall. He saves whatever parting barb he had in mind, employing instead his most thunderous scowl. I try to catch a final glimpse of Amira before I cross the threshold to make her see how sorry I am, but all I can make out is the gray streaks in her dark hair, floating above Daddy's shoulder, like seagrass in the moonlight. I am not afraid, I tell my reflection in the mirror. The dream is a dream, nothing more. I stand before the vanity of our ensuite and cautiously lower my hands to its marble surface. The counter is cold but reassuringly solid under my weight. This is reality. This is normalcy. The small green pill stares back at me from beside the sink, unblinking as a malevolent eye. I lower my head to the sink basin and hover my ear above the drain. I restrain the urge to scream into the hole and wait. Nothing. Of course there is nothing. For a week now there has been nothing. No dreams, no nausea, no voices in the drain. All as it should be, and all thanks to Dr. Amira's tablets. I've started gaining back weight, and the dark circles under my eyes have begun to clear. Sleep is a black void, but it lasts the night through, and I feel at least partially rested when I wake. There is one negative side effect, however. I no longer hear from you. We cannot convene in the early hours. My mind is my own, and I find myself speaking to you less and less. It is sad, but your safety is the priority. Still, I miss our connection. I lift my belly up towards the drain, but the only reaction it elicits is a gurgle in my stomach. You have gone quiet. Are you coming to bed? Daddy asks from the outer room. Could you turn the light off when you come over? Of course, just a sec. I respond as I take the pill and dry swallow it with a grimace. The medication is hidden from Daddy in my makeup bag, though I'm not sure he would care even if he knew. After his outburst at Dr. Amira's office, he has become reluctant to involve himself with anything pregnancy-related. Don't think for a second this means he loves you any less. He's only embarrassed. Daddy just needs time to lick his wounds. As I enter the bedroom and turn off the overhead light, I can feel the first hints of the pill working its way through my system. My eyelids begin to lag, and my thoughts become muddled. Daddy speaks to me, and I mumble a response, the words forgotten as soon as they leave my lips. I lie my head on the pillow and feel the black rush of unconsciousness descend upon me like a wave. I am asleep before Daddy has turned off his bedside lamp. The pain is not what wakes me, nor the chill which has crept across my uncovered skin. It is the faint sense of movement which pulls me from the darkness. The incremental sliding of hardwood floor against my skin. My initial response is one of confusion. Questions flood my mind. Where am I? Where is Dan? Why am I on the floor? The thoughts come sluggishly, and I realize with stupid slowness that the drug must still be cavorting through my system. Panic begins to rise from my stomach, but I fight it back. I cannot let fear seize me before I understand what is happening. I ask my eyes to open, but the command is only half acknowledged. My left eyelid parts sluggishly, while the right stays pressed against the floor. All I can make out from my half-open eye is wood grain moving by in uneven lurches, and the moonlight, which plays along the baseboards. I attempt to lift my head, but only succeed in pressing out a groaning mumble, which sounds as if it were spoken by another's mouth. I cannot call for Dan. My groans are nowhere near loud enough to wake him. I am alone. It is then that pain cuts through the pill-induced fog and rings out loud and true. What the drug had hidden from me till now is a sharp, repeated two-pronged jab which tears against the interior lining of my womb. I want to scream, but the gummy bloating of my vocal cords prevents me. Instead, I focus on the sensation and allow it to drive the last of the confusion from my mind. The truth this clarity brings makes me wish I could return to the oblivion of medically induced sleep forever. I realize then that the pain inside my body is associated directly with my slow movement across the floor. With each stab, my flesh is pressed against the hardwood and dragged backwards, propelling the entire unit inch by excruciating inch forward. Limited control is returning to my body now, and with difficulty, I am able to push my head upwards in the direction of my unintended destination. The black mouth of our bathroom doorway yawns before me. The dream is a dream. I see now. I can feel the minute variations in pressure against my organs, the tickling points of internal contact that hide beneath the pain. It's you. I feel your hands as they push against me from within, your feet as they kick against my ribs. You have always yearned for the drain, or perhaps the thing that lives within the drain has always yearned for you. But now Amira's work has blocked your progress. The pill disabled your vessel, made communion impossible, so you took the matter up yourself as best you could. My stomach flips and saliva fills my mouth. I allow it. The contents of my stomach spill across the floor, and whether a placebic or truly cleansing act, I feel fine motor control begin to spread throughout my body. I am finally able to halt your progress by turning onto my back just as we breach the doorway to the bathroom. The effort leaves me soaked in sweat, and pain radiates from my torso. I close my eyes against the waves of agony. A faint glow spreads across my eyelids, a sickly green which speaks of forgotten things long shunned from the natural light of day. I feel rather than hear the shuddering vibrations of the drain pipe as your unknowable friend makes its way upwards towards us. You are still. The pain ends abruptly. You know the time is at hand. Scramble backwards away from the vanity, pushing my back up against the far wall, my eyes closed all the time. Low moans escape from me, but the echoing scream I truly desire to create seems momentarily to elude me. Instinctively, my hands come down to protect you, but the wriggling ambulations I feel there send another wave of nausea through me, and I pull my hands away as if scalded. The green light grows brighter, and I shield my face against it. Where it touches my skin, it seems to leave a greasy residue. The sound of the thing is all around us now. Its scratching, grasping appendages snaking out over the tile of the bathroom. I breathe in its odor, a musk of rotting, forgotten things, long since washed or flushed away into the blind madness of its subterranean sewer world. I recoil as the first cold tentacle brushes along my bare foot. I feel you inside me shuddering wildly at the thing's touch, reaching back towards it. In that moment, given the proper tool, I would have cut you out myself. Then I hear the voice, quiet at first, but steadily growing as its purchase in our world solidifies. Solidifies within you. Lists. I scream then. I scream until the sound dies within me. Then I am left humming tunelessly, swaying beside the toilet. This is where Daddy will find me. Daddy who sees such straight lines. Daddy who will ignore the unknowable and instead focus on nursing me so carefully back to health. Daddy who will help me through the last few painful months of your delivery. Daddy who I know is no longer your daddy. My friend works for the city's CCTV archives and has seen some disturbing things. I hadn't seen Mike in a few months. He'd been buried in work, and our usual weekend nights out had about disappeared. Then he called me on a Thursday and invited me over for drinks. I jumped at the invite, but took note of how depressed he sounded on the phone. By the time I got there, Mike had already started drinking and was slurring his words. A dark cloud seemed to hover over him, which got worse as we drank. I finally asked what had been going on with him. Mike turned darker, afraid. He said it had to do with work. I never really knew what Mike did for a living. I did know he worked for the city in the tech department and was involved with the CCTV surveillance network, but I never knew what his day-to-day operations were, which he began to describe in detail. Mike explained there were thousands of cameras scattered throughout the downtown core, outlying neighborhoods and well into the suburbs of our 1 million plus city. His responsibility was to categorize and archive all the incoming footage. Most of the footage went into very general classifications and were saved in hard drive farms and identified with a lengthy combination of numbers and letters for categorical archiving. They were truly meant to be forgotten about. It was an expansive task, but Mike designed and built an AI screening program that detected common patterns in footage, then sectioned out anomalous behavior for review. The vast majority wasn't noteworthy, something like 99.99%. Then there was the 0.01%. The car accidents, assaults, swarmings, rapes, abductions, murders, those went into a special archive for use in criminal investigations. And then there was the 0.0001%. They were held in a classified archive and contained footage capturing events that for all accounts were unexplainable. This was called the Tartarus Archive. I looked up the word Tartarus's after and discovered it was one of the darkest, deepest prisons from Greek mythology. It was said that if you dropped an anvil from heaven, it would take 7 days for it to reach the earth. It would take another 7 days for the anvil to reach Tartarus. It was the place you sent titans when there was nowhere else that could contain them. When Sisyphus was condemned to an eternity of futility and frustration with a large boulder and a mountain slope, that punishment was carried out in Tartarus. As it turned out, the name was quite fitting to the archive's growing contents. Some footage could be simplified to strange optical anomalies in the camera and coincidences of light or crackheads on a bender through the subway systems. Other footage, though, defied logic. Others are what captured Mike's mind that evening. He'd been breaking protocol and bringing hard drives home at night. In fact, he'd been splicing the footage together, capturing and compiling repeat aberrations and editing them into linear sequences. Mike wanted to show me some. It wasn't in a bragging or showing off kind of way, It felt more like the sharing of a heavy burden kind of way. I asked if showing me would get him in trouble, but he waved the idea away. I said, yeah, obviously I want to see what's going on in my city. Mike led me into his workroom, where he had monitors and towers and piles of externals set up. We sat down, and he skimmed through some drives nervously. Then he landed on one. Mike told me this anomaly was codenamed Lincoln Spectre. He pressed play. On the largest screen, black and white footage started up, showing Lincoln Avenue, one of our less attractive downtown streets, at 3 a.m. The camera angle showed the length of Lincoln Ave as it led into the downtown core. The street appeared empty and quiet. From a side road, a woman emerged, walking towards the camera. As she approached the intersection, she turned over her shoulder and appeared to scream. The woman took off, sprinting past the camera, which cut to a new, wider angle from another camera across the street. We watched the woman running frantically, seemingly being chased. But she was the only one on the street. There was no one else anywhere around her. The woman kept screaming as she ran, and the cameras kept following, cutting between different CCTV angles. We watched as the woman was chased into the middle of an empty intersection. She fell, then cowered as if something massive was standing over her. The woman's neck stiffened, and she began to levitate off the ground. Her body looked like a rag doll as something lifted her by the throat until she was floating, a dozen feet above the road, in the middle of the intersection. Then the woman's head snapped to the left, and her body fell back to the ground. The video ended and went black. I sat shocked. Mike saw my expression and said, "You ain't seen nothing yet." I asked if that was real, if what I saw was unaltered, was raw footage. Mike said all he'd done was put the clips together, none of the content had been touched. He told me he found out the incident ended up being described as a hit and run, and the case was left figuratively open for more evidence to amass, which it never would. The department kept the footage hidden, claiming it was a camera malfunction. No one outside of Mike and his boss had seen the video of how the poor woman actually died. I started to understand the air of somberness Mike was carrying around. Mike started the next video. This one was codenamed Black Crab and was much longer than the previous one. It started in the subway systems at the underground Walkley station, shortly after closing up for the night. Walkley was the last stop on the route, and the exterior was shouldered by a new housing development on one side and untouched forest and swampland on the other. The camera was pointed down along the subway platform on the east side and showed its entire length with benches and garbage cans populating it. At the far end, the tunnel was filled with darkness. The lights on the platform shut off and the station went dark. The camera switched to night vision and everything became visible again. My eyes trained on the platform, waiting for something to happen. Finally, there was movement. It was coming from the tunnel. It was difficult to identify what exactly it was at first, as its movements were strange and the footage was grainy. But it got closer to the camera and I got a better look. It resembled a human, a man, but he was walking on his hands and feet, upside down, with his back arched and his stomach pointed to the ceiling. He had long, dark hair that dragged along the ground, and he wore tattered layers of old jackets and torn pants. He moved like a crab, jerkily yet quickly and easily, as he made his way to the staircase. The footage cut to a new camera in the dark hallway, leading to the stairs out of the station. We watched the crab walker claw up 2 steps at a time, and then crawl over the turnstiles and towards the exit. The footage cut again, now showing the exterior of the station entrance. The crab walker squeezed and twisted and maneuvered his body through the locked and closed entrance gate. It looked impossible to accomplish, but he did it. Once outside, the crab walker eyed his surroundings before skittering off towards the woods and disappearing. The footage cut to an hour later and revealed the crab walker reappearing from the woods. He was dragging a small animal by the tail in his teeth. The animal looked like a cat. The crab walker squeezed back through the gate, crawled through the station, and disappeared into the subway tunnel. Again, Mike saw my expression and told me there was more. He showed me the length of the video, which was over an hour long. Mike had compiled over 20 sequences of the crab walker creeping out of the subway station and into the woods. Mike skimmed through the video towards the end, and we watched the crab walker come out of a sewer in a downtown alleyway. It crawled over to a pile of garbage bags and cardboard boxes. Then it jumped into them, and some kind of vicious frenzy ensued. There was someone else in the pile of garbage. Hands and feet thrashed about as they were struggling for their life. Then the movement stopped, and the hands and feet went still. The crab walker's body moved jerkily about, but I couldn't see what was happening because of the darkness and all the garbage bags and boxes obscuring the camera's view. Mike leaned over to me and whispered that the crab walker was eating a homeless man. This caused a criminal investigation as the dead body was found mutilated and festering in the open alleyway. Mike followed up on the inquiry. What he discovered was the crab walker was who authorities believed to be a man named David Fletcher. Decades ago, David had been a prominent lawyer with a family. One Christmas, there was a house fire and his wife and kids were killed in the blaze. It was David's fault. He lost everything, including his mind. Everyone has a breaking point, whether they know it or not. A place where they bend too far and then snap. David found his. Family and friends described his descent as nightmarish. David lived on the streets, became addicted to drugs, and tumbled into mental illness. The last anyone knew of him was from 10 years prior. He'd thrown himself in front of a subway at the Walkley station, and no one heard from or saw him again. It appeared that somehow, David had survived the subway hit. His back had broken and healed strangely, causing him to move the way he did. He'd adapted to the new posture and lived in the darkness of the subway tunnels, finding sustenance from drain water and the wild animals he caught. That was what Mike found out, at least. But then he said that was just the answer the investigators gave in discovery. Who knows where the truth lay? Mike said there was always an answer for the videos he saw. Whether the answers were true or not, no one knew. But the ones that had to become public all needed explanations, however absurd, essentiant. Either way, David was never found and didn't reappear on the subway footage. Mike plugged a new hard drive in. He poured a fresh drink and told me this was the one that was troubling him. The file was codenamed Cloud Mirror. I wasn't sure I wanted to see it, but before I could object, Mike pressed play. All the monitors lit up with footage from different intersections downtown, on the exact date and time as each other. There were 5 in total. The streets on each screen were empty and quiet, no cars or people. Suddenly, at the exact same time in the center of the intersections, a small glow pulsed into existence. It was some kind of orb, roughly the size of a bowling ball. The streetlights around it pulsed with energy waves as the orb grew larger. It grew to the size of a beacher. It grew to the size of a beach ball. Then it flashed out. The streetlights went back to normal and the intersection was as lifeless as it was before. I asked Mike what they were. He told me he had gigs of footage of the orbs and had watched them repeatedly. He didn't know what they were, at first. Then they started to change. Mike clicked onto the next video. Again, the 5 monitors lit up with the same intersections and time of night, but several weeks later. The streetlights glowed and pulsed, and an orb manifested into existence again. It grew to its beach ball size, but then altered its surface and glow. Something gas-like replaced it, growing outward into a couch-sized cloud of dark gray. One of the cameras was closer, so I got to see the small clouds in detail. It looked like a volcanic eruption wrapping around itself. They were large, constantly morphing blobs that curled outward from a glowing center, resembling a mandelbulb fractal as a gaseous-based organism. It was fascinating to see them floating in the middle of the street, so alien to our roads and stoplights and street lamps. Then they began to move. Gliding down empty roads, The cameras cut to different angles, following the clouds on some unknown path, zigging and zagging onto new streets and through alleyways. Then they'd stop. The clouds hovered in the center of their intersection. They'd lower to ground level, standing straight up like a large coffin. Holding rigid to the shape, their exteriors continued to shift and mold together like magnets made of smoke. Something on one of the monitors caught my eye. Down the street, people appeared. They'd seen the cloud and were walking towards it. The group looked drunk and fascinated by the floating entity. So much so, they were approaching it. As they did, the cloud became brighter. The street lamps around it pulsed. The group were in some kind of trance, staring into the morphing blob. One of the group, a guy, stared into it like a zombie, then walked right into the cloud and disappeared. None of the group tried to stop him. Instead, another one followed him in, and another, and another. All 5 members of the group disappeared in the cloud. Then they reappeared, one at a time, the guy first. Then in the order they went in. Only, they weren't stumbling and boisterous and drunk now. They were walking upright, using minimal movements. They formed in a perfect 5-person circle for several seconds over quick words, then turned, and all went in separate directions. Their strides, arm swings, and speed all matched. Another monitor showed a similar situation with a larger group of people, lost in reverie as they marched, one after another, into the cloud. Each monitor showed the same thing now, people entering the clouds and coming back out. Different. Mike stopped the video. I asked him if he'd shown this to anyone else. He said he hadn't, not even to his one boss, which was a problem, because he had a meeting with his boss in the morning to discuss the missing footage. I asked why he didn't show the footage to his boss. This footage seemed more than serious. People were being replaced by something. Mike sighed and put a new video on. The main monitor lit up and showed a new downtown street. The date was from earlier this week. One of the clouds was floating in the intersection. A middle-aged couple were walking nearby, the husband with a slight limp in his right leg. The couple saw the cloud and were sucked in by its aura. They approached it, eyes wide and mouths open. Both the husband and wife entered the cloud and disappeared. After a moment, they reappeared. The husband's limp was gone. Mike turned to me and said, "That was my boss and his wife." Are we living the 3-body problem? Something big is on the horizon, and I swear it's not just my ego. But I did watch the Netflix show, which basically makes me an expert, right? So if I've gotten something hilariously wrong, or if you've spotted any wild connections I missed, feel free to jump in and give me the old actually treatment. First off, this isn't me trying to start some fear apocalypse. Let's keep this a chill, fun discussion, or at least as fun as discussing potentially mind-bending, reality-breaking events can be. Because, honestly, the stuff happening around us right now is freakishly similar to the plot of the show. Could we be in the middle of a slow, strategic drip campaign, getting humanity ready for something huge? You know, the kind of thing that makes you wonder if it's time to invest in a bunker. The uncanny relevance of the 3-body problem. For those not in the know, the 3-body problem is a wild ride where humanity discovers an advanced alien civilization, the Trisolarans, living in an unstable star system. But here's where it gets spicy. The Trisolarans have been pulling strings behind the scenes on Earth, manipulating humanity long before their RSVP to the invasion party. Governments? Totally in on it. They're slow dripping information, trying not to send everyone into full-blown freak-out mode while we wrestle with existential threats like, should I get a bunker or watch the new season of Love is Blind UK, James Webb's mysterious discoveries? So there's some serious buzz right now that the James Webb Space Telescope might have found something big enough to prompt a private briefing to Congress. We're talking potential techno-signatures, like city lights on a planet 4.9 light-years away. Oh, and there's also chatter about an object out there making course corrections, which is the universal sign for, hey, we're not just space debris. The sudden surge toward AGI, preparation for something bigger. Leopold Aschenbrenner from OpenAI thinks AGI by 2027 is strikingly plausible, which sounds suspiciously like buckle up. Meanwhile, Jensen Huang from NVIDIA casually drops that AI is now designing new AI at a pace of Moore's law squared. Like that's not the most terrifyingly cool thing you've ever heard. I don't know. It just doesn't feel like we're just trying to build smarter machines. Maybe, just maybe, we're getting ready for something else. I mean, the timing's a little too coincidental, don't you think? The same year AGI might come online is the same year we keep hearing whispers about potential disclosure. I mean, what are the odds? Is 2027 just the year everything levels up? AI, aliens, and my inability to process it all? Are hidden forces slowing down scientific progress? Or is science just stuck in a really long traffic jam? In the three-body problem, the Trisolarans, an alien race chilling out 4.37 light-years away in the Alpha Centauri system, catch wind of Earth and decide to invade. Even with their advanced tech, they can't travel faster than light. So, it's going to take them about 450 years to get here. That's right, we've got almost half a millennium to prepare. Now, the Trisolarans' big worry? That humanity will advance so much in those centuries that by the time they roll up, we'll be way ahead of them, zipping around in quantum spaceships while they're still stuck with sublight drives. To keep this from happening, they send over sophons, AI-powered particles designed to sabotage our scientific progress, specifically in fundamental physics, and keep us from reaching their level by the time they arrive. So, while their fleet is en route, we're stuck in a bit of a scientific chokehold. But instead of throwing in the towel, humanity pivots. We start pushing forward in other areas. Space engineering, AI, mechanical systems, the stuff the sophons can't mess with. The novel's all about this long 450-year waiting game, where we're prepping for an inevitable invasion while trying to outsmart the cosmic curveball we've been thrown. Now, if you really want to get speculative, could something like this be happening in our world? Think about it. Since 1973, we've been stuck in particle physics while other areas, like AI and tech, are advancing at a breakneck pace. Even Eric Weinstein on the Joe Rogan podcast has pointed out how fundamental physics has stalled despite decades of work on theories like string theory. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Or maybe, like in the three-body problem, there's some hidden force, our own modern-day sophons, holding us back, quietly hitting the brakes on scientific breakthroughs while we unknowingly prep for something bigger. The Collins elite and their role in shaping disclosure. In the three-body problem, some humans, completely freaked out by the idea of getting wiped out by the Trisolarans, think their best move is to team up with the aliens. Enter the Earth Trisolaris Organization, ETO, a group convinced that surrendering to an advanced civilization is humanity's only shot at survival. Of course, the Trisolarans see these collaborators as expendable pawns. Now, shift to real life. Ever heard of the Collins elite? According to Nick Redfern's book, Final Events and Whispers from Guys like Ross Coulthart and Lou Elizondo, the Collins elite is this ultra-secretive group within the US government that believes alien phenomena aren't just aliens, they're demonic. That's right. These guys are convinced we're not just dealing with little green men, but literal forces of darkness. And their job? Block any public disclosure of this terrifying info. It's kind of like the ETO in the three-body problem, where different factions have their own wild ideas about aliens. But if groups like the Collins elite are real, and they're operating behind closed doors with their own hidden agendas, what else could be happening behind the scenes? Secret factions, private entities with their own motives, maybe even deals being made with extraterrestrial beings. This could explain why some fields of science, like particle physics, have felt stagnant since the 1970s, while AI is advancing like they've got a cheat code. Maybe, just maybe, certain groups are steering the scientific ship, funneling resources into areas they can control or profit from, while quietly suppressing discoveries that could trigger existential chaos. It's like those modern-day sophons from the three-body problem, keeping humanity's most dangerous ideas locked away while they play a long game for control. But here's a question that'll keep you up at night. If the Collins elite thinks UFOs are demonic, then where are the angels? Shouldn't we be teaming up with the good guys? I mean, if we're diving headfirst into the supernatural, why not place our bets on the winged heroes? It's like we're stuck in the weirdest reality show ever, one we didn't exactly sign up for but can't stop watching. For more on these mind-bending ideas, go down the rabbit hole with Jesse Michaels' American Alchemy, the CIA scientist who built real UFOs. Because if you're not already questioning everything, you will be soon. Ross Coulthart on apocalyptic events and pole reversals, or why you should probably buy that bunker just in case. Ross Coulthart, investigative journalist extraordinaire, has shared some pretty unsettling tidbits about potential apocalyptic scenarios. In one interview, Coulthart mentioned that his sources have hinted at catastrophic possibilities, including a magnetic pole reversal. Now, he admits he's no scientist and doesn't fully get how flipping the poles could trigger geological chaos, but apparently it's a hot topic among researchers. And when Coulthart drops a line like, "What I've been told would cause panic if I said it," that's about the time you start wondering if there's an Airbnb for bunkers, because I'd like a cozy underground option with Wi-Fi, please. And there's more. Earth's magnetic north has been shifting faster than my commitment to a New Year's resolution ever since it was first measured in 1903. Some experts are now biting their nails, fearing this could lead to a full magnetic pole reversal. While the exact outcome is up for debate, a few nightmare fuel theories suggest it could happen in a snap, which could bring 1,500 miles per hour winds that'd basically give the Earth a power wash. Massive tectonic freakouts. A total reshuffling of geography and weather, where only folks chilling near the new equator might have a shot at not freezing solid. On the flip side, some optimists think it might be a gentler process. Still, even the less violent version could leave us scrambling as climate patterns go haywire, with much of the planet turning into a deep freeze. Coulthart also threw in a fun twist. The solar maximum, expected in 2024, could line up perfectly with a pole reversal. Now, imagine a coronal mass ejection, CME, from the sun hitting us right when Earth's magnetic field is on vacation. We're talking power grid failures, satellites gone haywire, and communication breakdowns that would leave us staring at blank screens. Leslie Kean's distressing outlook. Leslie Kean, the journalist known for blowing minds with her work on UFO disclosure, dropped some seriously unsettling comments during her interview on Theories of Everything with Kurt Humungal. Kean seemed pretty convinced that the near future is going to be dramatically different from the comfy little world we know today. And the way she said it, let's just say her clear distress didn't exactly leave me feeling warm and fuzzy. When Kurt pressed her for details about what's got her spooked, Kean tried steering the convo towards the usual suspects: climate change and geopolitical chaos. But her vague answers, they had that "I know something I can't say" vibe, like a secret she's been sworn to keep. She hinted that her sources, much like those whispering to Ross Coulthart, have warned her about looming troubles, possibly even a catastrophic pole shift. Fun times, right? Here's a key moment. Kurt Humungal: "Okay, I'm gonna hold you to that within a decade." Leslie Kean: "Oh, definitely. It better happen before that. I don't think we're going to be in any shape in a decade to be doing very much of anything, so I'm not hopeful for the future direction that we're moving in. And the future direction climate-wise, AI-wise, climate-wise, and geopolitical-wise. I think things are going to be pretty difficult starting in a few years, from what I've been told by my sources." When asked if these difficulties could affect things like, I don't know, electricity, Kean didn't exactly wave it off. She hinted that some of the comforts we rely on today might not be so sustainable in the not-so-distant future. Her grim outlook paints a picture of a world on the edge of some big, uncomfortable changes, whether it's climate, global politics, or something more out of left field. Kean's reluctance to spill the full tea, combined with the implied knowledge of something troubling on the horizon, makes it feel like we're in the slow burn buildup to a real-world crisis. Lou Elizondo's cryptic comments. Lou Elizondo, the former Pentagon insider, UAP whisperer, and now a NY Times best-selling author for his new book, recently dropped a cryptic little nugget on The Good Trouble Show. When asked about some mysterious upcoming event, he said, I am aware of it, but that is not my conversation to have. Now, I don't know about you, but that's the kind of comment that makes me want to throw my popcorn at the screen. What exactly isn't Lou telling us? The suspense is real. And oh yeah, there's more. Elizondo also mentioned that U.S. Navy submarines have encountered massive objects underwater, objects bigger than the 600 feet subs themselves, zooming around at 400, 500 knots, which, if you're keeping track, is fast enough to make you go WTF. Lou also popped up on the Theories of Everything podcast with Kurt Heimungal, where he casually mentioned that the three-body problem might just be soft disclosure. You know, because nothing says, heads up, something's coming, like a best-selling sci-fi novel. He said, imagine a scenario where we have 50 years to prepare for something, but now that the cat is out of the bag, that exceptional will happen tomorrow. So yeah, that cat's not just out of the bag, it's sprinting straight into our living rooms. John Lear's prophetic warning in 1989, the original I told you so in the UFO world. Way back in 1989, UFO whistleblower John Lear sat down with George Knapp and dropped a bombshell. Something big involving extraterrestrial contact was on the horizon. At the time, it probably sounded like science fiction on steroids, but looking at where we are now, with UAP revelations, space discoveries, and government transparency, sort of, Lear's words are starting to feel a whole lot more like prophecy. It's like he was setting up the slowest drip campaign in history. So the real question is, was the groundwork for today's big UFO revelations actually laid decades ago? John Ramirez's 27 prediction. John Ramirez, a former CIA officer who seems to know a thing or two about secrets, has dropped a tantalizing hint that something big is coming in 2027. According to him, the US government has a 5-year deadline, starting from 2022, to get the public ready for whatever this monumental event is. Sounds a bit like the slow burn prep from the three-body problem, where governments eased everyone into the idea of first contact. Except here, we don't get centuries to prepare. We get 5 years, no pressure. And the fact that more than one insider is circling 2027 as a crucial year, yeah, that feels like a red flag. Phil Schneider's Project Bluebeam prediction for 2027. Phil Schneider, a controversial figure in the UFO and conspiracy world, made waves with his prediction about a secret operation known as Project Bluebeam *. According to Schneider, 2027 is the year when this mysterious event is supposed to go down, but here's the twist. Project Bluebeam allegedly involves an alien invasion, yep, a fake one, designed to manipulate the global population and maybe even bring in a shiny new world order. Sounds like the plot of a sci-fi thriller, except Schneider was dead serious. Now, whether you believe Schneider or not, the fact that more than a few people are pointing to 2027 as a big year certainly raises some eyebrows. Real extraterrestrial contact or a manufactured hoax, the idea that governments are gearing up for a monumental shift involving UFOs or alien life, feels like we're all living in a slow-motion trailer for a movie we didn't ask to see. There are conspiracies swirling around Schneider's death, with many claiming he didn't die of natural causes. Some think he knew too much about Project Bluebeam and, well, you can guess the rest. The letter to Art Bell and Linda Moulton Howe, 1996. One of the more mind-bending clues in the extraterrestrial mystery world came way back in 1996. Yeah, while we were busy with friends and Tamagotchis. A letter sent to radio legend Art Bell and researcher Linda Moulton Howe arrived with a little something extra, alleged artifacts tied to the Roswell incident. And what did the letter claim? Full-on contact between humans and extraterrestrials was expected around, drumroll please, 2025. 2 years is close enough to 2027, right? The letter mentions a transition. It also talks about these artifacts being made from metals that are almost indistinguishable from Earth materials. Why? Because the aliens were apparently smart enough to avoid leaving behind anything too alien-looking if it got into human hands. Classic overachievers. And as a bonus, the letter explains how these alien ships, or probe ships, were built using materials that could dodge detection by our radar systems. Chris Bledsoe and The Ladies, 2026-2027's prophecy. Chris Bledsoe, a well-known UAP experiencer who's caught the attention of some seriously credible researchers, has been getting messages from an entity he calls the Lady. Sounds mystical, right? Well, according to Bledsoe, the lady told him that something big asterisk is going down in late 2026 or early 2027, a moment that will bring new knowledge for mankind. Now, whether that means disclosure, a mass alien contact event, or something else that'll have us all Googling what's the appropriate attire for meeting extraterrestrials is still up in the air. Bashar's predictions: 2026, 2027's full-scale contact. One more fascinating prediction comes from Daryl Anka, who channels an entity named Bashar. Now, Bashar doesn't make a lot of predictions, only when there's a 95% chance something's actually going down. So when Bashar says that aliens are set to announce themselves to humanity by late 2026 or early 2027, unless we somehow completely derail the timeline, you might want to start taking that seriously. Or, at the very least, consider brushing up on your intergalactic etiquette. According to Bashar, full-scale contact is coming soon, and unless something drastic changes in our trajectory, by 2027 we could be rolling out the welcome mat for our new alien friends. Stephen Greer, the jig is up in the secret government. Stephen Greer has been stirring the pot, claiming that big shifts are happening behind the curtain within the secret government, especially when it comes to UFOs and extraterrestrial disclosure. According to Greer, the jig is up, meaning the decades-long cloak and dagger act surrounding UAPs, reverse-engineered tech, and those oh-so-mysterious alien contacts is starting to unravel faster than your Gen Z girlfriend's attempt at knitting a sweater. Greer hints that key players in these secretive programs are scrambling, moving assets, and bracing for what seems inevitable. God of Chaos, Apophis, a near-miss or catastrophic impact in 2029. The truth awaits in 2027, or why billionaires are already booking their bunkers. One big rock-shaped concern on the horizon is asteroid Apophis, set to swing by in 2029. Originally, this 370-meter-wide behemoth had scientists fearing a direct impact with Earth. But as of now, it looks like we're getting a near miss. Phew! The only catch? Apophis will zip by closer than some of our satellites. So, while a direct hit is looking less likely, there's still a touch of, wait, what if, hanging in the air. We won't know for sure until 2027 if Apophis is sticking to its non-impact plans. That's right, 2027 strikes again. The 80-year cycle. Are we heading toward a new era of crisis and rebirth? The Strauss-Howe generational theory, aka the four turnings theory, is basically the universe's way of saying history's on repeat. According to this framework, society goes through four distinct generational phases, each lasting about 20 to 25 years, adding up to a full 80 to 85-year cycle. Here's the rundown. The first generation, the hero crew, comes in hot after a crisis, building institutions and systems to prevent future disasters. The second generation, the artist, shows up and asks, "Are we sure about these systems?" and slowly starts weakening them. By the time the third generation, the nomad, rolls in, they're like, yeah, these institutions are broken, and it's all about individualism. Then comes the fourth season, the fourth turning, where everything goes haywire. Institutions crumble, chaos reigns, and society has to rebuild from the ashes. It's like the season finale of history, complete with destruction, revolution or war, and, of course, a rebirth of a shiny new societal order. The fascinating part? This theory nails why major crises and cultural shifts tend to show up like clockwork. Big moments like the American Revolution, the Civil War, and World War II fit perfectly into this cycle. And spoiler alert, according to this theory, we're now entering another fourth turning. Conclusion: a monumental shift is coming, and the clues are all around us. As we start to connect the dots, it's getting pretty hard to shake the feeling that something big is coming. Are we gearing up for first contact with an alien civilization? Or is this slow drip of revelations setting us up for something else, like a technological singularity, a massive global reset, or a shift in human consciousness? It's like we're characters in a story that's rapidly approaching its climax. The signs are there, the parallels are striking, and maybe, just maybe, the three-body problem hasn't just been a novel, it's been a mirror reflecting a reality we're inching closer to every day. Now, this isn't about fear-mongering. No one's suggesting we all start panic buying canned beans, although it wouldn't hurt. It's about staying aware, open, and curious. Let's keep the conversation going, share insights, and piece together this unfolding narrative. Because when the moment finally arrives, whether it's in 2027 or another curveball of a year, we'll have seen the signs, connected the dots, and hopefully be ready to face whatever comes next. Popcorn, anyone? This is not a suicide note. 3 months ago, I learned of my uncle's passing. We weren't particularly close, but he left me one of his houses in the will. I was touched, but just wanted to sell it off. I am a fairly new father of twin girls, and didn't need another thing to manage right now. To speed up the process, I decided to travel across the country to live in the house until a sale was assured. My job just requires a laptop and phone, so I was approved to work remotely for the time being. Unfortunately, my wife had to stay at her job, so I had to come alone. At first, I treated it as a mini vacation. I had hoped it would only last a week, but the process was more involved than I thought. I had a realtor taking care of most things, but after a month, I'm still here. I noticed things going wrong right away. Stuff was never where I last placed it. I'd see shadows out of the corner of my eye. I'd lose track of time constantly. I thought it was caused by stress, loneliness. Except for the few times the realtor came by with prospective buyers, the house was the quietest place I had ever been in. Before I completely lost my mind, the neighbor came by with a dog. She was an elderly woman who explained that she had been dog sitting while my uncle was in the hospital. Now that I was here, she thought I should take Buster, the golden retriever. I thought the neighbor might have been forgetful because she seemed to think my uncle had just passed last week. Either way, I fell in love with Buster and his presence was exactly what I needed. I even thought it would be a tremendous present to bring home to my girls. I just hoped my wife would feel the same way. However, even the dog could tell something was wrong with the house. Buster accepted his new living arrangements pretty quickly, but would never willingly go upstairs. This was all right with me at the time. I thought it would make it easier to keep track of him. Then Buster disappeared. Literally, 1 second he was standing right behind me as I was opening the treat jar to give him a snack. My eyes left him for just a moment to put the jar back, and then he was gone. I ran through the whole house, calling his name. The kitchen was connected to the living room, and on the other end of that was the master bedroom and study. The other end of the kitchen led to a dining room, which was connected to the entrance hall that also led into the living room and stairs to the second floor. After walking upstairs, you had a choice of right or left along a balcony that overlooked the living room on one side and entrance on the other. Going left led immediately to a guest room and game room. Going right led to 2 more guest rooms and a bathroom at the end of the hall. I looked in every room and had to accept that somehow the dog made it outside, even though there was no doggy door and every door and window had been closed and locked. So I searched the surrounding neighborhood for another hour before giving up. I was thinking about making flyers when I opened the front door and heard Buster scrambling towards me from the kitchen. I was ecstatic, of course, but I just couldn't wrap my head around how I could have missed him. I let Buster sleep in the bed with me that night. In hindsight, it was a huge mistake, but it made me feel better at the time. Things picked up at work though, and I soon forgot about all the strangeness surrounding this house. Clients called me constantly, but we were getting a lot done and I landed multiple large contracts in a row. I was working around the clock, but I knew I'd be due a promotion once I returned to the home office. Several times, I'd get lost in a phone call or spreadsheet, and suddenly find that it was nighttime. I'd be so absorbed with work that I would block out Buster whining for food or to go outside. I started to set alarms to keep track, but I had too many important clients to slow down. I was on top of the world, but my health was starting to suffer. I'd forget to eat and even sleep sometimes. There was always something else to do or someone to talk to. I even got better at taking care of Buster, better than I was taking care of myself at least. Then my good mood ended with a bang. Literally. Buster was whining behind me as I finished another spreadsheet. Then we both heard a door slam upstairs. For the first time since I brought him inside, Buster ran upstairs by himself. I almost called the cops, but I felt silly with the phone in my hand. I started to doubt I had heard anything at all. And if there were an intruder, surely Buster would have been making more noise, so I mustered all the courage I could manage and crept upstairs with frying pan as my weapon. It was dark upstairs, but enough moonlight was coming in from the downstairs windows for me to make out Buster standing in front of the bathroom. I had purposely closed every door when I last came through here looking for the lost dog, but this door was now wide open. I flipped on the hallway light, but nothing happened. With no better ideas, I raised my frying pan high and walked slowly to the bathroom. There was no window in here, so it was pure darkness inside. I was terrified. Bizarrely, Buster just looked frozen. His tail stood straight up, and he just stood there pointed towards the door. I tried to take it as a good sign that he still wasn't barking. That's what finally got me through the threshold and into the bathroom. The whole time my eyes had been getting used to the darkness, and the bathroom was too small for there to have been anyone there without me noticing. I started to relax when I took a step forward into something sticky. I suddenly realized that I had my cell phone in my pocket. I pulled it out and turned it on to cast some light on the floor. I immediately dropped it at the sight of the bright red liquid that surrounded my feet. I fled the upstairs and this triggered Buster to follow. This time I had no trouble calling the police. Thankfully, there was already a patrol car nearby, so 2 officers arrived within a couple of minutes. Their powerful flashlights cut through the darkness like knives, but they soon found nothing was wrong with the upstairs lights. Something did appear to be wrong with my pipes, though, as they called out from above that the puddle was just rusty water. Because of their insistence, I climbed up the stairs again and clearly saw a muddy brown puddle in the bathroom. The banging must have been from a pipe breaking. Both cops had a laugh at my expense, but were otherwise understanding. They even gave me a number of good plumber, though my cell phone was ruined after I dropped and left it in the puddle. I would have to use the one landline in the kitchen from now on. I let them out and promised to call the plumber first thing in the morning. Yet, as exhausted as I was, I couldn't go to sleep over that excitement, so I stayed up to draft some more important documents for my company. Before I knew it, Buster had made another mess in the living room. I was dead tired and said some things to Buster that maybe I shouldn't have, and I did some things to him that I know I really shouldn't have. I decided to do something about the stress I'd been under, and I spoke to my supervisor that same morning. To my surprise, they were happy to let me have the week off as a sort of mental vacation. Just like that, all my outstanding work was taken away. With nothing else to do, I tried to focus on Buster. I played games with him and fed him a bunch of treats to make up for my earlier neglect. Then I found the first message. I didn't notice it for some time since I had been avoiding the second floor, but I realized that I hadn't actually called the plumber. Before doing so, I went upstairs to see if things had gotten any worse. Instead, I immediately saw a message written in red on the hallway wall. It read, "Losing your mind?" For a second, I kinda did. I was scared to death at the thought that someone had to have sneaked into my house while I was there, probably when I was sleeping. I won't bear repeating everything I said or did right after. Let's just say I hadn't become any braver since the banging. Eventually, I unlocked my bedroom door and made my way to the kitchen with Buster leading the way. I called the police again. Those same 2 officers were able to show up, and then, slowly, we cleared every inch of the house. Yet, we found no one. Everything was locked. No sign of forced entry. The police actually took me seriously, something that bewildered me at the time, and admitted that this isn't the first house in this neighborhood to experience this. There had been a series of break-ins where nothing was stolen, but the police officers still offered to have a car sit outside for the night. Even though I took them up on this, I soon realized that I'd never get to sleep tonight in this house. So I called my only friend in town, and really in the whole state, an old college roommate who coincidentally lived 30 minutes away. He offered to pick me and Buster up in a few hours, so I busied myself with packing up my suitcase. I didn't know how long I would need, so I pretty much packed everything I had brought with me to the house in the first place. I left my room to pick up some doggy toys when my friend called to say he was waiting outside. I decided to hang up the phone and meet him immediately. I needed the human company, and he could help me move my stuff. But the driveway was empty. There was no friend, no car. I called him back immediately, and he insisted he was outside. I listened to him get out of his car and walk up to the front door. He knocked, and I could hear the door open and an elderly woman greet him. My friend asked for my name and mentioned my uncle. The woman said she had never heard of either of us. After thanking her, my friend left and asked me if I had gotten all that. I told him I must have given him the wrong address. He rattled off the correct one and confirmed he was there. After asking him to wait, and I left the house again. I walked out to the street and looked back at the numbers written on the curb and on the mailbox. Only there weren't any numbers, just a message, losing your mind. On the curb, written in red. The temptation to leave right away was great. I could just start walking and never stop. But I had to get my stuff and, more importantly, Buster. So I entered the house one last time. When I came back to the room, my suitcase was empty. Everything I had just spent the last hour packing up was back in its proper place. Despite how impossible this was, I focused on only one goal. We needed to leave. I put a leash on Buster and was shocked to see how haggard he was. I resolved to make it up to him when this was all over. I tried to leave out the front door like nothing was wrong, but I couldn't open it. The knob turned freely, but the deadbolt wouldn't slide back. I was really scared now, but Buster's presence helped. I knelt down to give him a hug, and he gave me an idea while licking my face. Whatever was happening, it sure wasn't the result of a maniac hiding in my house. Still, I didn't know what forces were actually opposing me, so I walked to the backyard and said loudly, "Well, Buster, time for a little walk." The glass door slid open easily. Buster bounded out happily. I guess it had been a long time since I let him outside. I followed more tentatively, and for the first time, examined the backyard closely. There was an iron fence surrounding the yard with another space between the bars that Buster could slip through. And then I saw it. A tree that grew too close to the fence and had several branches extending through and above it. I assumed the gate would be supernaturally locked too, so this was my exit. Buster didn't need any prodding. He waited patiently for me on the other side as I painfully pulled myself up and over the fence. I was suddenly aware of how weak and tired my recent lifestyle had made me. When I was in the process of climbing down the tree, on the other side, Buster growled once and then took off like a shot towards a nearby hill. I jumped down and gave chase. He disappeared over the top, and I scrambled to keep up on the surprisingly steep surface. Luckily, I found where someone had laid some stone bricks into the side for an easier way up. It was still steep enough that I had to focus on placing my feet correctly to keep from sliding, so I was looking down when my next reach up resulted in my hand grabbing carpet. Confused, I looked up to see the second floor landing. I looked down to see the rest of the stairs that led to the entrance hall and living room of the house. Buster was nowhere to be found. Demoralized and dead tired, I crawled the final steps and just sat on the landing for a while, occasionally calling for Buster. Eventually, the kitchen phone rang. Whatever ghosts were messing with me, I realized they couldn't stop outside forces from helping. I tumbled down the stairs in my haste and landed hard on the cold tiles below. But I was only dazed for a second, and soon was in the kitchen with the phone in my hand. My wife's warm voice filled me with hope. She was concerned that she hadn't heard from me in a while. I couldn't recall the last time I'd even tried. She was trying to tell me that my work hadn't heard from me in a week, while I tried to tell her to call the police. Her words gave me pause, though. I asked, "What do you mean? I was given the week off." "Dear, I thought you were supposed to continue working as soon as you got there." Yeah, but they gave me a week off because of all the stress I've been under." "Wait a second. How long have I been out here?" "Honey, you've been gone almost 9 days now." My stomach sunk, but I didn't hesitate to say, "Listen, you need to call the cops. Something is wrong. I think I'm having a medical emergency." I had just been trying to come up with an excuse to limit the amount of follow-up questions, but I ended up realizing that this was actually the most likely explanation. Maybe I was just suffering from a gas leak or brain tumor. Ironically, either of those options seemed preferable than living in a haunted house. My wife asked, "Baby, what's wrong? Are you okay?" I thought I saw a shadow move out of the corner of my eye as I answered, "Yes, I'm okay, but no, I need help. There's something wrong about this house." "You aren't making any sense." "Just listen to me. Call the police and tell them my uncle's name. Tell them to come to this house and an ambulance might be needed. Please help me." "Please help you? Pretty please, with a cherry on top?" And I stared at the phone in my hand as my wife's voice continued to come out of it. It sounded like her, but in a mocking tone I've never actually heard from her before. She said, "Does your tummy hurt? When's the last time you ate? I wonder what Buster tastes like." I slammed the phone down, but whatever it was on the other side was right. My stomach was hurting. I couldn't remember the last time I'd eaten. On cue, I heard Buster whining from upstairs. Only after I started running towards the stairs did I notice just how bruised and sore my legs were from my spill down those steps. I pushed through the pain and climbed the stairs yet again. Buster was back in front of the bathroom, lying on his side and looking thinner than I had ever seen him. "Losing your mind?" was written all over the hallway now, including on the ceiling and floor. I no longer had any doubt the messages were written in blood. Some of them were still dripping. I walked over and picked up Buster, while a banging started at my front door. I would have jumped if Buster hadn't been weighing me down. I heard the front door open, and whoever it was identified themselves as the police. I even recognized the voice as belonging to one of the officers who had visited previously. Why can't I remember his name? After calling out that I was upstairs, I turned with Buster and found the hallway stretched before me, many times its original length. Despite how thin he looked, Buster felt heavier than ever. I knew this was all just some sort of trick to not get me in touch with the police officer. I thought I must have really been talking to my wife. She had to have come through with calling the police, and the ghosts just distorted the end of the call. So I started my trek back to the stairs and shuffled my feet as fast as I could, yelling all the way. But then a voice answered the police officer. A woman's voice, my wife's voice. I could hear her say, "I'm sorry, my husband wasn't feeling well. He's resting in the bedroom. Can I help you?" I screamed as loud as I could just to get attention, but it was no use. I heard the officer say, "I'd like to check up on him all the same." Sure, come in. He's right through here." It was right out of a nightmare. I was sweating profusely while every step seemed to get me nowhere. I tried to speed up, but the hallway just stretched further. And then I heard a man's blood-curdling scream from downstairs. Suddenly, the hallway snapped back, and I found myself somehow right at the top of the stairs. My momentum couldn't be stopped. I fell down the stairs and landed hard on top of Buster. He howled in pain, but at least he was alive. I saw a long, thick trail of blood go around the corner and under my closed bedroom door. There was still a shadow of something under the door. I painfully crept to the kitchen and grabbed my trusty frying pan before making my way back to the bedroom door as quietly as I could. My eyes watched the moving shadows nervously. Whatever was waiting there had killed a man. That meant it could kill me. But if it could have a physical impact, then surely it had to be susceptible to a physical impact too. So I raised the frying pan and slowly started to turn the handle. Before I made much progress, the door flew open on its own and something turned suddenly to me. I swung my frying pan down. The cop stood before me, a smile frozen on his face. We both looked down at the knife plunged into his chest. My hand was still wrapped around the handle. He fell to the side, and I fell backwards to sit heavily on the now clean floor. I was positive I had picked up the frying pan. I could remember its weight, but now I also remembered going to the kitchen and pulling out the knife. I seriously wondered if I was losing my mind. I looked down to find I had the knife in my hands again. I dropped it at once and crawled back to check on Buster. He wasn't moving. I put my head on his flank and was devastated to feel he was still warm, but not breathing. I didn't know what to do, so I did nothing. I did nothing for a long time. I was lethargic, but somehow made it to the couch in the living room. I waited there until nightfall, and then slept on the couch. When I woke up, I waited some more. I wasn't sure what I was waiting for, but nothing horrible was happening to me while I waited. I wasn't in a hurry to change that. But the bodies of Buster and the cop were still there. I needed to do something. My stomach rumbled as I finally got off the couch. That was another problem with just staying put. First things first, I found a shovel in an outdoor closet attached to the backyard porch. Digging the hole was exhausting, so I settled for just burying Buster now. I planned on getting to the cop after finding something to eat. I picked up Buster and carried him outside. His fur was still so warm. It was hard to believe he was gone, but there was no life behind his big brown eyes. I gently laid him down in the hole and got to work. Sometime later, I wandered into the kitchen and raided the pantry. The house was quiet, apart from my efforts. Whenever I stopped moving, the silence was complete. I wondered if the ghosts had just been trying to make me a murderer after all. Now that their goal had been met, maybe they would leave me alone for a while. Just in time, because I was starving and didn't need any more distractions, I opened a box of cereal and had a handful up to my lips when I paused. How could I tell I was actually eating what I was looking at? What if I had actually been opening a box of rat poison? I still wasn't sure what these ghosts were capable of. I imagined the food turning into worms after it was already in my mouth. With that thought, I threw the cereal to the ground and stomped off, no longer hungry. I needed to concentrate my efforts on leaving this place. Right on cue, I walked by the front door. It was wide open. Instinctively, I made a leap for it before stopping, with my outstretched hand just a foot short of the door. This had to be another trick. I could see the door slamming shut in my face, or even taking a few of my fingers with it. I could feel a breeze enter the house, but I was too scared to move. This was the most impossible situation I'd ever been in or even heard of. All of my senses had failed me before. However, my need for freedom eventually caused my feet to move. Upon slowly exiting the house, I saw the cop car just sitting in my driveway. The door was unlocked and the keys were sitting in the front seat. My mind went wild trying to explain the situation. Maybe the cop was secretly a murderer and had killed previous owners of this house. Maybe his sacrifice helped them move on. I couldn't think of any other explanation for my good luck at the time, so I just pushed my misgivings down and got in. I drove out of the neighborhood without incident, but I had new problems. I was in an unfamiliar city, driving a cop car, with no money or other belongings on me, and I had no idea what to do next. So I kept driving. It felt good to be free of that house. It felt good to see the sun, so I kept driving, on and on. Left turn, right turn, left turn, right turn. No idea where I'm going. And then I realized I hadn't seen any other cars on the road for some time. Where was everyone? Where was I? The sinking feeling happened again, in the pit of my stomach, but also around my whole body. I sunk back into the car seat and then realized I was sitting in an armchair, in the living room of my uncle's house. My arms were up like I was still holding onto a steering wheel. I started to cry with frustration as I stood up and screamed. How long had I been sitting there with a stupid grin, moving my arms up and down like a madman? I turned around and saw my work laptop on the dining room table. It was on and glowing at me. I walked over to it and saw that something was already written down in this post. It read, "Lost your mind? Good. Now you won't mind losing the rest." Suddenly my fist felt weighed down. I raised it to find another kitchen knife in my hand. I dropped it immediately. I erased the message and started to type out a request for help. I ignored the screen and just focused on the keys, but I kept hitting them wrong, and another message slowly formed. "I'm sorry. I've disappointed you all. For the last time, goodbye." I could have screamed again, but I noticed something had changed. I wasn't in the dining room anymore. I was in the study. I kept writing and writing and writing, and my own words started to come out. "I have sent out emails requesting help, I've posted on the local police department's Facebook for assistance, and I've just tried to keep writing no matter what. This is my latest attempt to keep my sanity. Whenever I've tried to take a break, I find myself in a new room with new horrors descending on me. Once I opened the study door out to a hellish landscape and almost stepped out onto lava. I wasn't sure if it was all an illusion, but I didn't even want to have a vision of my feet burning, so I just closed the door and resumed writing. I'm not even sure this is all because of ghosts. I've been doing a lot of thinking lately, and the truth is simply that I have no idea what's going on. As I've gone over these crazy events, I've realized that I can't recall my uncle's name, or what he looked like. I'm not sure I ever had an uncle. I'm trying to think really hard about how I came here. Did I fly? Drive? I can't remember. Have I always been here? Even weirder, I can't remember my realtor's name or even what gender they are. I've met them in person several times. Why don't I know things I should? I can't even remember the name of my daughters or my wife. Am I even a father? Am I even a person? I know I must be because here I am writing in this small study. But now that I think about it, I can't remember who my parents are, what they look like, or anything about my childhood. Now, I just remember this house and all the nightmares, waking and otherwise, I've experienced here. I'm feeling a lot like I was back in the cop car. I found a way forward, but I really don't know what to do next. This is not a way to live, and I'm getting more and more tired. I'm so hungry, and I'm finding it harder to focus. I keep hearing voices and they're getting louder. I know if I stop writing, I won't last long, but I'm running out of things to say. My hands are tired. I'm tired, so tired died. A, B, C, D, F, G, Nop, Christu, Vaxis. The quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dogs. I need to keep writing, but I don't know what to say anymore. What's my name? I don't know. I'll die if I stop writing. I'll die if I stop working. Absurgical Minok Pristavixens. You quick brown faix gumped over the lazy dogs. Dogs, Buster. I miss Buster. I wish I could pet him one last time. But was he ever real? Is anything? I'm so tired, so hungry. I need to focus. The quick brown fox jumped over the lazy goodbye. The quick brown I'm sorry jumped over pointed you lazy dogs goodbye. I'm quick. I've jumped disap the all last time lazy dogs. I'm sorry. Jumped over disappointed you lazy. For the lazy dogs, goodbye. I'm sorry, I've disappointed you all. For the last time, goodbye. My best friend is a cannibal. I met Anthony when I was in the 2nd grade. We were assigned to the same tables together and we instantly hit it off. We had so much in common with each other. We both loved Legos, drawing, video games. The list could go on and on. We would hang out almost every day after school. He would come over and we would play video games for hours. And when we were done, we would play Legos. As we got older, Anthony became like a protector for me. I was a skinny kid who would get picked on all the time by the older kids, but Anthony would always come to my rescue and scare them off with his size. Anthony was a huge kid. By the time we got to middle school, he was 6'4" and weighed over 200 pounds. No one would mess with Anthony, and they knew he was my best friend, so they wouldn't dare mess with me either. Even though Anthony seemed intimidating, he really was a nice guy. Anthony never liked how big he was because he always felt out of place around school and at home. Anthony's parents were not tall in the slightest. His mom was 5'2" and his dad was 5'8". His mom was especially nice to me. She would always bake me cookies when I came over to their house, while Anthony's dad was a whole other story. He scared me. He may not have been super tall, but he made that up with his size. He was a big guy with huge shoulders and big arms. He never talked to me much, but when he did, he spoke in this low, rough voice that sounded that he had just woken up. One thing I picked up quickly on Anthony was he never ate meat. The first time he came over for dinner, we had steak, which he refused to eat. I don't like meat. Can I just have the salad and potatoes? I thought it was odd at first, but that was because I didn't know about vegetarians and vegans. When I went to his house, though, his freezer had a bunch of meat, chicken, turkey, pork, etc. I asked him about it when we were playing on his computer in his room. He was quiet at first, then said, All that meat in the freezer is for my parents. They love it unlike me. When we got older, I asked him if he was a vegetarian and his answer was a bit odd. Yeah, something like that. What else could he be? I thought. My thoughts on this, though, died out as we got older. When we got into high school, I started to notice changes with Anthony. He got into lots of fights and suspensions. The older kids picked on him a lot, and when he tried to fight back, they would gang up on him and beat him to a bloody pulp. He would frequently have black eyes when I came over, and I would always ask why he felt he needed to fight. He never gave an answer, though. He would always try to talk about something else, if I asked. At this point, I was getting bullied a lot too, but unlike Anthony, I didn't care what they said. I would just ignore them, and they would eventually leave me alone. Another important detail I picked up on early was his basement. I went in only once, and it just seemed off. It was huge for a basement, a big open area, with only a couple fridges full of more meat and some ice. Most of the time the basement was locked. Seemed odd, but I didn't care for it after a while. One day, though, one of the guys who usually beat up and picked on Anthony disappeared from school. His name was Tommy, and he was kind of the ringleader to the group that would beat up Anthony regularly. At first, no one paid attention when he wasn't at school for a couple days, but then the days turned to weeks, and the weeks turned to months. Missing posters of Tommy started to show up around the school, and rumors started to spread. People believed Anthony had something to do with the kidnapping, but I didn't believe any of those rumors. I knew my best friend would never do anything truly bad to Tommy. He isn't like that. He wouldn't, would he? I did start to have my doubts, but when I asked Anthony, he swore on his mother's life he didn't do anything to him. Months and months went by with the police searching for Tommy, but they couldn't find him. Eventually, they gave up on the search. Everyone seemed to forget about Tommy, but I didn't. Anthony seemed in a better mood when they gave up the search. I started to grow suspicious. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I thought deep down that Anthony did something to Tommy. I tried talking to Anthony about Tommy, but he would get pissed every time I did, accusing me of believing the rumors at school and asking me how I couldn't believe his best friend. I stopped asking shortly after that, and I just forgot about Tommy shortly after. As time went on, high school got better for me and Anthony. Anthony started to play football, and he became really good as a linebacker. He even started to get a couple scholarships from some big colleges. I didn't do any sports, but I met a wonderful girl named Vanessa who would eventually become my wife. Vanessa was wonderful. She was an average height girl with long red hair and bright blue eyes. She was perfect for me. We both loved books, writing, and movies. I would come over a lot, and we would cuddle as we watched a romantic movie. Romance was our favorite genre in writing and movies. The only problem was that Vanessa did not like Anthony at all. When we were at her house one night in her room, I asked why she didn't like Anthony, and she said, "He's creepy Josh. Plus, didn't he do something to a kid like a year ago at our school?" "He didn't do anything, V. He isn't like that. Sure, he may have beat him up possibly, but he wouldn't kidnap him or kill him. That's not who he is." I said, "How do you know though, Josh? He may have promised you he didn't do anything, but anyone can lie when they're desperate." I thought about this for a moment. He swore on his mother's life. That was more than a promise. I changed the subject after that, which Vanessa appreciated. After that, we watched a movie in her living room. Halfway through the movie, I looked at my watch, which read 9:34 p.m. "Shit," Mom said. "Be back by 9:30. I got up from Vanessa's couch and kissed her goodbye. "We'll finish the movie later," I said. She kissed her hand and blew it at me, saying, "Okay, love you, babe." I ran out as I looked down at my phone to see my mom calling. "Where are you? It's 9:34 and I told you to be back by 9:30. "Sorry, Mom. I just lost track of time," I said. My mom wasn't one of those strict parents who got on kids who weren't home right on the dot. So she said, "Okay, honey, drive safe. I'll see you at home. I love you." "Love you too," I said. As I drove home, Vanessa's words were echoing in my mind. He may have promised you he didn't do anything, but anyone can lie when they're desperate. Maybe she's right. Maybe he did lie to me. I thought, wait, no, this is Anthony. We're talking about your best friend since second grade. The memory of what Anthony said to me when I asked about Tommy came back out of nowhere. "Bro, why wouldn't you trust your best friend? I'm not lying to you. I didn't do shit to Tommy. I swear, dude, on my mom's life, you have to believe me. Who should I trust? My girlfriend or my best friend? I started to get a headache thinking about this as I pulled into my driveway. I unlocked my front door and saw my mom sitting on the counter, drinking some water, looked up as I walked in and said, "Hey, Josh, how was your time at Vanessa's?" It was good. We started the third 50 Shades of Grey movie. We didn't finish it, but we will probably tomorrow, I said. "Oh, how fun," she said as she hugged me. My parents were divorced and I lived with my mom. They didn't divorce because of cheating or anything bad. They just decided they were better off as friends. I would go over to my dad's place about 3 times a week usually. He lived pretty close to where we lived, so going back and forth from my parents' houses was pretty easy. "Are you hungry at all?" my mom asked. "No, I'm good." "Hey, Mom?" I asked. "Yes, sweetie," she asked. "I've never asked in a while, but what do you think about Anthony?" She looked at me, then thought for a moment before saying, "Well, I think he's a good kid. He's been your best friend for a long time, and he's been almost like your personal bodyguard," she said with a laugh. I laughed, then said, "Yeah, I was just wondering because you remember that kid that went missing about a year ago at our school?" "How could I forget? I was getting so many messages about it from my friends," she said. "Well, remember how I also told you the kid who went missing was bullying Anthony?" I asked. "Yes. What are you getting at, Josh?" she said. "Do you think Anthony did anything to him, or did something with him?" My mom was quiet now. She looked down at the floor, then up at me as she said, "I don't think that Anthony would do something like that. Why do you think he would?" she asked. I don't know. It's just when the police were searching and the kids were making rumors, he was so nervous. He quivered when he spoke, and he never could look me in the eye. When the police finally gave up on their search, he just went back to normal again. I said, "Well, maybe he was nervous that the police would hear the rumors and they would ask him questions and maybe arrest him. There are a lot of reasons to be nervous. Josh, the police especially make people nervous." I thought about this for a moment. Maybe she's right. Anthony was just scared that the police might arrest him. That's reasonable. "Okay, thanks for listening, Mom," I said, heading up to bed. "Oh, of course, sweetie. I love you," she said. "I love you too." The next day at school, I texted Anthony and asked if he wanted to meet up at lunch. He agreed, and after sitting down, we talked about football, school, girls, the normal stuff. It felt like old times again, and I didn't realize how much I actually missed really talking with him. "Hey, bro, I've missed hanging out with you. Feels like we never do anymore," Anthony said. "Yeah, I know. We should definitely hang out sometime," I said. "How about tonight, if you don't have anything to do?" he said. "Yeah, I'd love to, dude," I said. The bell ringed, and before we took off to our classes, he said as he gave me a fist bump, "Sick man, come over to my house around 4. "Sounds awesome. See you then," I said, waving before heading off to my next class. I met up with Vanessa after school, as I usually did to walk her home. On the walk, she asked if I wanted to come over tonight to finish the movie. "Sorry, babe, not tonight. I'm hanging out with Anthony," I said. She looked at me with an annoyed and worried expression on her face. She said, "Babe, you know, I don't like you hanging around him. He could be dangerous, and I just don't get a good vibe from him." I started to get a little annoyed as I said, "V, he's my best friend. I know deep down he's a good person. He's protected me and been by my side almost my whole life. I'm not going to stop hanging out with him just because of some stupid rumors that were made up about him almost a year ago." She was quiet the rest of the walk. She didn't even say a goodbye or "I love you" at her house. She just walked inside, slamming the door behind her. I sighed as I started to head home. I looked at the time on my phone, which read 3:34 p.m. Might as well head to Anthony's now, I thought. Anthony only lived a couple minutes away from me on the other street, so I walked back to my house and ate something quickly before I told my mom I was heading over to Anthony. "Okay, Josh, have fun. Be back by at least 9:30 this time, okay?" she said. "Yeah, I won't forget," I said, giving her a hug before I left. After a couple minutes of walking, I turned to Anthony's street and saw his house. It was the first house in the street, a simple brown 2-story house, with small windows in the top and bottom of the house. I walked up to the door and checked my phone before ringing the doorbell. 3:48. A little early, but I'm sure he won't mind. I ring the doorbell, and not even a minute later, Anthony opened the door, smiling. "Hey man, come inside," he said. I walked in, and the house looked the same as it always had. Same red couch in their living room, same brown dinner table, the same big portrait of Anthony's family. Everything was the same. I saw Anthony's mom, who came and gave me a hug and said, "Feels like it's been a while, Josh. How have you been?" "I've been good, Mrs. Johnson," I said. I saw Anthony's dad watching football on the couch, and as he saw me, he gave me a single nod. I nodded back to him as me and Anthony ran upstairs. We went into his room, which had been redecorated a bit since the last time I saw it. There were a bunch of football posters of players and teams now hanging around his wall. He told me, as I looked around at his posters, that his favorite team was the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and as I kept looking, I noticed there were lots of Buccaneer players wearing their red and black jerseys. We decided to fire up the PlayStation and play some Madden, since that was his favorite game. I didn't enjoy playing it that much, but Anthony was having a blast, so I kept playing for him. We played for a good hour before we decided to switch to Call of Duty. We played for hours, talking and laughing, as we talked about old memories, but we eventually got quiet because we started to get competitive as we kept playing. After a while, I checked the time, which read 9 p.m. Damn, almost time to go. After the last game, I got thirsty and told Anthony I was going to head down and get a drink of water. He didn't even look up as he was locked into the new game he started without me. "Okay, be quick, I want to destroy you again like I did in the last match," he said. "You wish," I said with a chuckle as I headed downstairs. I walked down the stairs fast but quiet since Anthony's parents were in bed now. Once downstairs, I located the cabinet with the cups in the dark and grabbed some water from the fridge. As I was drinking my water, I started to notice something. A smell started to fill my nose that worsened quickly. It smelled nauseating and sweet, like burning leather almost. When the smell worsened, I picked up something with the smell. It smelled like something dead. When I was walking home a week ago, I saw a dead squirrel in the middle of the street, and as I passed it, it had a strong odor, like the one I'm smelling now. I started to follow the smell now, curious as to what it was. I navigated through the dark, and once I located the smell, I froze in place. The smell was coming from the basement, and even in the dark, I could see the door was slightly open. I gulped and decided whether I should go in or not, but curiosity won as I descended down the stairs. I held up my phone as light as I plucked my nose walking down. The basement looked the same as usual, but as I got closer to the smell as it burned into my nose, even as I was plucking my nose, I could see there was a plastic container tucked away into the far corner near one of the fridges. I got closer and closer as the odor got stronger and stronger. Once I reached the container, I could see there was some kind of meat inside. I don't know why, but I opened the container and gasped as I fell back in horror. There were 2 human fingers sitting on top of the meat, and between the meat, I could see an eye barely visible. I almost threw up at the sight, but I somehow managed to keep it in as I started to freak out. What the hell is this? A dead human? Who? Why would Anthony have this? Then it hit me. I didn't want to believe it, but the thought creeped in. Is this Tommy? "You shouldn't be here, Josh," I heard from behind me. I spinned around to see Anthony, standing there motionless. We stood there staring at each other. Anthony didn't look angry or sad. He just had this blank look on his face. I broke the silence. "Anthony, what the hell is this?" I asked, stuttering. "Well, Josh, that's something important to me that I don't want anyone to know about," he said. I asked, stuttering even more. Is this a person?" He laughed before saying, Maybe it's someone we both knew," he said with a smile. "Dude, you're scaring me. Just tell me what that is," I say in a panicked voice. He was silent for a moment before he said, "Might as well tell you the truth. You won't live to tell it," he said as he pulled out a knife from his pocket. "Isn't it too?" I backed up to the corner as he continued. "When Tommy was walking home from school that day, I knew what I had to do. I did it for the both of us. Josh, you gotta understand that. I grabbed him and knocked him out and brought him here. I'm surprised no one was around to see it. Oh God, the feeling of stabbing Tommy, piercing the knife into him as he screamed, it was the best thing I've ever felt. He was now getting close to the corner where I was, unable to move or go anywhere, as I knew he would catch me. I didn't tell you something, Josh. Before we met, there was this day when my mom burnt her hand on the stove and a little bit of skin fell off. I was young and curious, and while Mom was in the bathroom cleaning the wound, I ate the skin. It tasted so good, like bacon, but much, much better, he said, with his grin becoming wider. When I finished killing Tommy, I got so hungry and he just looked so good. I had tried for too long to resist my urges, and as I took a bite of his finger, I knew I would never be able to stop. So I've stashed his body here, preserving it and eating it when hungry. You know I can't eat normal meat, Josh. He was now a couple feet away from me, his grip on the knife becoming tighter as he was upon me. I somehow asked in my panicked state, "Do your parents know?" Of course, they've known about my urges since I ate my mother's skin. They know I need the food. I crave it almost every day, he said. He was right in front of me now. I was shaking as he pressed the knife against my throat. Why did you have to come down here, bro? I don't want to have to kill you, he said. I won't, please, Anthony, I won't tell, I begged. He chuckled, then said, "As much as I would like to believe that, we both know you won't," he said as the knife pressed closer and closer against me. "I can't have you ruining my scholarships now, can I?" he said, then continued, "Don't worry, Josh. We'll still be together forever. I'm sure you'll taste really nice," he said, licking his tongue. I knew I had to do something. I couldn't fight him because he was much stronger than me, so I did the only thing I could think of. I swung my phone at him as hard as I could and connected near his mouth. He fell back and screamed in pain as I saw blood coming out from his mouth. I took the opportunity I had and ran towards the basement stairs. Before I got there, Anthony grabbed my leg and tried to drag me down with him. In one quick motion, I turned around and kicked him as hard as I could in the nose and ran. I ran up the stairs as fast as I could and out the door and out of the house, never looking back. I ran all the way home and slammed the door once I got inside. I heard my mom's voice from behind me before I even turned around. "Young man, where have you been? I've been trying to call you and you never answer. I was just about to call the police before you came." I broke down and started crying. My mom, noticing this, came and hugged me as I sobbed and told her what happened. After I told my mom everything, she asked if I had called the police. Stupid, why didn't I do that? I thought. My mom called the police and told them what happened. Shortly after, we heard a knock at the door and saw 2 cops outside. The first cop was a male with a short goatee and brown hair, and the second one was a female with short blonde hair. They told us they arrested Anthony after they found him in the basement, still laying on the ground, knocked out. They found the container and found everything my mom told the cops I'd found. They said they would determine who it was the next day, but I think they knew who it was already. Anthony's parents were also arrested as well. Since my mom told them their involvement in the murder, the cops said they didn't even put up a fight. Just put out their hands without even saying anything, gave up as soon as they saw us come in, the male officer said. After the cops gave us some other details such as the trial date and charges, they left. I went to bed right after, hoping to forget about the nightmare I had just experienced. The DNA test came in the next day, and the body was confirmed to be Tommy. Everyone was talking about what happened at school. People were pointing their fingers at me and whispering as I walked down the hall. Vanessa came running to me as I was heading to my first class and gave me a tight hug. I could see she had tears in her eyes. "Are you okay? I thought something had happened to you. You never answered any of my texts or calls." I didn't say anything. I was too tired from the night before to talk or argue. The rest of the day was how I would expect it, everyone talking about Anthony and asking me if I was okay. A week later, Anthony's trial was set. They asked me to come in as a witness, but I declined. I didn't want to see that monster ever again, even without me as a witness. Anthony pleaded guilty to first-degree murder and was sentenced to life in prison. Anthony's parents pleaded guilty to involvement in the murder and were sentenced to 30 years in prison. After I graduated high school, I left my town and went to college at the University of Washington. Vanessa came to college with me and we bought an apartment. shortly after we decided to get married. In college, me and Vanessa majored in journalism. After graduating, we got jobs working for Washington Post as reporters, where we still continued writing stories, and eventually we published a book on the short stories we made. 10 years later, and I was the editor for the Washington Post, and Vanessa was the executive editor. We also had 2 kids, Charlie and Richard. Charlie was a lot like me and Vanessa, smart, intelligent, and very quiet. Richard was smart too, but he loved to talk and was a very social kid. He wants to play football and other sports, while Charlie just likes to draw and read. Life was good for us. We lived in a good neighborhood and had good jobs and a great house. As I was heading out the door drinking my coffee, I caught something on the news. Asterisk, breaking news, as killer and cannibal, Anthony Johnson has escaped from prison. Police say Johnson escaped from breaking a vent in his cell and using the sewer system as an escape route. Police also say an escape took Johnson a long time to plan and execute based on the dents and bruises on the vent. The killer is notorious for his murder of Tommy. I turned off the TV quickly. The memories all came back to me. I started to sweat as Vanessa came downstairs. "Josh, you okay?" she asked. I couldn't move, talk, or think. The monster who caused me years of restless nights. The monster who I once considered my best friend. The monster who tried to kill me has escaped prison. Suddenly, I felt a vibration from my phone. I opened it and saw an unknown number calling. I answered in a shaky voice. "Hello?" A voice came on the other end, one I had prayed I would never hear for the rest of my life. "Hey Josh, been a while." It was raining cats and dogs. I was still halfway from my home city. The business meeting took much longer than expected. I always had a problem driving after sunset. Somehow my eyesight failed after the sun went down, and the rain that day made it worse. Thankfully, the highway was empty, except for a car or two every few minutes. Generally, I refrained from driving in the dark, but that night I had no choice. Raindrops clashed hard against the windscreen as milestones flashed by the windows. I just wanted to reach my home as soon as possible. My heart was aching for a glass of scotch. As I drowned further in my thoughts, I thought I saw a silhouette on the side of the road. As I slowed down, the figure became clearer. It was a man, holding a large umbrella over his head, his other arm extended, asking for a lift. I was apprehensive at first. The stranger could be a thief or a kidnapper or a murderer, but then my charitable side took over. I stopped the car and rolled down my window. The man leaned on the door, the umbrella covering his head and his back. "I am extremely sorry for the inconvenience. My car broke down and I can't get a mechanic in this weather. It would be very kind of you if you could drop me at my home. It's not far from here," he said in a gravelly voice. "Yes, of course. It's raining like hell. Please get inside." I took a good look at him as he walked towards the passenger side of my car. He was tall, must have been more than 6 feet in height, wearing a 2-piece suit. As he got inside, I could see he was completely drenched. "Hello, I am Suresh. Thank you for giving the lift. I was standing there for half an hour and not one car stopped," he said, extending his hand. "Can't really blame them, can we? Too many unscrupulous elements around." "I am Abhishek, by the way," I said, shaking his hand. His hand was colder than expected. The rain suddenly increased in intensity as he sat in the passenger seat. I started the car and drove off. The rain increased continuously till a point that I couldn't see the road anymore. The stranger beside me was visibly worried. "Would you be able to drive to your home in this weather?" he asked. "I have to. I have an important meeting tomorrow morning." "Safety is foremost, isn't it? Why don't you spend the night at my place and leave early morning directly for your meeting?" No, I can't do that." I said, "I won't like to burden you." "Come on, it's no burden. I live alone. I'd prefer the company. You seem to be a nice guy." I contemplated. It was raining heavily, and I could feel the tires of my car skidding from time to time. It was better to stay the night and start as soon as the rain stopped. "All right, I think it's better to heed your advice. Let's reach your place as soon as possible." The following journey was uneventful. Trees on the sides of the road passed on like a blur. The downpour drowned the sound of the car engine. Around 20 minutes later, Suresh asked me to take a right onto a smaller road. A large signboard read, Nagar Haveli, 100 meters ahead. I asked, "Whose mansion is that? The name sounds very old." "It's my ancestral home. We have been staying there for generations. My parents would have been glad to see you, but unfortunately they are on a Europe tour." "That's absolutely fine. It's more than enough that you have invited me in this weather." A big mansion rose over the horizon as I drove ahead. It was more of a palace than a mansion. Golden domes rose into the sky, reminiscent of an era of kings and queens. The rest of the palace was adorned in white, oozing a massive status symbol. I wondered, how can a man stay alone in this huge place? As we reached the gate, Suresh excused himself and got out of the car. He went to the left side of the gate and punched in the security code. The gates opened and I crossed the gates and stopped for Suresh. He walked in and got into the car. The gates closed after him. I drove slowly through the cobblestone path into a well-lit porch. The whole place was well maintained. Topiaries were on both sides of the path, with adjacent gardens. Everything was neat and orderly. I envied Suresh's life. Suresh asked me to park the car in the porch itself, as he wasn't expecting any visitors for the evening. I got out of the car and walked towards the massive front door. The craftsmanship on the door spoke volumes about the rich heritage. I couldn't help but get amazed at every bit of design on the walls. I followed Suresh through the main door and entered into their large drawing room. I was stupefied. It was a massive, monumental room with a white couch and claret armchairs matching the walls. A large mahogany table stood between the couch and the chairs, whose other end faced a fireplace. Dark charcoal marble floors complemented the design of the room. Large portraits of Suresh's ancestors hung on the walls. At the other end of the room, a large staircase led to the first floor. Just below the staircase was the liquor cabinet on one side, and on the other, a showcase adorned with showpieces and various trophies. Suresh beckoned me towards the couch. "I'll be back after putting on something dry. Please have a seat." And he climbed up the stairs. I walked towards one of the chairs and sat down. I was busy checking emails on my phone when Suresh came down, dressed in pajamas and a nightgown. "Would you like some scotch?" I was delighted to hear those words. Yes, I'd love some. He took out 2 glasses from the liquor cabinet and a half-filled glass bottle. He put down the glasses on the table and poured the drink till both the glasses were half full. He sat down with his glass in his hand. I took my glass and said, "Cheers." "I never expected this night to turn out this way," I said. "Me neither, but I am glad to have the company. Staying alone in this big house is quite boring." "Yes, I can understand." "So, where do you work?" "I own a small marketing company. We handle publicity and marketing for various consumer goods." "Wow, that's great. What were you doing here tonight?" "I was attending a meeting with a new client. I didn't expect it to take so long. To make matters worse, it started raining." "I can see. At least you didn't have to risk your life. How are you enjoying your drink?" "It's amazing. How old is it?" "I think around 20 years. Dad bought it last year." We had finished our first drink by then. Suresh poured another drink. I was intrigued about the past of Suresh's home, so I asked him about it. "This house is about 100 years old. My great-grandfather was very young when he started building this house. It was finally finished when my grandfather was a teenager." "Your house seems to have a rich heritage. Was your great-grandfather a zamindar or something?" "Yes, he was, and unlike most zamindars of that time, he was kind-hearted. Though there was one incident because of which he was murdered in the end." "What? He was murdered? By whom? And why?" "Even though he was kind-hearted, he had a bad temper," he said slowly. "One day, he had gone to a nearby village to collect taxes. There, he found out that one of the villagers was stealing grains from others and was selling them on the black market. He lost it completely. He ordered that man to be brought in front of him and had him beaten to death." "Okay, that's gruesome. What happened after that?" "The incident didn't sit well with the accomplices of the dead thief. They were hardcore criminals. One night, my great-grandfather was alone in the mansion. Everyone else had gone to a fair in the largest village in this area, the city you had your meeting today. Seeing the opportunity, those people attacked the mansion. They robbed as much as they could and murdered my great-grandfather when he tried to resist them. When everybody came back, nobody could find his dead body. Blood was everywhere, strewn about objects told the whole story. His body hasn't been found till date. That's horrific. How did your family deal with it after that? My grandfather was old enough by that time. He held the helm of the affairs. In time, he also tracked down the assailants' whereabouts, but they were already dead. Rumor said that all of them died under mysterious circumstances. Wow, it sounds like some ghost story. Was your great-grandfather somehow connected to it? I asked jokingly. Suresh's face was serious now. We don't joke about these things here. We have felt an unknown presence from time to time. I'm not comfortable talking about it. I am extremely sorry, but you are telling me that the mansion is haunted? Kind of. We don't poke at it. Certain incidents happen, but we don't prod. I think it's late enough. Let's have our dinner and go to sleep. Yes, of course. Saying that, we finished our drinks and went to the dining hall. Needless to say, it was another marvel to look at. The dining table had a marble top with 10 chairs around it, each made of mahogany. Food was already kept on the table. The cook had left long ago. We served the food in our plates and heated on the microwave oven. Suresh was silent whole of the time. I decided to let him be. We had our dinner with minimal conversation. After dinner, we went upstairs, which housed all the bedrooms and a few other rooms. The bedrooms were adjacent to each other along a carpeted passage. Suresh showed me to the guest bedroom, which was at the end of the passage. Facing the room was a study. Suresh's room was 2 doors down along the same passage. The guest room was lavish, with a 4-poster king-size bed at the center. The whole floor was covered with a thick carpet. The bed was accompanied by 2 side tables with table lamps on top of them. Just beside the door was an almirah, and on the other side an attached bathroom. A large French window faced the door, covered with handmade curtains. I was too tired to move anymore. Before leaving for the night, Suresh said something that sent a chill down my spine. Whatever happens, don't get out of your room in the night. You might hear weird sounds or something similar. Just stay in your room. Don't ask why. Okay, it's eerie, but okay. I went to my bed, took off my shirt and trousers, and went off to sleep. It was still raining hard outside. It must have been around 3 a.m. that I heard loud raps on the bedroom door. It took me a moment to regain my senses. The knocking continued, while saying, "I am coming," in a loud voice. I got down from my bed. I switched on the bed lamp and walked up to the door, still groggy. The knocking continued. I assumed it must be Suresh in some kind of emergency. I opened the door, and there was nobody. Something cold brushed past my face, and suddenly I was freezing. I closed the door in a hurry and sat down on the floor. I was trembling with cold and fear. Suddenly, the door started banging loudly. I crawled back to the foot of the bed. I could feel hairs on my neck standing up. A cold sweat broke across my face. The banging stopped all of a sudden. I was hoping for Suresh to come my rescue, but he was nowhere to be seen. I decided to go to his room. I had completely forgotten what he had said before going to sleep. I stepped out of my room slowly. I looked at both sides of the door. A strange darkness shrouded the passage. I switched on the flashlight of my cell phone and tiptoed to Suresh's room. His door was wide open. I was taken aback. He was supposed to be in his room. I went inside. His bed was empty, blankets strewn aside as if he had just left his bed. I checked his washroom, which again was empty. Branches of a tree were banging against his bedroom window, creating a ghostly atmosphere. I strode out of the room and went downstairs. The sight shocked me. The main door was ajar. The whole house was covered in the same darkness. I went outside. Rain stormed like mad, accompanied by lightning every now and then. I stood in the porch for a while trying to find Suresh, but he was nowhere to be seen. I was worried if something happened to him. I went to my car and opened his trunk. I took out the tire iron, closed the trunk, and went beyond the porch towards the main gate. Another lightning cracked, followed by thunder. Everything was illuminated for a fraction of a second. I saw a dark figure near the gate. It must be Suresh. I ran ahead, but by the time I reached the gate, the figure was gone. Another lightning. I saw the figure walk towards the garden. I ran behind it. Another lightning. The figure disappeared, but I saw Suresh in his nightgown, completely drenched, standing with a shovel in his hand near a freshly dug ditch. "Suresh, what are you doing here in the rain?" "Abhishek, do you know who my great-grandfather really was? He was a bloodthirsty monster. He killed people for fun. The kind-hearted nature was just a facade. He even killed his son's wife, my own grandmother, when she was pregnant for the second time." "What the hell are you talking about?" "Yes, that's my great-grandfather, and guess what? His blood runs in my veins. You shouldn't have given me the lift." And he stepped forward to strike me with the shovel. I couldn't step back in time, and the shovel passed through me. I smiled at him. All blood was drained from his face. He stepped back in shock. I was still smiling at him. He stuttered, What the hell are you?" "You don't need to know anymore," and I hit his head with my tire iron. His skull cracked with a loud sound, and he fell in the ditch he dug up. Rain had slowed down by then. It was time for sunrise, and that meant my time was almost up. Rosie and her husband, Gard, lived in an old beige farmhouse in the country. They expected their son Stephen and his wife Laura to visit them. Rosie cleaned the house and prepared the upstairs bedroom so the guests could sleep peacefully and have some privacy. After having dinner and catching up with minor chit-chat, the visiting couple excused themselves and settled upstairs for the night. Laura could not sleep well that night. She glanced over at her husband, who was already sleeping peacefully. She was envious of how he could fall asleep so quickly. Out of the corner of her eyes, she could have sworn that she saw someone move in the room's shadows. No one else was with them. Laura knew it could not have been Vincent, since that accident had happened before Stephen was born, and he wouldn't be this far into the house. Laura was about to wake her husband, when it floated towards them and stared down. She closed her eyes, trying to pretend that she was asleep. Even with her eyes closed, it did not go away. Instead, the shadow lay across her and Stephen's legs, preventing them from moving. Laura did her best to sleep, and eventually she could. When morning came, her husband was the first to wake fully rested, while Laura was tired and anxious. "Everything okay, Laura?" "Stephen, I know your folks have a ghost, but is the attic haunted too?" Stephen looked at her confused. "Not that I'm aware." Laura nodded and rubbed her arms as a chill ran through her. Last night, there was a shadow in the corner of the room. Her eyes looked at the spot where she had seen it. It walked over and laid across our legs. Her husband looked to where she was looking and squinted his eyes. "Are you sure it wasn't just sleep paralysis?" Laura shook her head. She knew it wasn't sleep paralysis. The shadow she had seen was real. At breakfast, Laura asked her in-laws if they knew anything about it. "A man in the attic?" Gard pondered. "I believe a doctor used to live here before I bought the house. It may be him or a patient he lost." Laura turned to her husband, surprised to hear this because it confirmed what she had experienced last night. Stephen gave her a reassuring smile and held her hand. "So, how long have you two known about it?" Stephen asked his parents. "Well, it all started with the stairs," Rosie said, looking towards the stairs across from the dining table where the stairs led up to the second floor. "We hear footsteps walk up then down," Gard explained. "The door wouldn't open and close, but there would be footsteps overhead as if someone was stomping around," Rosie added. Laura's husband was quiet. He had lived here his entire life and never knew anything about it. Now, suddenly, this entity decided to make itself known. From here on out, it would continue to do so every time they came back to visit. It was also the last time Laura slept in the upstairs bedroom. One night in the fall of 2017, I got off work at about 11 p.m. and went to the local bar by my house like I usually did for a few drinks before going home. When I got to the bar, there was only one other person in the bar, playing a casino machine. Let's call him Steve. I ordered my drink and began chatting a bartender, a guy I got along well with. Slow night, I asked. The bartender told me that he had only 3 people in all night, including me. Shortly after, Steve walked up and cashed out a ticket for a few cents. He said something about losing his rent money before laughing and ordering a drink. Steve and I got to talking about nothing important, things like the weather and sports. At about 1:15 a.m., another guy had seen around the bar a few times before walked in and began playing the machines. I knew his name was Jimmy, but that was about it. I stepped outside to smoke a cigarette, and the Steve followed me. Outside, he asked if he could bum a smoke. I gave him one, and we continued our conversation, which had changed about what I did for work and if I lived around the area. I told him what I did for work and lived only a few blocks away. Honestly, I thought nothing of it. When I asked him the same questions, Steve said that he was in between jobs and lived nearby. We walked back inside, and the bartender called last call at about 1:30 a.m. I bought another drink and a 6-pack to take home. I also bought Steve a drink, since he seemed like a cool guy. At about 1:40 a.m., I finished my drink and said goodbye to the bartender and Steve. As I was leaving, I heard the Jimmy yell that he had gotten into the bonus round on the machine. I got into my car and drove home. The next day, I went to work at about 2:30 p.m. When I arrived, I went into the locker room and began to put on my uniform when my boss walked in saying that he needed to see me in his office immediately. I followed him to his office, and when I entered, there were 2 detectives waiting. The boss told me that they needed to speak with me before leaving us alone in his office. I asked the detectives what was going on. One of them, let's call him Bill, showed me a picture and asked if I knew who it was. It was a photo of Steve. I told Bill that I'd met him at the bar last night and asked what all this was about. Bill explained that that very morning a man had been found murdered in a park not far from the bar I was at. Not just murdered, decapitated. Bill asked me to tell him everything I remembered from the night prior, which I did. Bill then pulled out his laptop and showed me surveillance footage from the bar, which showed Steve and I speaking and smoking a cigarette. I gave Bill a rundown of what we were talking about as the video played. When video showed Jimmy walking in, Bill asked if I knew who he was. I told Bill that I had seen him around a few times at the bar but had never spoken to him. Video showed me leaving the bar at about 1:45 a.m. Bill asked where I went next. I showed Bill video from my Ring camera, which showed me arriving home at 1:50 a.m. and not leaving until I left for work the following afternoon. Bill explained that it had been Jimmy's body they had found that morning in the park. He said he had an uncashed ticket in his pocket for $560 from the bar. Bill said when they had seen me on the camera, they had to interview me, and the bartender told them where they could find me. Bill also said that they had found Steve walking down the street a few blocks from the scene, covered in blood. As it turns out, Steve was recently homeless and had a history of mental illness. When Jimmy won $560, he attempted to cash it out, but was unable to do so since the bonus round went past 2 a.m. and the bartender could get in trouble for cashing his ticket that late. The bartender had told Jimmy to come back the next day and cash it. Steve, having overheard that Jimmy had won a decent amount, had planned to rob him for it. Steve confessed that he followed Jimmy, who had walked to the bar to the park near his house, where he tried to rob him at knife point. When Jimmy fought back, he cut Jimmy's throat to take the cash, which he didn't have. Steve said he had cut off Jimmy's head with his knife as an attempt to conceal the body. According to Steve, when he realized that he wouldn't be able to hide it, he became scared and left it there. Steve pleaded guilty in court and was sentenced to 85 years in prison. I can feel the concrete refreshing and damp on my fingertips. Its cool weight is pressing against my chest with every labored breath. I can open my eyes, but it's so bright, and the buzzing. It's so loud, drowning out my thoughts. My mind is muddled. Thinking feels like swimming through jelly. I can barely remember where I am or what I was doing. How did I get here? I force another breath. A memory of a blank text message flashes through my mind. I manage to crack my eyes open again. My eyelids scream in protest, but I hold them. My body is trembling involuntarily. Oh God, my legs are starting to go numb. It's so cold. God, I don't want to die. Air hisses through my teeth as I take another breath. Another memory, running through the darkness, running from something. I don't have much time left. The deafening buzz assaults my eardrums. The blinding light sears my eyes. I try to take another breath, but I can't push against the concrete anymore. I feel the backs of my eyelids grinding like sandpaper against my eyes, shutting. It's dark. As the final specks of yellow light fade, memories crisp and sharp like ice water fill my mind. I can't help but begin to remember. Today was so normal, so why is the night so bright? And why can't I move? That's right. My name is Tim. An unimportant name for an unimportant person, I guess. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't say that because I have low self-esteem or anything. It's just a painfully true matter of fact. You see, I'm a secretary for a mid-sized warehouse. We mostly ship farm equipment to local hardware stores. I'm sure it sounds fine on paper, but honestly, this job's been eating away at me for years. The pay's nothing special. The office politics are draining, and my life is an endless cycle of paperwork, emails, and meetings. Some days, I can't think of anything worse than sending out the same set of auto-filled memos and canned phone calls over and over again to the same people on repeat. Every day is a reset, the same tasks, the same questions. Nothing I do makes a permanent impact. It's like a bad version of Groundhog Day without Bill Murray's comic relief. The only inconsistent thing here is what time I clock out. On good days, I finish my to-do list by 3 p.m. and go straight home. On bad days, the list still gets done by 3 p.m., but my boss decides to keep everyone around until 5 p.m. anyway. I'm not sure if he does this because some of my lazier coworkers complain when others go home early, or if he's just trying to kiss corporate ass by pretending to be productive, but it's demoralizing either way. Anyway, today was one of the bad days. I was sitting at my desk, an old Excel sheet open next to my email so I would look busy. Whoa, excited to go home, Tim? Pat's hand dug into my shoulder. I tried not to recoil. Of course not, Pat. Just living the dream, you know, I said through clenched teeth. I craned my neck around, making eye contact with my boss. He grinned. The wrinkles above that disgustingly fake smile didn't reach his eyes. Right. Well, feel free to head home after you lock up. And remember, only one day until the weekend, he said. His hand lifted, followed by jingling as a lanyard full of keys landed on my desk in a clatter. I wanted to object, but he was already gone. Of course, I would have to lock up. By the time I checked the last door, it was well after 5 p.m. The sun was well below the horizon, and my eyes were burning with exhaustion. I turned the lock in the final glass door with a click, pocketed the keys, nodded to my reflection, and turned around. Cold pinpricks danced up my spine as I looked out over the dark parking lot. Maybe it was the exhaustion, but the parking lot felt off tonight. Too empty, too still. Even the air seemed heavier, like the world was waiting for something to happen. The silhouette of my car waited menacingly at the end of the lot, like a beast crouching in the shadows. A lone pole light cast a flickering cone from the center of the lot. I took a breath and walked quickly toward my car. As I entered the cone of light halfway across, I froze. Another jolting tingle, more intense than the last, freezing my body in place. The moment I stepped into the light, it had stopped flickering, as though in reaction to my presence. I craned my neck upwards, searching for an explanation in the light bulb fixture, but finding none, except, was the light getting brighter? And now that I looked closer, the light seemed to oscillate, shifting between a sickly yellow and pale green. The shifting hues were captivating, but felt somehow more threatening than relaxing, like the rasping rhythmic breaths of a wolf standing over its prey just before it lunges for the kill. My phone buzzed. I jumped, letting out a startled yelp. It must be Pat texting me again. I sighed. He could never just trust someone to finish a job on their own, could he? Ever, the micromanager, chastising myself for being so anxious. I unlocked my phone, opening my texts to find nothing. No notification. No overbearing message, no missed call, just nothing. My breath caught as my gaze drifted past my phone to the ground at my feet. A dusting of moth corpses bathed in the yellow light, blending in with the pavement. Not a single wing so much as twitched amidst the congregation of lifeless husks. The air felt thick. I held my breath, the potential act of moving feeling, like the trigger to spring a trap. This was silly. Was someone messing with me? This would be psychotic even for Pat. After what felt like minutes, I dared to breathe again, the tension in my body making the inhalation rigid and uneven. I hadn't heard anyone nearby. The night was as silent as it was still. There wasn't even a breeze to rustle the leaves. This had to be a coincidence, a random messed up occurrence of nature. I strode to my car, speeding up as the corpses protested with a cacophony of deafening crunches and thunderous pops beneath my feet. I pushed down a sense of nausea and strode on. At this point, I just wanted to get out of here. As quickly as I could, I entered my car, locked the door behind me with a clunk, and floored it out of the parking lot and onto the wooded lane which led to the main road. I rubbed my temples and turned on the radio, trying to push the memory of the moths from my frazzled mind. Just a dying light bulb and a few dead moths. That's all it was. As I stopped to turn onto the main road, I took a final glance in my rearview mirror. I could almost swear I saw the light in that damn parking lot start to flicker again in the distance, the cone narrowing into a slit like the eye of a predatory beast. I wonder, what mysteries does this door contain? The thought clung to my mind like fog as I paced back and forth in the dim corridor of my old house. I hadn't lived here long, bought the place cheap after the previous owner passed suddenly. A quiet man, they said, kept to himself, the kind of man you barely noticed until he wasn't there anymore. It was strange though. I'd walked down this hallway 1,000 times since moving in, but tonight, something was different. There, at the end, a small door. A door I swear hadn't been there before. What the hell? I muttered under my breath, half amused, half spooked. Curiosity won. Well, it never hurts to investigate, right? I twisted the old brass handle. The door gave way with a low, mournful creak that echoed unnaturally down the hallway. The moment it cracked open, a cold draft slithered out, carrying with it the faintest sound of chains rattling. What the fuck was that? I paused, my hand still on the handle. The door wasn't locked. Nothing was obstructing it. So why the chains? My mind raced through the possibilities. Old pipes, maybe something in the walls. I pushed the door open wider and the hallway light spilled into the room beyond. That's when I saw him. A small figure crouched in the shadows, trembling. My breath caught in my throat. Chains clinked again as the light fell across him, glinting off the shackles on his wrists and ankles. My stomach churned. Who the hell would do this to a kid? I stepped inside, my feet moving before my brain could catch up. Hey kid, I whispered softly, trying not to startle him. His body shook with barely audible sobs, so faint I almost questioned if I'd heard them at all. I knelt beside him, my voice gentler this time. It's okay, I'm not gonna hurt you. Slowly I reached out, wrapping my arms around him. Just a small embrace to let him know he wasn't alone. He stiffened at first, his body rigid, but gradually he melted into my arms, the sobbing fading to nothing. What's your name? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He hesitated, his small, thin voice stammering out a response. Alex. Alex, I repeated. Okay, Alex, are you alone here? I knew better than to overwhelm him with questions, but I had to know. What the hell was going on in this house? He shook his head. No, there used to be a man. He gave me food. I froze. A man? The last owner? But he'd been dead for months. Does the man still come? I asked, my pulse quickening. Alex shook his head again, his voice quivering. It's been a few days. I finally noticed just how thin he was, his cheeks hollow, his skin pale. Whoever this boy was, he hadn't eaten in days. My chest tightened. "Come with me," I said gently, standing up. "Let's get you some food." I reached for his hand, but the heavy sound of chains pulled me back to reality. "Wait here," I said, my heart sinking. The poor kid couldn't go anywhere, not like this. I rushed to the kitchen, grabbed the only thing I had that seemed gentle enough on an empty stomach, a bowl of plain porridge. When I got back, his eyes lit up like a dying flame reignited. Eat slowly," I said, handing him the bowl. "You're starving, but you don't want to make yourself sick." The way he wolfed it down at first, I could tell he hadn't eaten anything decent in a long time, but he listened to my warning, eventually slowing his pace, savoring each bite like it was the best meal he'd ever had. "Thank you," he said, and for the first time, his voice was steady. No stuttering, no shaking. My heart ached. What kind of hell had this kid been through? "Don't worry," I said, smiling softly. "From now on, I'll take care of you." His emerald eyes looked up at me, wide and innocent. Forever and ever? The small pinky finger reached out like a child making a promise. I laughed lightly, touched by his innocence. "Forever and ever," I promised, intertwining my pinky with his. But first I had to figure out how to get those damn shackles off. "I'll get someone to unlock these for you, okay?" The change in him was immediate. His face went pale, his body tensing all over again, trembling like a leaf in the wind. "No," he whispered, shaking his head. "Please, don't bring anyone else, just you." I frowned. Whoever had done this to him had clearly scarred him far beyond the physical chains. Okay, I said quickly. "I'll figure it out." And so for days, I scoured the internet, watching tutorial after tutorial on lockpicking. It took longer than I'd expected, but one night, finally, I heard the soft click of the shackles opening. "Got it," I whispered triumphantly, slipping the iron cuffs from his wrists. I looked up at him, expecting a smile, but he only stared blankly at the open doorway. Let's go outside, Alex," I said, reaching for his hand. "You're free now." But he didn't move. His eyes flickered to the dark threshold, and he shook his head violently. "Not yet," he muttered. I sighed, ruffling his snowy white hair. "Okay, when you're ready." Days turned into weeks, and I tried everything I could think of to coax him out. I brought toys, books, painted the walls of his small, bleak room a cheery light blue, but no matter what I did, Alex never left that room. That's when I had the idea to introduce him to someone else. My best friend Layla was always good with kids. Maybe she could help. The day Layla arrived, she was brimming with excitement. "Finally, I've been dying to meet this Alex you've been talking about." I grinned, leading her to the room. "He's shy, but once he meets you, I'm sure he'll warm up." I opened the door, but Alex wasn't sitting on the bed like usual. He was lying down, his body completely still. "Alex." My voice wavered as I rushed to his side. "Alex, wake up!" Layla stood frozen, her face drained of all color. "Sarah, step away from him." "What? No, he's just fainted. We need to call an ambulance." But Layla's eyes were wide with horror. "Sarah, that boy is dead." I stared at her, disbelief and fury bubbling up. "What the fuck are you talking about? He's not dead. We have to save him." Suddenly the door burst open, and the room flooded with officers. They grabbed me, pulling me back as I screamed and thrashed. "Help him, please! Alex needs help!" But the officers just looked at me with disgust, as if I was the monster. In that moment, as I was dragged away, I caught a glimpse of Alex. His face sunken, his skin a sickly gray, and his body lifeless. But in my heart, he was still the most beautiful boy I had ever seen. "Hey," Carl, the night guard, muttered to his partner as they stood by the cell. "What's her deal? She's been screaming about some kid named Alex since they brought her in." The other guard, Alan, glanced at the woman rattling the bars, her eyes wild with desperation. Apparently, she was found cradling a corpse, The kid had been dead for years, but she swears he's alive and calls him the most beautiful person she's ever seen. Carl shook his head, eyes wide with disbelief. That's messed up. Alan nodded grimly. Yeah, but here's the weird part. That new recruit with the white hair and green eyes, he looks just like the kid she's talking about. Carl turned pale. You're kidding me, right? Alan didn't answer. The woman in the cell had stopped screaming now, her eyes fixed on the door, waiting. The pole man. That's what I call him, although he's neither a man nor a pole. I understand there may be a few of you who think it's a silly title for what very well may be a monster or demonic entity, but it makes sense, and it doesn't need some epic name anyhow. It's not some magnificent beast of legend. Rather, it's an unnerving cryptid that's actually quite benevolent, if you don't notice it or him. I first saw him walking down the street one night. My part of the city is in the slums. I'm a factory worker making pennies trying to save up for college to make something of myself, and the rent there was cheap. The streets there are filled with abandoned buildings, graffitied with boarded up windows, and the streets themselves are a Frankenstein mash of cobblestone from the 19th century and modern asphalt, because the city thought it was good for tourists here for the history, and also didn't want to pay money to completely fix it. Even as a man, I felt unsafe walking around at night and carried a switchblade with me because I couldn't afford a gun. However, my anxiety about being mugged didn't outweigh my desire for a late-night convenience store run. My check had come through on my bank account extremely late, and the little store up the street has hot dogs rolling under heat lamps, chips, and energy drinks, all perfect for a midnight movie binge. I couldn't sleep, thinking about how much I hated our economy and despised capitalism, how much more I had to save to go to college, and to cheer myself up, I was going to watch some horror flick classics until I passed out at the crack of dawn. So, I was on my way towards that little convenience store, pulling my jacket tighter over me as a gust of autumnal wind blew through when I noticed it. One of the many telephone poles which cluttered the area looked different than the rest. I can't fully explain it, it was just off, like an extremely difficult game of spot the difference. There were a couple of broken and flickering lampposts on this block, and the tops of the telephone poles were heavily shadowed as they towered above the orbs of yellow glow the posts emanated. Their wires branched out, weaving in between rooftops, connecting to each other like a web. Of course, I wasn't gonna puzzle and ponder over a utility pole, so I kept walking, reaching the middle of the street where it was. I bustled past it, my hands shoved into my pockets for warmth, and I only made it a few steps before I stopped in my tracks. I had heard a creak, just barely noticeable under the blanket of nighttime noise, like the sound of cars honking and driving on a busier road some miles away, and distant police sirens. Now, my first thought was, holy shit, is this thing ready to fall on me? I turned around and looked up at it while continuing to back away. That's when I realized that it wasn't a utility pole at all. It was a living, breathing creature, which looked identical to one. The part of the pole which was shadowed heavily had two glowing pinpoints for eyes, which stared down at me with a strange sense of intelligence. The wires, or whatever they were, which branched out from what may have been his head, quivered and twitched as if they were limbs, something I hadn't noticed before. Two of those limbs disconnected from the wires they were mimicking and hung down at his sides, making it clear they were black, tendril-like arms. The reason I call it a he is because he moaned in a gravelly voice that sounded masculine, like an ancient man disturbed from his deep slumber. Then, he leaned his misshapen head forward, lifting a wiry arm towards me, and I finally broke into a run, and I didn't stop until I reached the convenience store, which glowed like a Christmas tree on the otherwise dark curb. The man behind the counter gave me a weird look as I entered, breathless and terrified. I ignored his gaze and wandered about the store, trying to process what I'd seen. I noticed the man behind the counter was eyeing me warily, probably thinking I was some junkie tweaking out, and he seemed on the verge of telling me to leave. I told myself that I was hallucinating from lack of sleep and gathered up the items I'd come for. I checked out at the register and left with my food in a little white bag swinging next to my thigh. Jesus Christ, I didn't want to walk down that street again, so I went out of my way to find a different route, which would take me longer to get back to my apartment. So yeah, I went the opposite direction and turned down a street I'd never used before, planning to get back to the street my apartment complex was on without passing that same pole again. I was almost home, and I could almost taste the cheap junk food and feel the warm comfort of my bed as I snacked and watched TV. I just wanted to stay awake until dawn. I wanted to be in the safety of my apartment, and I was almost there. But of course, it wouldn't be so simple. I heard a low moan, which sounded like misery and unrest, and I looked up and saw that the utility pole on the curb of the right-hand side of the street up ahead was actually the pole man again. He stood out more than he did before. There was no brown wood, just a weird, black, cylindrical body with many arms and hairs as thin as wires. Its head was like a hammer shape, sprouting long hairs, and its eyes glowed yellow like the lampposts. His stare was fixed solely on me. He was big and overwhelmingly tall, and the only thing he wanted to focus on was me, which felt like being a lone insect, singled out by that one sadistic kid who liked to rip the legs off bugs. There was no one else on this street, and the windows of the few shoddy-looking houses on this block were black, letting me know everyone was fast asleep. The look we gave each other was like the stare down of a predator and its prey. I looked at him with total fear and confusion, wondering if I was losing my mind, and he looked at me with something I could only describe as hatred. It didn't have any expression, at least not from what I could see standing where I was, but I could feel it, like how you feel someone's eyes on you from across a room. Feel them burning holes into the back of your head. This thing, I got the feeling that he didn't want to be noticed, and now that I had noticed him the first time around, he was going to notice me in return. But his attention would be malicious, unlike mine. He stood there in the dim lighting, still looking like a silhouette, as if he was covered in darkness, and it felt like he was a sentinel whose only purpose was to ensure I didn't make it past him. So I turned and ran back, attempting to go the original route and retrace my initial steps from the convenience store. I ran past the store and down a block, turning and feeling hope shine inside me like a beacon, as I knew I only had 2 blocks left to go. I felt something thin and wiry brush along my back and screamed, propelling myself forward and running even faster than I thought possible. I dropped the bag in my hand and didn't even look behind me. I didn't need to look behind me to know that I was so hell-bent on getting back home that I forgot to survey the street for the pole man and had inadvertently ran right under him. His touch burned like an extremely scorching hot light bulb, grazing my skin, and then it itched something fierce, like 1,000 mosquito bites. I turned the final corner and saw my apartment complex standing at the end of the street, but he was also there, right across from it, looking for all the world like a thick vertical black line, with fine tendrils wriggling and waving in the air. He now swayed gently side to side like a tree. The more I looked at him, the more angry he seemed to get, swaying even more violently and moaning like a disturbed animal. But I was damned if I was going to stay out in the street all night. I ducked out of sight behind a building and made my way to my complex's back door through the back alleys. I punched in numbers in a keypad and went straight for my front door on the 3rd floor, and the first thing I did was close every curtain inside. My living room and bedroom window faced the street, and I yanked those drapes shut before I even gave myself a chance to look at him again. Although I couldn't afford to, I took a few sick days, too afraid to step outside even during the daytime. I didn't end up watching any horror movies. I watched light-hearted comedies and romances instead, as I tried to scrub the image of that monster out of my mind. I have no idea what it was, or what it wanted. Well, I suppose it wanted to go unnoticed, if anything, but what it was doing in the urban area of a city, I have no clue. But that was the last encounter I actually had with it, and it left me with an angry red imprint on my back, like someone had whipped me with a wire. I moved into a better area in a month, rooming with someone so it wouldn't be too expensive. And once in a blue moon, the few times I must go out at night, I do hear the solemn creaks of a utility pole looming just out of my line of sight. Instead of looking directly towards the sound, though, I decide not to give him any sort of unwanted attention. So, if you ever experience something like this, I implore you to do the same and not look into things too hard when you're alone and it's dark and eerie outside. I just believe some things in this world were simply not meant to be perceived, and the pole man is one of them. You may be at work, you may be at church, you may be asleep. God grant that you will be ready when he makes his personal appearance. What if his appearance occurs on a Sunday morning? I wasn't much for church, never had been. My wife, though God, she was devout. Every Sunday morning, like clockwork, she'd be there, waiting for me at the door, her Bible tucked under her arm, that hopeful look on her face like a dog expecting a treat. Every Sunday, I'd tell her the same thing. Maybe next time. She'd just smile that tired smile and go alone. But this Sunday was different. I don't know why I agreed. Maybe it was the way the sun broke through the curtains that morning, like God himself had found his way into our bedroom. Maybe it was just the silence of the house, the kind that seeps into your bones and makes you feel like you're the only one left in the world. Maybe it was the weight of her absence that had been pressing down on me for weeks now, ever since, well, you know. So when she asked me again, her voice soft and uncertain, I didn't say no. I just nodded, dragged myself out of bed, and got dressed. That Sunday was going to be the last time I'd ever see her alive. As we drove on, the road opened up, fields stretching out on either side, the trees thinning out. I could see the steeple in the distance now, rising up from the cluster of buildings around it. The small church sat on a patch of land just off the road, surrounded by old oak trees. My wife had always been drawn to these churches, the ones filled with energy, where the sermons were loud and fiery, and the choir sang with a kind of raw emotion that could shake the walls. She didn't just like going to church, she loved the kind of service where the spirit felt like it was alive, moving through every pew, where the preaching wasn't just reciting scripture, but something more, a performance, a celebration, a battle for your soul. It's not like the quiet services I grew up with, she'd tell me. It's real. When they sing, you feel it. When the preacher talks, it's like God is talking directly to you. There's nothing else like it. She had started going to this particular church a few years ago, just to try it out. It was mostly African American families, and she liked how different it felt from the quiet, stiff services we'd gone to when we first got married. The way the choir would start a song and the congregation would stand up, clapping and moving in time with the music. People shouting Amen and Hallelujah from the pews, hands raised to the ceiling, like they were pulling the spirit down into the room. There were praise breaks moments in the middle of a sermon when the music would suddenly swell, the drums and piano kicking up in rhythm, and the whole place would erupt in celebration. People dancing, shouting, the preacher working the crowd like an old revivalist, sweating through his suit as he called down fire and brimstone in the same breath as love and forgiveness. My wife loved that. She said it was the kind of church where the Holy Spirit didn't just visit it. The tires crunched over the gravel as we pulled into the small lot beside the church. The building stood there, simple and unassuming, with faded white siding that had seen too many summers. It wasn't one of those grand, towering churches with stained glass and marble floors. No, this place was humbler, the kind of church built with hard work and faith, not for show, but for the people who filled it every Sunday. A single cross sat at the very top, weather-beaten but still standing tall, casting a shadow over the entrance as the sun rose higher in the sky. There was a small bell tower beside it, though the bell had long stopped ringing for services. The roof was sloped, the shingles dark with age and wear, but the building itself had a sturdy, comforting look, like it had been holding people together for years. The doors were wide, painted a deep red, with brass handles that glinted in the light. A few small stained glass windows peeked out from either side, splashes of color that caught the eye, but didn't overpower the plainness of the rest of the structure. Inside, I knew there would be 3 rows of pews. Nothing fancy, just enough to seat the regulars and a few newcomers. The kind of seating arrangement that made sure everyone felt like they were part of the same congregation, no one too far from the action at the front. The pulpit was modest, just a wooden stand where the preacher would work his magic, and behind it, the choir would be seated, waiting to fill the room with music. We stepped out of the car, the morning air still clinging to the last traces of coolness before the Texas heat kicked in. She adjusted her dress, smoothing out the fabric before taking my hand. Together, we walked up to the entrance, her heels clicking on the stone steps. When we reached the door, she paused for a moment, turning to look at me with that soft smile of hers, the kind that said she was glad I came. I nodded, and with a deep breath, she reached for the handle. The doors creaked as they opened, a low sound that echoed like a whisper of everything about to unfold inside. The doors swung open as we stepped inside, and the sound of the music hit us like a wave. The hum of the organ mixed with the bright, rhythmic claps of the congregation, and the air was thick with energy, almost electric. The familiar melody of the song filled the space, the pastor's voice booming above it all as he sang, "The presence of the Lord is here. I feel it in the atmosphere." The sanctuary was medium-sized, but felt alive with its own pulse. 3 rows of pews stretched from the front to the back, each one nearly filled, the congregation swaying in time with the music. The walls were a soft cream, with wooden beams arching across the ceiling, and there were small windows along the sides, letting in streams of light that caught the dust in the air. Behind the pulpit, a massive cross hung on the wall, gleaming in gold against the backdrop of red curtains. The choir stood in matching robes, deep burgundy with gold accents, some with their hands raised, others clapping, their voices rising in harmony. A tall woman in the front of the choir, her gray hair pulled back in a neat bun, led the soprano section, her voice soaring effortlessly above the others. To her right, a younger man, wide-shouldered and serious, kept time with his hand, his deep baritone anchoring the melody. On the far left, a teenager with glasses and braids swayed with the music, her eyes closed, lost in the moment. The drummer was tucked behind a glass shield off to the side, his hands flying across the kit. Each beat seemed to fuel the song, the sharp snare hits cracking like thunder. The glass shield around him was there to soften the sharpness, letting the rest of the music blend without losing the power of the drums. His dreadlocks swung as he leaned into every rhythm, his focus locked in, eyes half closed, as if the music carried him somewhere else entirely. As we walked further inside, the bass from the organ filled the room, the keys pressed by the organist who sat perched in this corner. The bass lines rumbled through the floor, vibrating underfoot, as if the very foundation of the church was caught up in the praise. Other instruments joined in, a trumpet here, the plucking of a bass guitar there, and all of it weaved together, creating something that felt more than music. It was a kind of communal heartbeat, a rhythm everyone was connected to. The congregation wasn't just sitting, they were part of the music. Hands clapped, feet tapped, and voices rose. In the pews, a middle-aged woman with her Sunday hat tilted slightly to the side stood up, raising her hands to the ceiling, eyes closed, as she mouthed the words, "The presence of the Lord is here." Beside her, a man in a crisp suit nodded along, tapping his fingers against the edge of the pew. My wife squeezed my hand, leading us down the aisle as we found an empty spot on the 5th row from the front. As we slid into the pew, I could feel the vibration of the music even stronger now. The seats were old but worn in a way that felt familiar, like generations of people had sat here, sharing the same feeling. The pastor's voice boomed again, this time more intense as he sang, "The power of the Lord is here." The choir echoed, and the congregation joined, voices overlapping, creating a sound that filled every corner of the church. I sat down next to her, the music carrying us both, as the doors behind us closed with a quiet thud. The pastor's voice rose higher, his energy infectious as he continued. The Spirit of the Lord is here. The choir harmonized with him, their voices weaving in and out like the swell of a tide. The music intensified, and the congregation's claps grew louder. The organist's fingers danced over the keys, filling the room with a rich, full sound, while the drummer's steady beat drove the song forward. I feel it in the atmosphere. The power of the Lord is here. The pastor sang with fervor, his hands raised, encouraging everyone to join in. Put your hands together, make some noise if you feel his presence. The congregation erupted, clapping harder, some shouting out, Hallelujah and Amen. The choir took it up a notch, the sopranos' voices soaring as they belted out, The power of the Lord is here. The drums kicked in louder, the sound reverberating through the glass shield, while the bass guitar added a deep thrum beneath it all. The brass section lifted the melody with bold, bright notes, each trumpet blast punctuating the energy of the moment. The pastor called out again, The presence of the Lord is here. And the entire church echoed back with a unified voice, The presence of the Lord is here. The energy in the room was palpable, buzzing, as people in the pews stood to their feet, hands raised high in praise. Then, as if on cue, the music took a slight pause before the pastor's voice rang out again. Everybody blow the trumpets and sound the alarm. The trumpets hit a triumphant note, and the choir joined in. The Lord is in his temple. Let everybody bow. The congregation responded with their voices, clapping and swaying, as if they could feel the presence of something holy wrapping itself around them. The song climbed higher, the pastor repeating, The power of the Lord is here. The choir followed, I can feel the presence of the Lord. The drums hit harder, the rhythm so strong that it made the floor beneath the pews vibrate. I can feel the presence of the Lord, and I'm gonna get my blessing right now. The church responded with joy, the sound of praise filling every corner. The pastor's voice rang out once more. Can't you see him working on the outside? I can feel him moving on the inside. His voice was filled with conviction, urging the congregation to believe, to feel it. The choir echoed back, the music swelled, and people began to shout out their own praises, some standing in the aisles, hands raised, swaying with the music. As the final chorus neared, the pastor led one last powerful call. I can feel the presence of the Lord, and I'm going to get my blessing right now. The choir, the instruments, and the congregation all came together in one glorious crescendo, filling the church with a sound so full and vibrant it seemed to lift the very air around us. The song reached its exhilarating climax as the drummer struck the cymbals with a final resounding crash, perfectly timed with the organ's last powerful chord. The choir's harmonies intertwined beautifully with the instruments, creating a vibrant tapestry of sound that enveloped the church. With that, the song wrapped up like a beautifully tied bow, leaving the congregation buzzing with energy and spiritual fervor. As the last notes faded, the pastor stepped forward, his voice cutting through the lingering echoes. Does anyone else feel the presence of the Lord? He exclaimed, his tone rising high above the hushed atmosphere. The drummer continued to punctuate his words with rhythmic beats, while the organist skillfully smashed the keys, intertwining their sounds into a celebratory crescendo. I didn't hear you. I said, did anyone else feel the presence of the Lord? He yelled, the power of his voice igniting the congregation once again. Hallelujah, he cried out, his passion reverberating through the sanctuary, igniting a wave of enthusiasm among the people. As the pastor's hallelujah echoed through the room, the atmosphere shifted. The initial excitement slowly transformed into a palpable energy, with individuals still shouting hallelujah in response, their voices a chorus of praise filling the air. A few seconds passed, the sound gradually softening, yet the spirit of worship remained alive as members of the congregation called out to one another, affirming their shared experience. Finally, the exuberant shouts subsided into an eager anticipation, and the pastor held up his hands, beckoning for silence. The soft rustle of movement filled the air as people settled into their pews, their eyes fixed on him. With a warm smile and a commanding presence, the pastor began to speak, his voice steady and inviting. Beloved, today we gather not just to feel his presence, but to understand the power that comes with it. As he continued, the church transformed from a whirlwind of sound and movement into a sanctuary of focused attention, ready to receive the message that would inspire their hearts and souls. The pastor stood tall at the pulpit, his presence commanding our attention. I could feel the energy in the room shift as he grasped the edges of the lectern, leaning slightly forward, his voice resonating with fervor. Beloved, he began, his voice rich and powerful. Today I want to speak to you about a divine promise woven into the very fabric of our faith. It's a promise of transformation, a promise of glory, a promise of our Lord's return. When I read the text amidst all the powerful truths laid before us, it was the word when that captivated me most. When, the moment that changes everything. When, the promise of rapture. A sense of anticipation filled the air, and I leaned in, captivated by his words. The pastor paused, scanning our faces, and I noticed a few heads nodding in agreement, while others clutched their Bibles tighter, anticipation building. He raised his hands, palms upturned, inviting the Holy Spirit to fill the room. Let me tell you, church, there is a day coming when the skies will split open and the Lord will descend. When is not just a word, it's a promise that fills us with hope and anticipation. His voice grew stronger with urgency. You see, the Lord knows when he will call his people home. The congregation began to stir, murmurs of agreement rippling through the crowd. Some raised their hands, a few calling out, Amen. My heart raced with excitement as the atmosphere crackled with energy. It is comforting to say, the Lord knows when, especially in a world filled with chaos and uncertainty. We turn on the television, and we see calamity and confusion. The signs are all around us, and there's a growing sense of urgency in our spirits, a realization that the time is drawing near. I felt the weight of his words sink deep into my chest, resonating with the anxieties I'd been grappling with. The pastor's brow furrowed with seriousness, and his voice lowered slightly as he continued. We sit on the edge of our seats and asking, are we there yet? Are we nearing the moment of his return? He stepped away from the lectern, moving closer to the front of the stage, his gestures emphasizing his sincerity. I could see the passion in his eyes, and it stirred something within me, a longing for certainty amidst the chaos. But let me remind you, dear ones, it's not about knowing the hour or the day. What matters is that we know who holds the wheel of this divine journey. I shifted in my seat, feeling a sense of reassurance wash over me. It was true. As much as I wanted answers, the important thing was faith in his plan. Our Father in heaven has a plan, a perfect timing, and while we may not know exactly when that moment will come, we can be assured that it is certain. He extended his arms wide, embracing us all. Just as children trust their parents in the backseat of a car, we can rest in the knowledge that our Heavenly Father has the map, the strategy, and the timing perfectly set. I closed my eyes for a moment, envisioning the journey he described. Could I trust him to navigate the uncertainties of my life? Are we there yet? I don't know if we're at the end of our trials, the culmination of our suffering, or if the harvest is upon us. But I do know that the one who holds our future is faithful, he said, his voice steady and reassuring. My heart swelled with hope as I listened, caught in the rhythm of his words. As the pastor raised a finger to the heavens, his voice reached a crescendo. The day is coming, church, when he will gather us together, and every tear will be wiped away. So let's prepare our hearts and lift our voices in anticipation. because the Lord knows when that glorious moment will be. We will rise to meet him in the air." With that, he stepped back with his eyes gleaming with a mix of excitement and reverence, and the congregation erupted in cheers and applause, filling the sanctuary with fervent energy and hope. I felt my spirit lift, caught up in the collective faith of those around me, ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. For a brief moment, I felt a sudden shift in the air, a tangible weight that pressed against my chest, foreboding and thick. It was as if time held its breath, teetering on the edge of something dreadful. Then, without warning, a deafening trumpet sounded, its blare reverberating through the very marrow of my bones. The ground shook beneath me, as if an earthquake had struck at the heart of our sanctuary, and I staggered, grinning the new for balance. Dust and debris rained down from the ceiling, particles dancing in the flickering light as I glanced upward, instinctively shielding my face with my arm. The lights pulsed erratically, flickering like a dying star, casting jagged shadows across the terrified faces of the congregation. In a heartbeat, the pastor collapsed to the ground, his voice silenced in an instant, his body crumpling like a discarded puppet. I watched in disbelief as half the choir followed suit, some slumping, some crumpling, as if their strings had been cut. Panic erupted like a festering wound. People screamed, their voices rising in a cacophony of terror, drowning out the last echoes of the trumpet. I looked around, my heart pounding like a frantic drum in my chest. My gaze landed on my wife, and a chill crawled up my spine. She lay still, her skin a ghostly pale, a waxen mask of lifelessness. Her once vibrant eyes were devoid of color, staring blankly into an abyss that echoed my own disbelief. Then I turned to the pastor's body sprawled on the stage, a stark figure against the bright altar cloth. His hands, once raised in fervent worship, now lay limp at his sides, his face twisted in a final grimace of shock. I felt a jolt of horror. The man who had led us in prayer and song was now just another lifeless form, a vessel emptied of spirit. My throat tightened, but I couldn't cry. I felt detached from the scene unfolding around me, as if I were watching a horrific movie rather than living through it. I turned my head, desperately searching for some semblance of life in the chaos, but what I saw sent my heart plummeting into an icy pit. Half of the congregation was gone, dropped like discarded marionettes, sprawled across the pews and the floor, limbs askew in grotesque positions. Their expressions were frozen in fear, mouths agape, as if they had tried to scream, but found no voice. Then my phone buzzed violently against my leg, the alert shrill and panicked. I fumbled to pull it out, my hands shaking. The message lit up the screen in bold letters. Emergency alert. Unexplained mass casualties reported worldwide. This is not a test. Stay indoors. Do not go outside. A chill shot through me, more paralyzing than the fear that had wrapped its tendrils around my heart. I felt numb, an unwelcome companion in this surreal nightmare. I couldn't process it. I couldn't even fathom the reality of it all. I got up, abandoning my wife, running towards the exit, each step a struggle against the weight of despair pressing down on me. I burst through the doors and looked up at the sky. What I saw froze me in place. Blood rained down in thick, viscous sheets, soaking the ground beneath my feet. People screamed, running in every direction, a frantic swarm like ants fleeing a collapsing nest. A plane plummeted. I stumbled outside, heart racing, and was immediately met with chaos. The sky was a battleground, small fragments of meteorites streaking through the atmosphere like fiery comets, crashing into the earth with explosive force. Each impact sent shockwaves through the ground, igniting flames as they struck trees, sending splintered wood flying and incinerating the underbrush. The air filled with the acrid scent of burning foliage, a dark reminder of the havoc being unleashed. Buildings shuddered as meteorites hit, shattering windows with a sound like thunder. I watched in horror as glass rained down onto the streets, glinting dangerously in the flickering light. People were screaming, panic surging through the crowd as they darted in every direction, desperate to find shelter from the madness. Some scrambled into nearby storefronts, breaking glass doors to slip inside, while others huddled under awnings, trying to shield themselves from the onslaught above. The ground trembled beneath me, a rhythmic shaking that echoed the tumult in the skies. A fire broke out on a tree, flames licking up its trunk, illuminating terrified faces in the growing darkness. The air was thick with the sounds of destruction, the crack of timber splitting, the roar of flames consuming everything in their path, and the frantic shouts of people trying to make sense of it all. Police cars raced past, sirens wailing, lights flashing like a chaotic disco in the streets. They sped by in a blur, weaving through the throngs of panicked civilians, desperately trying to restore order in a world that had unraveled in moments. Fire trucks followed closely behind, their massive engines rumbling as they navigated through the debris-strewn streets, trailing hoses that flapped like wounded serpents in the wind. Ambulances were everywhere, their sirens blaring a mournful chorus, as paramedics jumped from the vehicles, ready to help those injured in the chaos. But the sight of them felt futile amidst the devastation, as the ground trembled beneath the weight of an impending disaster. I turned to look down the street, and my breath caught in my throat. A nearby building was ablaze, the fire bright against the night sky, sending sparks dancing into the air like fireflies in the chaos. The air crackled with heat, thickening with smoke that swirled and coiled, choking the life out of everything around it. A plane suddenly screamed overhead, its engines roaring like a beast unleashed. I barely had time to react before it slammed into a building nearby, a deafening explosion ripping through the air. Glass shattered everywhere, sending shards flying like lethal confetti, and a fireball erupted from the impact, turning night into day with its intense light. People screamed louder, their voices rising in a chorus of panic. A mother clutched her child, pushing past me toward a safer spot as the shockwaves of the explosion rattled the ground. I felt disoriented, trapped in a waking nightmare, and knew I had to find a way through the chaos. With adrenaline surging, I pushed through the throngs of desperate people, each one lost in their own panic. The ground felt unsteady beneath me, the heat from the flames a constant reminder of the danger closing in. I had to keep moving, lost in the chaos as the world around me fell apart. I sprinted back into the church, the familiar threshold now feeling foreign, steeped in the aftermath of an unimaginable disaster. The chaos from outside seeped into the sanctuary, mingling with the lingering echoes of the previous pastor's voice and the remnants of worship. The air was thick with smoke and fear, a disorienting haze that clawed at my throat as I stumbled through the open doors. Inside, the sanctuary was eerily quiet, a stark contrast to the mayhem just beyond the walls. The dim, flickering emergency lights cast long shadows across the pews, highlighting the faces of the few remaining souls gathered in the space. I could count around 20 people, scattered and disoriented, some kneeling in prayer, while others remained frozen, their bodies trembling with the weight of grief. I spotted a woman cradling a child in her arms, tears streaming down her cheeks as she rocked back and forth. Nearby, a man knelt beside his partner, his hands gripping their lifeless form, his sobs echoing through the silence, a haunting lullaby of sorrow. Others huddled together, embracing their loved ones who had succumbed to the chaos, clinging desperately to the remnants of life that still flickered in the sanctuary. Then I saw him, the other pastor, still alive, standing at the front, his figure a desperate silhouette against the flickering emergency lights. His face was pale, eyes wide with horror as he scanned the room, taking in the frantic energy that had invaded his once peaceful domain. "It's over!" he yelled into the microphone, his voice cracking with desperation. The sound echoed off the walls, a harbinger of despair. "We've all been left behind." Hello, everyone. Let me begin by telling you that I live in a land steeped in myth and legend, a place where the tale of the vampire was born, and where ghosts are known to sit at the table with the living. Over the years, I've heard all sorts of stories, each more terrifying than the last. Tonight, I will share with you one of my favorites, a tale passed down to me by an old woman from a mountain village. Let's call her Mara. During the Second World War, cities were under siege, people were starving, bombs rained from the sky, and daily life became a perilous ordeal. In hopes of escaping the chaos, many fled to the countryside, seeking refuge in the small, remote villages nestled at the feet of towering mountains. Mara's family was no different. When she was just 17, they left their city home behind, seeking safety in a quiet village far from the war's horrors. Adapting was not easy. Life in the city was vastly different from the hard work and simple existence of the countryside. Yet, with no other choice, they learned quickly, merging into the rhythm of the village. They worked the fields, tended animals, and found solace in the company of their new neighbors. Soon enough, they made friends, proving themselves as hard-working, kind people, and gradually, their new life in the village became a welcome norm. One evening, Mara and her parents visited the neighbors for a small gathering, a common occurrence that offered moments of warmth and distraction from the war-torn world they had left behind. That night, Doru, their neighbor, began to tell a strange and eerie tale from his childhood, a story that would stay with Mara long after the evening had ended. Doru spoke of a man who lived just a few houses down from him. One night, this man heard someone calling his name from outside his window. Thinking it was merely a dream, he dismissed it and went back to sleep. But the next night, at precisely 2 a.m., the voice returned, louder and more insistent. Frustrated and half awake, the man threw open the window and shouted, "Who's out there? What do you want from me at this hour?" That's when he saw it, gleaming eyes, hovering over the fence, staring at him from the darkness. The eyes were unnaturally high, at least 2 meters above the ground. Terrified, he slammed the window shut and rushed to wake his wife. He shook her, trying to call her name, but no sound escaped his lips. He had lost his voice. His wife woke up in a panic, asking what was wrong, but he couldn't hear her either. He had lost his hearing too. From that night onward, the man lived in silence, unable to speak or hear. He would later tell anyone willing to listen about that fateful night, and warned them all, never answer if someone calls your name from the dark. As Doru finished his story, the adults in the room chuckled, dismissing it as a superstition. But Mara noticed something, a tremor in Doru's voice, a nervousness that didn't match the laughter of the others. Curiosity gnawed at her. She asked Doru what had happened to the man, if he was still living in the village or if he had moved away. Doru shook his head. "I don't know," he said. "I haven't seen him in years. Another family lives in his house now." It was late, and the guests began to leave. As they walked home through the quiet village, Mara couldn't shake the unease Doru's tale had left behind. The image of the man's haunted eyes and Doru's anxious hands stayed with her. She barely slept that night, tossing and turning until the first light of dawn crept through her window. The moment the sun's rays touched her room, Mara leapt out of bed, dressed quickly, and without waking her parents, slipped out of the house. She was headed to the cemetery, determined to find out more about the man in the story. If he was dead, his grave would reveal the truth. If not, he might have simply moved away, or maybe, just maybe, the entire tale was a fabrication. Lost in thought, Mara suddenly found herself standing among the graves, unsure how she had arrived so swiftly. She began searching, carefully examining each grave, reading every inscription, scanning each portrait for the face of the man from Doru's tale. The cemetery was vast, but she was determined to search every corner, no matter how long it took. By the time she reached the 6th row of graves, her eyes caught sight of a figure in the distance, a man standing alone among the headstones. Thinking it might be the caretaker, Mara hurried towards him, eager to ask if he knew the man she was looking for. But as she got closer, she stopped to catch her breath and froze. The man standing before her was none other than Doru. He looked at her, a small smile playing at the corner of his lips. "You couldn't resist, could you?" he said softly. Mara, startled, asked, "What do you mean? How do you know why I'm here?" Doru sighed and sat down on a nearby bench. "You're looking for the man from my story, aren't you?" He gestured toward the grave in front of him. Mara's eyes fell on the headstone, and there, beneath the photo of an old man, was an unusual inscription. "We will never forget you, and we will never let the darkness enter our home." Shocked, she looked back at Doru. He began to speak, his voice low and filled with sorrow. "Yes, Mara, the man in the story was my father. What I told you happened when I was just a boy. My mother had been sleeping in my room that night because I'd been having nightmares for several nights in a row. I couldn't sleep, though, so I snuck out of bed and went to sit on the porch. I was just a curious 10-year-old staring up at the stars when suddenly the air grew cold and a thick fog descended over the village. I shivered, and then I heard it, my mother screaming for my father. I ran inside and saw everything I described to you last night. From that moment on, people started avoiding our family, whispering that my father had lost his mind and was spreading fear with his stories. He passed away 10 years ago. Now, I'm the only one who still visits his grave." Mara, her voice barely a whisper, asked, "So it's true? The voice that called out to him? It wasn't just his imagination?" Doru looked up at the sky, tears welling in his eyes. "No, Mara, it wasn't his imagination. I heard it too, and I've heard it every night since my father died." This story still gives me chills, and I haven't spoken of it in a while. So, flashback to high school. I wasn't the most social guy in school. I had my really close friends, but other than that, I would classify myself as a loner. I had really bad acne, which affected me a lot when meeting new people, and I was very addicted to World of Warcraft. So, it was Friday night. Classic raid night in Vanilla WoW. About 2 hours before the raid, my best friend that I grew up with, let's call him T, called me. He's like, "Yo, bro, I'm meeting up with 2 women later tonight. Let's drink and hang out with these women." It was one of those classic fork in the road moments. Be a nerd and blow another Friday night playing a video game, or go out with my best friend and see if I can finally lose my virginity. Before I get to the next part of the story, I need to give some backstory on T. T was nothing short of a boss, and I truly looked up to him. He is a really good-looking guy and is extremely intelligent. I'm not understating this. He's the type of guy when he walks into a room, all the women just gravitate to him. But T has a dark side. Even though he has everything going on for him, it was never good enough. He got expelled from the school we both went to for having a couple grams of weed, aka just trying to flex, and got caught by a teacher. He was sent to another school about 30 minutes away. Nothing changed, and it actually got far, far worse. He became the guy. He started fucking all the hot chicks and became a massive drug dealer. He supplied about 4 or 5 high schools/colleges in the area and was for sure on the radar of the law and other rivals. Now, back to the story. After playing mental ping pong for about 30 minutes, weighing all the options, potentially get laid, drunk, or nerded up like usual, I finally say, fuck it, count me in for tonight, T. I bribe my brother $20 and he agrees to raid for me. And the night begins. T picks me up from my place and greets me with a big smile and says, "We're getting laid tonight, brother." I'm like, whatever, bro, we'll see. I'm very used to T over-exaggerating. So I quickly ask, when are we meeting up with these women? It's about 9:30 p.m. at this point. Under his voice, he says around 1 a.m. I'm like, WTF? Are we supposed to do in 3.5 hours? T pulls out a bottle of Bacardi 151 with the metal grate and passes it to me. Thankfully, I had been drinking hard that year, so my tolerance was decent. We head to this awesome park to burn time and start passing the bottle back and forth. We catch up on life, and we're about 6 out of 10 drunk at this point. It's around 11:30-ish. With an hour and a half still to burn before we're supposed to meet with said women, T says, let's roll to Taco Bell. We can get some food and sober up. At this point, I'm drunk and we have some time to burn, so what the hell, let's head to Taco Bell. As most degenerates know, Taco Bell is open late, and the one we went to is located in a shopping center. No surprise, around 12 a.m., there are no cars whatsoever in the parking lot, except for the workers of Taco Bell. He rolls up to buy his food, and we just park outside Taco Bell while he eats. While T is eating, I snag a cigarette and get some fresh air. As I puff away on a Marlboro Light, a white van rolls up with tinted windows and no license plate. The van parks to the west of our car, about 50 feet away in this empty parking lot. The lights inside, outside the van instantly turn off and no one gets out. I keep smoking, but I don't think much of it. I mean, we're essentially doing the same thing, but a car with no license plate was obviously weird. I get back into T's car and I start getting a really uneasy feeling about this van. At this point, I've sobered off a little and I just keep eyeing down this van. Something doesn't feel right. It chose to park 3/4 of the way into this parking lot with a perfect view of our car. I turn to T and tell him it's time to leave. This is where the backstory comes into play. As I mentioned, T was in very deep at this point and was at the height of his drug dealing career. So that exact thought was in the back of my mind when this van was parked inconspicuously. This next part is not exaggerated in the slightest. T turns on his headlights to his car to leave, and I shit you not, almost instantly after our lights are on, the white van turns their lights on. My stomach dropped to the floor. At this point, we're both freaking out. T knows he could be busted by the police at any point, and that's not even considering all his rivals' people he's fucked over. So right when we see the light turn on from the van, we turn ours off. And no fucking joke, the van turns their lights off to mimic our reaction. T reaches to the back seat of his car and pulls out a backpack with a weapon in it. I can't believe this actually going down. At this point, I'm inching on crying. This is obviously no coincidence. We were followed to the shopping center. We sat paralyzed in fear and dripping in sweat for the next 10 minutes, waiting to see if the van would move. It didn't. T starts mumbling to himself. This might be a goon squad that was hired to hunt me down. I'm speechless to that comment. I was a normal, unsocial kid who loved sports and video games, and now I'm in this terrible and possibly life-threatening situation. At this point, I really wish I just stayed home and played World of Warcraft. No potential sex is worth the heart attack I'm currently going through. I felt extremely nauseous, and I'm so close to throwing up. Is this actually happening, or am I dreaming? This doesn't feel like the police. They wouldn't go through this type charade. They would have turned on their lights and arrested us by now. I can't stand this demented showdown we're currently in. I'm on the verge of a mental breakdown and tears are rolling down my face. I turn to T and tell him to turn on his lights one more time. Almost like clockwork, the van flicks on their lights, but this time was very different. I was able to see multiple shadows of hooded men in the van. I turn to T and tell him to f***ing book it out of here. I've never seen someone go 0-60 at a shopping center before, but you can bet your ass we did. T turns his head while exiting the shopping center and sees the van following us at a fast pace. We start cutting down side roads for the next 5 mins. Thankfully, no one is following us anymore. At this point, I'm just staring at T and ask, WTF, was that bro? T says with a weak voice, I have no idea other than what you know I do, aka drug dealing. We take a deep breath. We hit the bottle some more. The next 20 minutes, we sat in silence and came to grips with almost being involved in a sting operation, robbed by rivals, or even worse. Once our heart rates dropped under 250 beats per minute, we finally headed out to meet the women. T and I never spoke of that moment ever again, and to this day, the thought of that night still chills me to the core. Hi, I'm Elizabeth, but everyone just calls me Beth. I was a camp counselor for 6 years, and I absolutely loved it. I enjoyed being outdoors, hanging out with the other counselors, staying in the woods, and teaching the younger campers about the wonders of nature. But then one summer came along that changed everything about that job. Normally, Campers would stay for a week and then go home, and counselors would have a week to themselves before the next group arrived. This routine continued from May to August. I remember that summer vividly. It was the last week of camp, and we were all excited for our final week. We had planned a special activity for the kids, which we would surprise them with towards the end of the week. The surprise was a hike into the woods where we would set up a real campsite and spend the last 3 nights sleeping outside by the fire. We had planned to tell ghost stories, roast marshmallows, and make s'mores, but none of that came to pass. As the kids arrived at camp and settled into the cabin, they unpacked their belongings and began chatting, getting to know one another. Except for one camper, whom I later learned was named Max. Our camp is structured differently from others. We allow boys and girls to sleep in the same cabin since our camp caters to ages 6, 10, with separate sides for each gender. Our facilities are quite limited, consisting of a single cabin, a main office, and a cafeteria. Our activities are exclusively outdoors, but we operate on a very tight budget. Max was different from the other campers. He didn't unpack his things. In fact, it seemed he hadn't brought anything at all. He stood in the corner while the other kids claimed their beds. Thinking he might be shy, I walked over and introduced myself. "Hello, I'm Beth, and I'll be one of your counselors for this week. Are you ready to have some fun?" Max stood there with a blank expression, not saying a word, and simply turned away from me. I suspected he was one of those campers whose parents had forced them to attend, rather than coming of their own volition. However, I was resolute in my determination to lift his spirits. Our inaugural activity was a game of kickball in the clearing. I divided the campers into teams, and we commenced the game. The campers were thoroughly enjoying themselves, laughing and playfully accusing each other of making wrong plays, joking and engaging in friendly competition. Then I noticed Max. He had wandered away from the group and was standing off to the side, gazing into the woods. Not wanting to single him out in front of the other campers, I decided to keep a discreet watch on him. He remained there for the duration of the game, and none of the other counselors approached him. Jacob came over to me and asked, "What's going on with that camper over there?" "That's Max. I believe he's a bit introverted," I responded. "I see," Jacob replied before walking away again. It wasn't long before we left that activity and headed to the cafeteria for lunch. After seating the campers, I went to collect their food. I laid it all out on the table, and we all began to eat. Max, however, did not. He simply sat there, staring at his plate. "Aren't you hungry?" I asked him. He looked at me without saying anything. "You should eat before our next activity. It will require a lot of energy. We're going canoeing," I added with enthusiasm, hoping to excite Max as well. Instead, his eyes widened with what seemed like fear, and he lowered his gaze to the ground, maintaining that posture until we finished eating. When we arrived at the river, Jacob, the other counselor, had already set the canoes out on the water and had life vests ready for the kids. We both distributed the vests, helped the campers into them, and then, one by one, sent them out to load into a canoe. When it was Max's turn, his demeanor shifted dramatically from quiet and shy to loud and frantic. He kicked, screamed, and pleaded with us not to make him get in the water, insisting that he was terrified of it and couldn't bring himself to enter. Jacob tried to reassure him, explaining that the lifeguard would be assisting us and that we would be right there if anything were to happen. Max, however, was inconsolable, and it began to feel like we were torturing him by trying to persuade him. "Stop it, Jacob," I said firmly. "I'll sit with him. He doesn't have to do it if he is truly scared. I will not force a camper to do anything they are uncomfortable with." As Jacob, the lifeguard, and the other campers ventured out into the river, I sat on the bench with Max. At first, it was very quiet, just as I had expected, but then Max spoke. "Thank you. You saved me," he said. "No problem, kiddo," I said, ruffling his hair. It felt damp, even though he had never entered the water. Did he shower? No, that couldn't be. I would have noticed, and he hadn't had the time. Eventually, the campers returned from their excursion, and we all headed back to the cabin. Later that night, after I thought all the campers had fallen asleep, I was preparing for bed myself when I saw Max reflected in the mirror behind me. He startled me, causing me to jump and turn around. I laughed it off and said, "Max, you need to go to bed." "I can't sleep," he murmured, his voice sounding weak and muffled. "Are you feeling all right?" I asked him. "I want to go home," he replied. "That's just your nerves. I'm sure if you fall asleep by morning, you'll feel a lot better and change your mind. Just try to have a good time. It's only the first night. I promise you'll have fun," I assured him. He turned his gaze to the floor before disappearing into the darkened room where the other campers were already settled. The next morning, during roll call, I discovered that Max was missing. We searched the entire cabin, but he was nowhere to be found. Panicked, I sprinted to the main office and burst into the director's office. "Mr. Tony, I have a missing camper," I exclaimed frantically. "All right, calm down," he said. "We'll find them. What's their name so I can pull up their information, contact their parents, and notify the authorities?" "His name is Max Sumner," I replied. Mr. Tony began typing on his computer, but his expression quickly turned into one of confusion and anger. "Is this some sort of sick prank?" he demanded, his voice rising in agitation. "No, sir, I assure you it's not," I responded, utterly perplexed as to why he would think I'd joke about something so grave. "I have no camper scheduled under the name Max Sumner," he informed me, his tone laced with skepticism. My heart plummeted. "Well, then there's a missing child on our campus who was under my supervision. I know what I'm talking about, and we need to find him. He has longer red hair, green eyes, and pale skin with freckles," I insisted, my voice tinged with desperation. "We'll call the authorities and see what they can do," Mr. Tony replied. As he contacted the authorities, Jacob and I had the arduous task of calling the other campers' parents to inform them of the situation and ask for their assistance. Some parents volunteered to help with the search, but most arrived only to pick up their children and berate us for losing a child. When the authorities eventually arrived, they dispatched the search team while an officer approached me to obtain a more precise description of the child and his name. "His name is Max Sumner," I stated. The officer retreated to his patrol car and returned after a brief interval. He murmured something to Mr. Tony, whose expression shifted to one of anger mingled with a profound disturbance, as if he had just received an utterly bewildering piece of information. The officer then approached me once more, requesting that I describe the boy again. Upon concluding my description, the officer's face darkened with a frown. "We don't find situations like this amusing, ma'am," he said sternly. I'm not joking." "Why does everyone think I'm joking?" I asked, my voice tinged with frustration and confusion. "Because Max Sumner was an 8-year-old boy who drowned in the river 4 years ago," the officer replied. My heart skipped a beat, and I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me. The world seemed to spin around me. It was the same river where we had taken the campers canoeing. It dawned on me then. I recalled his story being broadcast on the news, his photograph. Why hadn't I recognized him sooner? The officer seemed poised to arrest me, but Jacob interjected, affirming that he had also seen Max. The officer recorded both Jacob's and my accounts before departing with the search team. Mr. Tony summoned us to his office to discuss the incident. He furiously accused us of orchestrating a cruel prank about a matter so grave and heartbreaking. Despite our fervent assertions of honesty, the confrontation escalated into a heated argument, ultimately leading to my resignation. I now work as a game warden, allowing me to still enjoy the beauty of nature without the concern of encountering any more spectral children, I hope. It remains astonishing that they were on the verge of arresting me, believing it to be some twisted joke. This is my first time ever posting something like this, but I'm honestly at a loss for words and would honestly just like others' thoughts on this occurrence. This happened Wednesday of last week, October 2nd, 2024. I'm 22 and a manager of a Dollar General. I'd just locked the doors at 10 p.m. and was beginning the usual closing tasks when I got a call from my little brother. He's 17 years old, and recently has really gotten into exploring abandoned buildings and climbing large structures like radio towers. I will be honest, his new hobby does fill me with anxiety, but despite being a dumb teenager, he's still somewhat smart about his ventures, except for this time. When I answered the phone, he was asking for my help, told me he had been out exploring an abandoned house he'd come across, and he was just about to leave, but he said his car wasn't starting, that the battery was dead. He also told me that he was alone. Usually he'll be with a buddy, but he's got the kind of fearlessness where he doesn't bat an eye at solo adventures. He didn't want to call our mom either because she was under the impression that he was at a friend's, but instead, he was a whole county away in the middle of nowhere alone. I was pissed about his carelessness, but decided to spare the lecture until I was actually with him. I told him to send me his location, and I would be heading there soon. I got done closing around 10:30 and started speeding along the route the GPS took me. Usually I never speed, but the idea of my little brother out on some Alabama back road broken down alone didn't sit right with me. It took me about 40 minutes to get there. I started off on a pretty busy highway, turned off onto a very remote highway, and rode down that one for a long time. There was nothing but trees, fields, and the occasional tiny church. Eventually, I turned right down a very narrow dirt road that I nearly missed. I had to drive slow, it was very unkempt and bumpy. The tree line on each side was so thick with darkness, and to be honest, the whole vibe of the place made me really uneasy. I just had a bad feeling. I took an extremely sharp turn around a bend and saw my brother's car about a couple 100 feet ahead. Not even 3 seconds after my headlights had even shone onto his car, I see him throw himself out of the car in complete hysterics. He sprinted towards my car, screaming at the top of his lungs for me to unlock the doors. I come to a halt, and he jumps in and locks the door back, not even giving me time to process his distress. He starts shouting at me to get us out of here, and that there's someone else here. I'm an act first, ask questions later type of person, so I immediately turn us around and floor it off that road. I'd never ever seen him in such a panicked state before. He was sobbing, having a full-blown panic attack. I sped down the road, and by the time we made it back to the main highway, he'd calmed down. I asked him WTF happened, or why he didn't call me, but soon realized that he had been too panicked to think about it. He said about 25 minutes after he called me asking for my help, he'd been sitting in his car listening to music and just staring off, when way down the road ahead of him, the figure of a man or human appeared. He said he was worried at first that maybe it was a landowner coming to yell at him, but instead the figure just stood in the middle of the road, clearly looking at him. It was too dark to make out anything about the figure other than they were clearly a person. He said the person just stood there unmoving for a good 3-4 minutes before they very slowly shifted to the right, vanishing into the trees in dark. At this point, pure panic had already set in for him because he was sure they were staring at his car and because of the unusual behavior of the figure. He said they didn't pop out of the trees until another 5 minutes had passed, but this time they had moved a good distance closer. He was fully freaking out now, thinking this person had to be messing with, or even worse, threatening him. He said he froze, his body not letting him do anything except stare out in terror. The figure continued to stand in the middle of the road, and then they shifted back into the tree line. He said the figure did it 2 more times. Each time they had inched a couple feet closer to his car. He said they'd been hiding in the trees again for about a minute once he saw my headlights behind him. The security of knowing I was there now is what gave him the courage to leap out of the car and make a break for it. Poor kid was so petrified, he even left his phone behind in the car. We went back the next day around noon to jump the car off. My paranoid self even brought a weapon. The area was a lot less threatening in the daytime. The abandoned house could be seen through the trees to the left of the road, and to the right, a couple 100 yards behind us, was a smaller road that led to a small radio tower. Given it was bright out, and my urge to know what had happened, I poked around with my brother. Other than the house, thick trees along the road, and the tower, there was nothing but fields to either side of us, no sign of a barn, or a farm, or anything. I even looked around the ground floor of the house. My suspicion was maybe a squatter. He missed in his venture was messing with him, but there was no sign of anyone actually living in the house. What unnerved me even more was the fact that around the back of the house, a good stretch of the ground was littered in bones. They looked like cow vertebrae. There were hundreds of cleanly cut vertebrae everywhere. There weren't even cows in any of the fields nearby. I went back to the road and trekked ahead past his car, down to the stretch where he said the person had been standing. It was a dirt dusty road, so I was looking for footprints, any evidence that something was there, but there was nothing. After that, we jumped the car off. I dug into him a little bit, told him to never go exploring alone again, and then we left. I'm honestly at a loss. He's not the type of kid to make up stories like this, and also that level of distress I saw him in, I don't think anyone could fake either. The day I wanted to forget and haunts me years later. Maybe to some, this isn't terrifying, but for me, it changed my life forever. It made me realize there's another side to our life that we don't fully understand, whether it's an afterlife or a different dimension. A place bad spirits go or something, or a force beyond our understanding. This is about an Ouija board. Of course, my mom always told me never to play with one, but I was a stupid teenager. It was nuts because we didn't actually have a board. My friend just knew how to draw one out. So we got a poster board. She drew it out. We made the makeshift heart thing. She explained how it all works, so we sat around, the three of us, and we started playing. I automatically assumed one of my girlfriends was moving it around because it was moving around pretty smoothly and answering all of our questions clearly. That's what I always assume when I head about people playing. It wasn't till it said something really creepy to us that we kind of started getting mad at each other. We were asking the usual questions teenage girls would ask. Who would lose their virginity first? It told us who, what order, at what ages, and the names the guys we would be with. Honestly, it was so descriptive it almost seemed real, but it was strange. The one girlfriend who was religious and really controlled by her parents, it said she would lose it first. At the time, it made no freaking sense. Said I would lose it last, and the other girl in the middle. Then we asked, who would get married? It said who would get married. Didn't say the partners' names, but it did say who would get divorced and have kids and whatnot. It said the one girl that was religious would never get married, the other girl would get married and divorced, and I would get married and never divorced. I guess all the questions and answers were just entertaining, but kind of starting to rub the wrong way. No feelings were getting hurt, but it was weird. That's when it started to get weird. One of us asked, will we be friends forever? The whatever it was we spoke to said no, that two of them would be friends, but that they wouldn't be friends with me anymore. I remember getting upset. I looked up, not removing our hands. We were all confused discussing who's moving it. We all looked terrified. We all swore that none of us were moving it. At that moment, we're all kind of pissed about the things that were being said because it was kind of offending every single one of us at this point. It was in that moment I knew I wasn't moving it, and I knew they wouldn't lie about this. It was too weird. Everything was so detailed and strange, and it was almost insulting, saying the religious girl would be the one who had sex first and never married. It was saying she would lose it in a car. Why would she say that about herself? At that time, only I had had a BF, so me losing it last seemed off. So everyone was kind of getting offended by the things it was saying, aka one wasn't getting married, one divorced, so as much as it would prop one of us up, it would pull us down too. We ended up asking it to say something that would prove it was real, something that only it knew that we didn't. It said, Bruce was cheating on his wife Kelly and they'd get a divorce. Who the heck is Bruce and Kelly? It just kept repeating itself, so we just kind of ignored it and moved on. As teenagers, we didn't really give a shit about people getting divorced. What it said next was really creepy and sent us into a tizzy among all the questions we were asking. After we knew it wasn't us moving it, we looked back down at the board and we didn't say anything. It just started to move. It asked, did we want to know something? And we said, know what? And asked, did you want to know when you're going to die? You got so freaked out, we just pulled our hands off immediately, which I know you're not supposed to do. At that point, we were screaming and not thinking clearly. We got the attention of some of our other friends that were in a different section of the basement, and they came over, asked what the heck was going on. There were two other friends. They were dating and doing God knows what. It's why we banished ourselves to that part of the basement to play this creepy-ass game. Her mom was upstairs. It was the only way they could be alone together, is if we were all together. We were using a candle because of this. They were doing stuff over on the other side and wanted the lights dim. They were playing music, so they didn't really hear what was going on until we freaked out. We did explain what happened to the couple. He wanted to play because he thought it was badass. He literally had to talk us into it by taunting us. He said it's all fake. It's not real, that we're just making it up. We said it's real. It's almost like our egos got the best of us, that we forgot how scared we were because we wanted to prove that it was real and knew strange things. Anyway, when we went back to playing, her boyfriend played, but not her. She was too freaked out and went upstairs. Immediately he said, "Prove that you're real, do something." This should have been the sign that we stopped. It said, "Get her to play, get her to come back down." It said, "I need more of your energy to create something." So her boyfriend yelled. She opened up the door. He persuaded her to come down and he begged her to play. She relented and she played. It just asked us to put our hands on the pointer and wait. I remember time had gone on and we would say, "How much longer?" And it would say, "A few more minutes." Got to the point where our hands were falling asleep. We had kind of forgot, speaking amongst ourselves, that maybe we should just end it, but her boyfriend didn't want to. Maybe it had been about 10 minutes. We ended up chatting amongst each other about anything else. That ended immediately when her boyfriend and religious girl started screaming and pointed in the direction of where the candle was. They were facing it, so seen it the best. They got up as we turned to look. I looked over, and what used to be a normal candle wasn't anymore. The flame was about 6 feet in the air and blue. It was almost hitting the ceiling. We all screamed and ran up the stairs. As we ran up, we could hear a low, gargling, groaning scream that felt as if it was behind you and got louder and louder. All the hairs on my neck stood up. I have never been so terrified. We ran out her front door, just stood on the front lawn, screaming and crying. One girl peed herself. One girl had a white streak in her hair permanently after. It was one of the most stressful experiences we've ever had as friends. The neighbors almost called the cops, but her mom came running out and was so confused and calmed us down. I think the neighbors thought we were just watching a scary movie or something. Our parents all picked us up. We never really talked about it again, just about how scary it was. It was almost too scary to talk about. Now, for the creepier part, if you've made it this far, remember the part about Bruce and Kelly. Because we were in junior high, all the teachers were called by their last names. We found out our teacher and his wife were getting divorced because he no longer wore his ring. He had a tan line there, and someone asked if he lost his wedding ring. He mentioned his separation from his wife and quickly changed the subject. We later found out his ex's name was named Kelly and his name was Bruce. We were mortified. However, in time it started to fade. I feel memories, scary ones, feel more like a dream. Even a week after it happened, it didn't feel real. You think your mind is playing tricks on itself, and that's how you get over it. That's how you're able to sleep at night. Those girls, years later, stopped being friends with me, just like it predicted. I remember getting a Facebook message from one of them in my mid-20 chess. She asked me about it, if I lost my virginity at the age it said I would slash if the name of the guy was correct. She had informed me her and the other girl, religious one, lost it in the way it said, with the names of the guys it said they would. It hit me like a ton of bricks. We're talking years later, and I had almost forgotten. Trauma kinda does that to you. It said the correct age. My guy's name was wrong, though. It predicted John. That felt good somehow. We left it there. I think it made us feel safe as adults, that it was wrong because it was just all coincidences, right? Maybe the candle wasn't real. We were just teenagers with creative imaginations and remembered wrong. However, that all came crashing down. I didn't realize my European boyfriend's name, if translated, was correct. The name Jan translates to John in English. Sit with that effing creepy. I never told the girl who messaged me on Facebook. I remembered the safe way we felt and didn't want to take that away from her. I'll never understand why it even matters, really. It's almost like it told us things that didn't affect our lives at all, although it did prove that there's something more to our existence. For years, I struggled with sleep paralysis and nightmares that were very vivid. It wasn't until later when I became religious and started believing. And God, it went away. Praying before bed, I got peace. When I was having paralysis or nightmare, the only thing that made it stop is when I would scream, Jesus Christ, whether in my head or out loud. Being a religious person now, I'd never mess around with a spirit board. I don't think anyone should, to be honest. Sometimes I wonder if that's what prompted all my nightmares and those creepy paralysis experiences I had. I never believed in ghosts or the supernatural. I always thought that those stories were just made up to scare people. That was until my grandmother passed away 10 years ago. My grandmother was a kind and gentle woman. She always had a smile on her face and a warm hug for anyone who needed it. Her death was sudden and unexpected, and it left a huge void in our family. After her funeral, I moved into her old house to keep it from being sold. I wanted to hold on to the memories of her that lingered in every corner of the house. But as the years passed, strange things began happening. It started with small things, objects moving on their own, strange noises in the middle of the night. I brushed it off as my imagination playing tricks on me. But then one night, as I was getting ready for bed, I heard a soft knock on my bedroom door. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I knew it couldn't be possible my grandmother had been dead for 10 years. But the knocking continued, slow and persistent. I mustered up the courage to open the door, but there was no one there, just the empty hallway, bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight, filtering in through the window. I tried to rationalize it, telling myself it was just the house settling or the wind outside, but the knocking continued every night, growing louder and more insistent with each passing night. I started to feel a sense of dread every time I heard that knocking. It felt like someone or something was trying to get in, to reach out to me from beyond the grave. I confided in my friends, but they thought I was just imagining things. They suggested I see a therapist, that maybe I was struggling with unresolved grief over my grandmother's death, but I knew deep down that it was something more sinister. One night, as I lay in bed trying to ignore the knocking on my door, I heard a whisper in my ear. It was a soft, familiar voice, my grandmother's voice. "Let me in, child," she whispered, her voice filled with longing and desperation. "I miss you so much." I was frozen with fear, unable to move or make a sound. I felt a cold chill run down my spine as I realized that whatever was knocking on my door was not my grandmother. It was something else, something malevolent and hungry. I mustered up every ounce of courage I had and shouted, "Go away, you're not welcome here." The knocking stopped abruptly, and the house fell silent. I lay in bed shaking with fear, not daring to move or even breathe. But then I heard a new sound, the sound of footsteps approaching my door. The door creaked open slowly, and a cold draft of air washed over me. I closed my eyes, unable to bear the thought of what was on the other side of that door. But when I opened them again, I saw her, my grandmother, standing in the doorway, her eyes empty and dark. "Come with me, child," she said, her voice hollow and eerie. "You belong to me now." I screamed and scrambled out of bed, running out of the room and down the stairs. I could hear her footsteps following me, echoing through the empty house. I reached the front door and threw it open, running out into the cold night. I didn't stop running until I reached the nearest neighbor's house, where I banged on the door, begging for help. The neighbor called the police, who searched the house but found nothing. They told me it was probably just a figment of my imagination, that grief can do strange things to a person's mind. But I knew the truth. My grandmother was not at peace. She was trapped in that house, reaching out to me from the other side, and I was determined to find a way to set her free. I hired a team of paranormal investigators to help me uncover the truth behind the haunting. They conducted seances, used EVP devices, and even brought in a psychic medium to communicate with my grandmother's spirit. Through their investigations, we learned that my grandmother's spirit was indeed trapped in the house, unable to move on to the afterlife. She was reaching out to me for help, hoping that I could free her from the torment of being stuck in limbo. With the help of the psychic medium, we performed a ritual to release my grandmother's spirit from the house. It was a long and arduous process, filled with fear and uncertainty, but in the end, we succeeded. As my grandmother's spirit finally found peace and moved on to the afterlife, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. The knocking on my bedroom door stopped, and the house fell silent once again. I moved out of that house shortly after, unable to shake off the memories of the haunting that had taken place there. But I knew that my grandmother was finally at peace, and that was all that mattered. To this day, I still can't explain what happened in that house. Some may call it a trick of the mind or a figment of imagination. But I know the truth. My grandmother was reaching out to me from beyond the grave, and I was the only one who could help her find peace. And in the end, that's all that truly matters.